think we are rocking and rolling. Make sure YouTube is solid here. Make sure we don't have any feedback. Okay, there we go. All right. Now let me get my mic up. Hey, what's going on over Marquise? Marquise Kid in the house. Good to have the family coming through.
What's up, family? What's up?
What's going on? What's going on, man? I tell you, I know you guys are, y'all ramped up, man. Getting after this market, man. It's looking a little, it's getting a little juicy out there, as they say.
Yeah, man, definitely. I caught a little bit of that oil play.
Yeah, oil. I mean, definitely gonna definitely speak about oil. Oil bouncing like, man, like they did the comeback kid or something, and kind of seeing it, you can pretty much kind of map it out in a way where it's trending down in that that what they call that red alert level, excuse me, around 2018 bucks, 2019, within that I guess $3 layer there, where they were going to come in and try to save the oil market. And sure enough, I guess cooler heads prevails, if you want to say that. Trump got on the phone with with Putin, and I guess not necessarily him personally, but some people probably within their team, also those of the Saudis, and they came to some kind of form of a truce to a degree to try to help the oil market. And so it's banging today. I know a few other people. I think Eva Monica, she played oil play today, or a couple of days ago, whatever, and she's benefiting off of it right now. And again, many of you guys. So that's what we study for. That's what we pay attention for. That's exactly why we always on, what to say, with the finger on the trigger for moments just like this. And I mean, great bounce today in the oil markets. I mean, just phenomenal bounce for some of you guys who were able to catch it. I myself personally didn't catch it. I mean, I watched it, take off a little bit, but I was too busy trying to trade all this other stuff. You can't catch everything. But
Yeah,
that Luckin Coffee, man, that was that was the volatility stepchild of the day. I'm pretty sure you guys saw that one as well. Acting a fool. So again, just one of those moments where we just say, the volatility is in the house, and if you're in the right place at the right time, it's lights on, right? It's lights on, right? And when we're done with it, it's lights off. Just simple as that, because a lot of people are not holding this market in a way where we were, again, 3-4 months ago, right, 2 or 3 months ago, just trusting the follow throughs that you normally would get. Those things are just becoming a thing of the past, so to speak, or those level of trades. Unless you are a long term holder, then of course you average it into your positions, that you're establishing that kind of fortress, building up that that position wise kind of at these low levels. Notwithstanding the fact that it could obviously go lower, we do know that. But still, if you're definitely long term, game planning, then some of these drawdowns of over 20-30% becomes very attractive, right? And I'll be the first one to tell you again, obviously have a level of discipline when you're going into it, add your money into it, small lots here and there if you are going to do it, right? Dollar cost averaging, principal value, investing, things of that nature. But just by my calculation, again, I could be wrong. I'm no one special, right? But I do believe we're going to test those lows. The lows that we got, back in March. And so, with that being said, again, we'll give you a little, opportunity probably to get some of these stocks even a little lower, right? Bottom fishing and doing our little, discount shopping. So yeah, so definitely, the oil market was popping real quick. I run over to that screen real fast, just quick little GP before we kind of get to banging up against some of these other little plays and discussing this market as a whole. So if you can see that, definitely crude, again, the WTI, which is one that most people follow besides the Brent. Brent, they follow Brent too, but definitely when you're thinking about oil, you definitely check that WTI, right? Those barrels where it affects the American market. And so at the peak, we were up here trending around about $27 a barrel, right?
mm-hmm.
And here we are now back down 23. So again, it made for a great push to the upside. And now you're getting people who are getting ready to sell off until the closing of the oil market, right? Then the oil market closed at 3 o'clock. And so those people now are taking profit because again, they don't trust they don't trust the Russians, they don't trust the Saudis, and they definitely ain't trusting the White House, to kind of be the mediator right now between both of those countries who are, again, we're at a stalemate. Just a month ago with this whole OPEC debacle that happened, where the Russians just pretty much pulled out in a very important meeting. Just said, we out of here, and they went home. Right, probably a good thing for them anyway, because that coronavirus was starting to move about a little bit. So they they might have skated just in time without catching that virus, because it definitely hit places Saudi Arabia, Iran, obviously under fire right now with that coronavirus. So again, who knows? Maybe they have some intel. I don't know. It's strange out there these days. It's hard even not to be skeptical or even somewhat of a slight conspiracy theorist in these days, because there are some people who out there who are privy to forward-thinking information, right? Intelligence, and people like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't finna risk it. All right, but anyway, again, that's what the oil market's looking like right now, guys. I'm pretty sure, again, some of you guys who did, catch it, if you are thinking about holding it long term, hey, this chart says it all, right? This little, this drawdown here, let me see if I can blow it up a little bit here. This drawdown here says it all, right? That liquidation, that outflow here, if you want to call it that to a degree, it ain't looking too lovely right now, right? And I think we still got another 42 minutes here, or 52 minutes here before the oil market closes down, and it don't look too good right now. Right, so I'm pretty sure you cashed out wherever you was over Marquise, unless you establish a long term hold position.
I was in and out on the tail end real quick.
So you was in it out, right?
Yeah.
Again, it made for a great intraday trade. It did. I watched it and I was like, man, and I was like, okay, but I was like I said, it is when you're trying to chase a lot of different stocks. Obviously, effectively with your due diligence analysis, right? You're trying to make sure you establish your positions, and it was just a lot going on. So you know what? I'm not going to be able to catch everything. I'm gonna get those ones who are giving me that liquidity that I want, and I just take it and leave it at that. So the oil market definitely just again was a banger to the upside. I mean, that is a impressive move, right? You talking about coming out the low 21 handle and surge all the way up to like 27. That's a lot of money for oil in one day. Right? That's a big move. You go back and look at the historical charts where you ever had a candle like that in one day, just and a lot of it was short covering to a degree, and say, okay, we'll flip it and go long to establish a better short position, right? So people, you got to start realizing that too. Even though when you have these little plays where they might have been beaten or left for dead, and all of a sudden you have some abnormal short covering, obviously, and the stock obviously begins to squeeze up higher with people buying into that covering. Well, in most cases, some of these people are just trying to reestablish a new short position. They want a higher short position, right? They didn't wrote it down, kept adding to it, and bled it, and then they cover, right, just to establish another supremacy value, right? Get a little higher and push it lower, right? Not saying that may be the case here, but I'm pretty sure a lot of smart people are doing just that. Again, we think it all the way through in terms of how assets move, because if you really thought oil was in a position where it can, sustain, again, this sell side activity here is revealing a lot. I mean, at least I was thinking maybe if it can hold 25, coming off 21, again, I grant it, you pull back a couple points, you establish a line, because guess what? Look, they tried to actually do it here, right? You can see exactly what I'm saying here. Tried to establish a little level of, the gun line. It tried to establish a gun line. Tell about the gun line, boss. Right? Hey, what's going on over, Chris? Good to have you in the building too as well. Don't want to overlook the family in the house. Peace, power, and profit.
Peace, power, and profit. Over. How y'all doing?
Good.
Doing well, man. So then looking at these oil plays, I know you guys were posting about it. Definitely in the Facebook group. About all the things that's happening surrounding the oil market. I know Eva Monica, she was definitely speaking on it as well. I think she caught a oil play. I think I said a day or two ago, and man, did she get a nice little surprise from it, right, to the upside. Nice little bag.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, this is exactly why we get excited about this. So, yeah. So just looking at it again, just like I said right here. Yeah, it did. Again, I mean, man, look, I mean, that's a candle. Man, that's a serious firecracker right there. We were looking at these candles like firecrackers sometimes, especially with the little wicks on it.
Oh, my bad.
That's a money green firecracker there, boy. That's a serious bullish engulfing candle right there. Right. Again, that's a pregnant one. That thing pregnant. and just to show as it got pregnant, I mean, it delivered literally in the same day. you know, and just kind of pulling back here, trending like I say into the into somewhat the close of the oil markets there. So again, you establish a little level there where you try to kind of have a nice little pullback after this point, and kind of retrace here off the support of 24.17. It chopped out here some major resistance around that 25.30, 25.40 level. Off that point, it was pretty obvious that the profit takers were going to pretty much get up out of there, and the short sellers were going to press their luck here even more. That's definitely what I would have done, and pushed it down, because as you can see here, as these candles got a little bit more I would say thinly traded here within the volume aspect of there. I don't know if I can see the volume down. I don't have the volume on this one. You can tell at that point it was having the point where the bulls were getting fatigued after running up this much, right? They were pretty much depleted for the day, and they didn't want any more smoke. They took their profit, and so shorts obviously prevailed here on the back end of the day, pushing it back down here. Where it's trending at now, down to 23.64. Right. So again, if some of you guys did trade the oil market today over here on the YouTube land, everybody in the back chat, again, I would be definitely, jump on, discuss your trades, man. Again, y'all know how we roll over here, right? We're a team over here, and we like to hear everybody's perspective, and build with everybody, and again, make it a village, and workshop mentality. So it's important that we always
Is mine muted?
Go ahead, bro. Okay.
Everybody muted.
No, you on?
Or
I
is
can
that
hear you.
me?
No, can you hear us? Marquise, can you hear us? Marquise, you there? I think his mic might have muted. Okay, he'll come out. Go out and come back in. Yeah, Jack can come in. Yeah, so again, a lot of stocks, like I say, jumped up today off these the jobless claim. That obviously that was the elephant in the room today, was those initial jobless claims that came out today for unemployment, right? And again, trending topic of the day, right? But somehow oil again seems to have overshadowed the jobless claims, right? We saw that.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
can you hear us now? Can you hear us? We might need to type him a message in maybe the group or something. Let him know we can hear him. Let me see if I can type it on YouTube here.
Okay.
I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he hear us. It's probably something on his mic, on the mic.
Yeah.
Did you trade anything today, over Chris, by any chance, or were you strategizing a little bit today, or strategizing?
I didn't trade anything today. I know Sprint disappeared today, so my shares went to T-Mobile.
Yeah. You want to discuss that a little bit, because I got some data on it too as well. But definitely, that's very interesting, because a lot of people we know, especially in our little group, they had shares of the Sprint, obviously going into the merger. So just to bring some clarity for some people, maybe wondering like, man, what happened to my share? Right? They got all my shares. Like, no, they didn't get you.
Yes. So from what Robin Hood messaged me this morning is, if you had 10 shares or more, uh, that will be applied to T-Mobile. I think fractionally, if you had 10 shares or less, they'll just give you, I think, fractional shares of T-Mobile. So, and T-Mobile is around like $85 right now. So, definitely check that out. Make sure you got the information, and make sure everything is straight with that, because that did happen this morning when I was alerted. So, Sprint is no longer a stock; it's all T-Mobile now.
Wow.
Just for clarification.
Right. And basically, anytime you have a merger, just kind of, also take it even a little further too. Over Chris laying it out, and which is good, because at least, people like brokers like, Robin Hood or others were able to kind of, explain to you guys exactly how that works, because you have a lot of traders like on Robin Hood who are somewhat novice traders, and they might have been sitting in Sprint, and they're like, hey, what happened to my shares, right? Did y'all steal my shares? And so it's good that they was able to kind of, help people kind of understand what was going on. So anytime you do have a merger, obviously the buying company, obviously at that point gets to set the mandate in terms of how that, that merger goes forward. So they're going to do a liquidation of the smaller company, and then their shares get absorbed into the bigger company, obviously. Or they can do, like some cases, you will have some mergers where they'll present a new ticker altogether, right? Either for both companies together, or they'll do another one kind of reflecting that merger with the T-Mobile and Sprint one, and then they'll also keep their other ticker, right? I think like HP did it, like Hewlett Packard, they had a scenario like that. They had two different ticker symbols under the same company brand, right? Unlike how you have like with Zillow, they got like Class A and Class C shares, Zillow Group and Zillow whatever it is. Under Armour, that two different tickers. But with a merger, sometimes you will have again, the buying company will do a like I said, a split merger to a degree with the lesser company, and then they'll also have another little ticker out there, right? So there are there are moments out there where you can go and see that how that have happened. But in this case, they went ahead and just consumed all the Sprint. Yeah, they just consumed all the Sprint. Yeah, go ahead, over Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No, I was saying that's true what you're saying. I'm gonna post the article in the chat on YouTube.
Yeah, do that. I was gonna say because for anybody else that may have shares of Sprint, again, like he said, less than 10 shares, then again, you just pretty much going, kind of like have a scenario where they have like like a merger, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So those shares are going to get absorbed a little bit, and you're gonna have to take a fractional value of what I think your notional value would be in terms of having T-Mobile shares, right? And I'll see if I can dig up a little extra on it too, and come back and maybe speak about it a little later. I'm just trying to go on the top of my head a little bit when I've seen these things happen to a degree, but it's always different, based upon the stipulation how that buying company may want to go forward with that, the merging company, right? Because they could buy them out, offer them shares, they can offer them cash, they can do credit and all that other little stuff, and then those shares, particularly how they want to do it for us, the Sprint company, they want to leave it independent and still just be a parent company, or they'll just again absorb it, like I said, and trade under the bigger company, which is T-Mobile. Right, but like I said, we'll dig into it. So over Chris is gonna get that link provided, in the back chat for you guys on YouTube, just in case you want to follow along. You'll have it. And so I know over Sunline hit me up. He was like, "Hey man, I think they got me." I was like, "No, you good." He's like, "Where my money at? They didn't got me. Got my Sprint shares. Oh man." I was like, "No, it's just going. They finalizing that merger right now. So now it's a good time to kind of do a quick little due diligence on T-Mobile. Just make sure you kind of following along what they're doing, because now all the information coming out for Sprint, you definitely want to check that T-Mobile blotter, so to speak, and see if they're dropping in the press release concerning that, those shares. Right? Also Sprint as well. I mean, you still get some of that news publication, but even more so T-Mobile, right? So again, just want to real quick here. Just want to give a shout out to everybody. Peace, power, and profit again for coming through today on the Throwback Thursday, right? Thank you all for tuning in. I know you guys are busy out there trying to conquer the world, sitting at the house, right? Because that's basically computers, and get out there, find ways to be, to be, I would say helpful or insightful or whatever you can do to kind of, pass the time while we're all sitting at the house. So shout out again, over Sunline coming through. At the fam, Jacob Admiral came in the house from WeTradeHQ.com in the house, right? The family, definitely go check out the website. As you see, I always have the logo banner when I have it on my my thumbnails when we go live. But also I have that information down here in my description box. So again, it's a free site, awesome Discord room. Again, free. It's all free, right? We do all. I'm sorry. Go ahead, over Marquise.
No, I was just saying, definitely, I like that Discord room they have. They rebuilt it. I'll be in there.
Yeah, again, y'all know as well as I know, you need a community, right? You need a community where you can go and hang out in, where you have people again who are your intellectual peers when it comes to investing and trading. And again, what Brad and Jacob has done over there is just phenomenal. Again, we all kind of came from the old school, some old school Discord rooms back in the days when we was trading with Ricky, right? Some of you guys probably know him, Ricky Gutierrez, right? Y'all probably seen him back in the day. He used to be all over the internet with me, as far as trading and whatever, his little videos showing off the little cars and all that stuff. But we all kind of hang out, started out hanging out in there, met each other, and since then Brad, and Jacob kind of took the bulls by the by the horns and started their own company, right? And it's a great one too because again, you got some really good people in there, right? And not a lot of that, silliness that you get in some of these Discord room with just people just acting like wild, wild childs and stuff. So it's a really really good Discord, and also again the link to the actual website again. Let me post that real quick just in case you guys might want to, just sign up, just have it. Again, it's a free app. Again, really good, useful tool to be able to, follow the market, track trades, and all that kind of stuff. Again, they really have built it out really nicely, and it's, and they're only improving, which is great. They're only going to improve on it, and so it's best to kind of be hanging around it now, so you can, capture all that,
Yeah,
that
and
new innovation.
responsive. You can talk to them in there. They answer your questions. Everything.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So you're not just kind of feeling like you just, like on the island, like, hey man, anybody in here? Echo, echo, echo. You see people in there actually moving around and working, and there's several of them out there. I'm sure you guys have been in and out of these different Discord rooms, but again, like I say, really, really good people over there. In our little Discord room in the We Trade HQ family. So as you can see right there, look at Oil trying to catch a little bid right here. I don't know if this dead cat bounce, or just some shorts covering, and you have a small little retracement here, but it's trying to fight a little bit here on the back end of the day. So we'll see how that turns out. So again, just kind of going on what we were saying. As you can see, again, I'm always try to premise the conversation based upon what's happening in the current events. So today, again, we're speaking about the oil market, obviously being able to recover. Just the idea that, again, that Trump, kind of put forth some kind of initiative to kind of bring those guys together, if you want to say that, in terms of the Saudis and the Russians, considering the oil market. And today, again, just a wonderful bounce that it received today. All right, a wonderful, wonderful bounce. But again, in the interim of that, just speaking about that, how does them, really coming together on oil, which is still a good thing, overshadows those jobless claims numbers, right? I mean, we were kind of thinking about that the other day when we were saying, asking everybody what would they, what do they think the number would be for unemployment numbers when they drop them today, and we heard numbers like around about the same. I think I don't know what you say over, Chris. You say about what? I think you saying we're around about the same, somewhere around there, if I'm not mistaken. Then
on what's that?
yeah, on the jobless claim. Remember we're talking about we're putting our
Oh yeah,
predictions
yeah.
out.
Oh yeah. I know it was gonna be multi-million, so it was like 6.6, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total.
Yeah.
So
And
you talking
then
about a lot. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Over.
I know Oba Marquise mentioned the ones that couldn't get into the unemployment website. He was saying earlier this morning, right, Oba?
Yeah, like they don't just a couple different government websites as well. They just don't have the bandwidth right now to handle all these inquiries. So yeah, I had a couple people who couldn't even register for unemployment because these sites would just kept crashing and stuff.
Wow.
So
And it's weird too because we kind of talked about that. Remember we were saying, with the rate that many people are just sitting home right now. Definitely, I don't know if Jacob's still on or not. He's an IT major. He's definitely on the sharp side of the coding and all that. But just understanding, broadband connections, and a lot of people eating up a lot of the internet right now because they're home, right? Typically at time when they're at work. And so, and you don't, again, just kind of putting it in more context, you don't have people sitting there manning the stations at some of these, these hubs, right? Or these, internet providers, businesses. You may have one or two that's coming in, but they thinned out because of the coronavirus situation, right? So if you're having any kind of log jams, or if you don't have nobody that can, throttle it, throttle up and throttle down, I don't know if they can do it remotely. I'm pretty sure they can, all right? Because they'll even speak about doing that for us, NYSE, right? Remote control trading. They didn't want to have the floors, packed with people down there, like the pits. So they were saying, well, we do have an automated, trading system in place. If we shut down inside of here, we'll just let the automated, service just kind of, filter the trades and do that part. But y'all know as well as I know, if there's any kind of major glitch, we all messed up. Right? We all gonna get, jammed up. So, but that's basically what's happening. And you got an overflow. You talking about 6 million people, 6.6 million people, right? That's this week. So last week was what? 3 million, right? So this week is 6.6. So that's total what? They're not what near 10 million people, right?
Yeah.
That's those last week's number don't go into this week. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead, over.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was saying, yeah, 10 million.
All right, so and that's about again less than 2 weeks, somewhere around there. About about 2 weeks, somewhere right there. About 2 weeks, you got that many people heading for the headed for the saying the soup line, so to speak, right? Again, no disrespect, we all going through it, but y'all know what I'm saying, right? Everybody having to kind of buckle down a little bit, right, until these benefits get to moving through. And so for any of you guys who've ever filed for unemployment, right, it's a very slow and lethargic process, right? And it's like they go out their way to kind of slow you up, right? You got those people behind the counters with the register, they can care less, right? They employed, they're gonna take their time, they're gonna move your paper like snail mail, right? And then it's gonna be forever, right? And some places you can get lucky, and everything moves right away, and it's very functional. But for the most part, again, it's like it's your money, but people sitting there kind of holding it up, right? Same way with this old stimulus check, right? And again, I'm definitely gonna always keep saying, that y'all should have had that check like yesterday, right? People can't sit around and wait week for week for week when knowing that again they're just dumping billions and billions of dollars to the stock market, right? It just, it doesn't sit well to me. It just doesn't sit well mentally just to know something like that is happening. When it could be something that's could be easily rectified, right? The same way you're dumping the money into the stock market, right? Uh, Pretty much everybody that does have a social security number, that's not hard to track, right? So it should be just as simple as, okay, yep, run it. If they even want to do it alphabetically, and however, they just need to have cutting them checks. They should have been cutting them checks like a week ago. All right. Hey, what's going on, brother Matthews? Peace, power, and profit to you, family. All right. So yeah, so again, just round robin the discussion real quick. As far as coronavirus again, I'm pretty sure you guys been keeping up with the numbers. An update on that real fast. We'll run over there and look at that. Again, as we know, there's no uh, you know, there's no rainbow at the end of the tunnel quite yet, basically. And the numbers are still fluctuating and ramping in certain areas after it kind of calmed down, right? Which is obviously showing you that this thing, in terms of them being able to really get a handle on it, it's whooping a lot of their technology, right, and a lot of their science, in terms of being able to scale it and model it and track it. Because again, human transmission, which is the way that it's being spread, and now that the more and more we're going through week for week and find out more about this virus, well, we're hearing now that it's which I was saying this actually about a month ago. Again, I don't like to pat myself on the back, but I was saying ain't no way in the world this thing ain't airborne at the level that they're not giving it credit for. They're saying you have to be right up on somebody. They pretty much have to sneeze on you, all that kind of stuff, and that's the only way. But I'm like, y'all know, particles do remain, in the
Yeah.
air for quite a while, right? And
Yeah,
so
3 hours.
now, so it's hanging around. So you probably seen some on it too, over Marquise. What do you hear? What did you hear on it?
That it can stay airborne up to 3 hours.
Right, right, and you think about that, right? You go in the bathroom, right? Your bathrooms ain't that big, say 16 by 16. Some of them, I mean, probably some of them is even smaller than that, right? And somebody just sneezing away with that Rona, right? You don't know what's going on. You come right on in there, right? You know what I'm saying? And obviously in the most place, the one place you think you can kind of control it because you only got sinks in there and soap and all that, but you walk right in there, you walk right into that cloud of that Rona. Next thing you know, you breathe it, inhaling it in. And I mean, even when you just wash your hands, it's still it's a done deal, because once it hits that, hits your nasal passages, it's in you, right? It's in you at that point. And so again, just knowing that it's airborne, they're coming out saying now that it's even more potent in the airborne form as it is if you just touching a package or something, or structure or something that may have some of the spores still living on it. And so it's like a triple whammy. This thing has really opened the eyes of a lot of people, right? In terms of, in the beginning, we were all kind of somewhat, it's not that serious. It's a common flu, and maybe like a little pneumonia, And now it's like, okay, bruh, enough with all the foolishness, enough with the hoax, enough with all the, the hyperbole about what you think it is, what you think it is. So, a lot of people are starting to get, getting taken to the carpet, meaning a lot of people who were just, anti the ideal of viruses or the quote unquote, if you really want to call them conspiracy theorists, they're being taken to the carpet now and being hushed because even, those people are now having to start to realize just the severity of this, right? And the bodies that are, again, unfortunately, that are piling up right now just overshadows all those talking points, right? And some of these guys, their family members or their friends are starting to catch it too. So again, that's close to home for a lot of people who are already, trying to think, opposite of what this virus was all about. They're having to start, having to, recant their statement. Right? To double down at this point would be just be foolish. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So again,
my
yeah, go
brother.
ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just saying, my brother told me yesterday. They're down in Orlando. He was like, two of his workers just came down. Co-workers just came down with it. So yeah, it's definitely hitting close to home.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So again, we have people in the group. Again, y'all know Eva Monica. One of her friends passed away from it, and uh, again, at some point, and that's what's somewhat kind of frightening about it. At some point, someone that we know, or within a circle of maybe 20 people that we may know, may end up catching it, right? Because even if you do, based upon the models that they're putting out under the CDC and the NIH, right, the National Institute of Health, with Dr. Fauci, right, and Dr. Birx, right, they're saying again, roughly, somewhere close to about 100,000 to 200,000 possibly deaths that we will probably incur here within this year behind this coronavirus, right? So if you just think about that, even from the terms of our populace, right? This is what 350 million people here. That's just the deaths, right? So you think about those who are contracted. So if I think it's like about a 4-to-1 ratio now, isn't it somewhere around there in terms of that stat? Meaning, for every four persons, at least one person will be able to catch it. I think that's what the latest ratio is. I could be wrong. It's somewhere around. Let's say, okay, right now, just look at the numbers here, right? So 226,000, 5,000. So what's that? What's the so that's roughly about close to about somewhere around that, about 3 to 4 to 1 reality in terms of people being able to catch it, right? And so again, that's a scary stat. That's a
Mm-hmm.
scary stat. When you put it in context to that, or in relation to how many people that have yet to have contracted, or those who have contracted it haven't even been tested yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, we was looking at this map. If you go back and look at our previous videos, every week that we've been going live, or since we've been going live, every day I should say, this red it's starting to fill up the map, right? It's kind of like again, I want to make light of this, but it's starting to be like a little puzzle or something, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it, right? Man, that thing looking, man, it's looking bad. I mean, again, we already know in New York, man, I wish those guys well up there. 'Cause I got a lot of buddies up there, a little family in and out those areas, and man, I could only imagine just being really the center, the epicenter of it in terms of this country, and now that they're trying to force people to stay inside. This point, they get to the point now they're going to start forcing people to stay in. They're not going to allow those people to travel. They're considering it definitely, right? That was that whole thing about quarantining all of New York over the weekend, and then Trump spoke about it, then he downplayed it real quick because he got some pushback from some people, probably within the New York district, for senators and congressmen, whatever, whoever, even maybe Governor Cuomo. But I mean, truth be told, let's just be honest. Those people that were leaving New York or fleeing New York were the ones carrying it to other places like Chicago, Detroit, Louisiana, Florida, Miami, right? And so they getting on planes, loaded with the virus and just taking it to other places. Philadelphia, you taking it down to Philadelphia, right? And so, how do you downplay that? And, I just don't understand. But hey, again, what we're realizing that this is a very eye-opening moment in terms of how people really look at this whole American, mentality, where we supposed to be, smart people, and we're definitely forward-thinking people, and all this, that, and the third, and yet you got people acting very selfish right now, very selfish, all right, greedy and selfish, all right. Again, putting other people at risk because they feel like it's not that big of a deal. All right, it's not that big of a deal in their mind, so they're just spreading it. So again, you're looking at New York, this New York area, Greater New York, and New Jersey, man, that's it's messy there. Right? Even down here in my little area, DC area, just the DMV as a whole, Maryland, Virginia, and DC. It's starting to pick up. I mean, look at the Greater Washington. Before, man, we didn't even have a dot right here in the center of Washington. It was kind of like on the outskirts. Now you got a big dot, right? And let me see if I can zoom in there. I
That's
mean, they
why I'm
got
in
it around
the
this
house,
point here.
Abel. Yeah, I'm in the house.
Yeah, likewise. So I mean, you not that far actually from Pennsylvania Avenue. Look at that. I mean, this dot here. I don't know how they strategically placed it right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you right near Pennsylvania, right? And that's off
Yep.
the New York Avenue. Of all streets, they got it right near New York Avenue. Like, what's that about, right? I wonder what who decided to do that. But
Facts.
you right over here. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, I mean, you right up near the White House there. So again, over here, near Arlington area, right? Again, of course, that's you got the bases over here. Then you also got a lot of other stuff. Fort Myers, obviously. Again, these are heavily populous areas, right? It's starting to pick up there. Um, I mean, just all over Alexandria. Obviously, I know it won't be long for they start hitting all these little smaller places in and around this, the DC area. Alexandria definitely. Again, Fairfax. We already know Fairfax had a case. I think they got a death in Fairfax. Two deaths in Fairfax at this point. I was hearing that the other day. We got how many deaths in DC as a whole? Now, as of now, you got 12 dead in DC, South Washington, 8 dead over there in Prince George, Maryland. Obviously, over there near. Y'all know
Mm.
what's going on with Prince George. They already know the deal. So they got 8. Arlington got 2. Again, we can just go on and on and on. It's just getting to be staggering. Gaithersburg up there, and I was in Maryland. Right, I know a few people up there. Wherever you're looking at, again, Baltimore. Y'all know Baltimore getting rocked a little bit. They got 2 deaths in inner city Baltimore, but I'm pretty sure other places like Townsend or Towson or Ellicott City. All those like all my old stomping grounds in them areas too. Around this part here, they're further back up 95. They're going through it. Yeah. So again, it's just becoming one of those things where how long before this thing starts to really really get redder, right? The scary part about it, right? We only got too much longer before it get redder, right? So let me post that link again, guys. If you guys want to come on the back chat, again, by all intents and purposes, y'all know how I like to do it. Jump on. Let's discuss this stuff, man. Let's build, right? Let's have our own little situation room or war briefing, as they like to call it. uh,
Yeah, I was
yeah.
thinking
So
about Abel, man. I feel bad for the people who are incarcerated right now, man. I know they must be having it bad right now.
well, yeah, that's a hot button topic right now as well because man, I saw an article that I should have. It's so many articles coming out right now. It's just staggering. You can't even keep up with them all, right? And I'm always the type of person always looking for good data, good content that's viable to know. But I saw one the other day where they said one prison, I think like over 100-something people ended up contracting it. Because
Oh,
again they got late. They ain't testing people in prison like they're testing people out here on the outside. So if only one person having, they already in closed quarters. How you social distancing even in prison? Just think
facts.
about that. How you social distancing in prison? Like, dude, are you serious? There's a reason why they got them all stacked on top of each other, right? Because it's a money. It's a money bag grab. Right? Pack them in there as much as possible, right? You got people right on top of each other. Even the cells are right beside each other. So even if you had, it'd be hard for them to do one person per cell reality, uh, you know. But how do you do that? How do you even practice that? You know, in a prison.
Facts.
So these people are catching it and contracting it, and they have again, the medical condition in there ain't nowhere near again private sector being out, obviously, and so you're gonna have a lot of these people, just stuck there with it, just turning over, stewing in those viruses, right? And then again, you complain, and it's weird because I've been to jail. Ain't no secret. I mean, I was in college, like anybody else. Had some fun nights, and hey, time to go on in. So get in trouble, got into a couple little, scuffles here and there when I was in school, whatever. But regardless, you just in general, y'all know what it's like if you ever been to the pokey, right? They call it the pokey, whatever. Man, ain't nowhere in the world you can think them people sitting up in there ain't jammed up right now. Literally.
Yeah,
Behind this
man.
virus.
Yeah,
Right.
that's not the cleanest place. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
Right. It's a jail. The whole goal is to make it, not like, this ain't the chateau, right? This ain't the chateau beyond. You going to, the Pope, right? Like I said, it's less minimalistic in terms of cleanliness and all that, and then some. It depends on where you at, unless you going to something more, extravagance, like they say, because those people saying they going to the Club Fed, I heard they get a little better. I don't want to test it, but, but regardless, that's still something to think about as well. So, some
Yeah.
of us might got family members in lockdown, or people we know. Again, these people are humans too. Again, at the end of the day, right? They're human still, right? And they can't really do nothing now, right? So you ain't
Mm-hmm.
finna don't double punish them just because you feel like they're uh, you know you know the lessers, obviously, because they out of society because of something they did, whatever. You don't just lead them to the wolves of this virus, which is ravaging everybody, right? It just,
Facts.
I mean, but that's serious though, because I've been hearing people raise that question, especially with some of these briefings that they've been having in New York, because they were speaking to the Attorney General in New York about that, towards Rikers Island. And Rikers Island was obviously getting ravaged. Even dude caught it. What's his name? The one they just sent to jail for raping the women. That was all in the news. What the guy named? The movie? No, not movie actor, but
Harvey Weinstein.
Weinstein. Weinstein.
that's him. Yeah, he caught it. Even that,
Mm.
I want to call him what I really want to call him, but yeah, even yeah, he caught it, right?
Yeah.
And he was in, obviously trying to be in isolation much as possible, right? But even he caught it. So again, maybe it do its due with him. We'll see. We ain't heard nothing about him since then, but yeah, exactly. 100%. Play hot. You 100% right, sis. So maybe that's some little karma, right? All of a sudden he was the first one they actually started naming that had it out of Rikers Island, right? So they couldn't wait to drop that press release. Harvey Weinstein, he got that fresh case of that Rona, right? And him and that little walker, he pushing that little walker around, right? I'm just saying,
Yeah.
whatever, hey, karma is, as they say.
Yeah, I heard him
So
talking
yeah,
about the rapper too. 6ix9ine, the rapper 6ix9ine. He trying to get up out of there right now
yeah.
because of
So
that.
again, you do have some public figures like he's still in there, right? And then there's other people I think we know. Matter of fact, where is dude at? Now, I think what prison they send oh buddy too. God dang it. Uh
Cosby.
my man. No, well we know Cosby in Philly. That's even scary too to think about that. But we'll talk about that too. What's buddy that got jammed up under that last big when Lehman Brothers and Bernie Madoff. Yeah, Bernie Madoff. He in Rikers too, ain't he? Or is he
Mm.
in Boston? He in the prison up fed up in Boston area, or is it right? I'm not sure. I don't want to be speculating, but because he was just trying to get out recently. He was filing an appeal to get out on a medical condition. Obviously, he get old in his body. I think he got cancer or something. So he was trying to get out on a health pardon. And so definitely jokers like that, boy, they can't, bruh.
Yeah.
That Rona hit them, it's probably a wrap. So, but like we were
Yeah.
saying, that's what's scary about those who are locked in prison. They man,
Yeah, just kind of
you
at the
know, they
mercy of whatever's gonna happen. You can't. They ain't got no control of nothing.
right. And again, where do you go? Who do you complain to? Right, the guards are even contracted. I know in Chicago, y'all saw the story about the woman in Chicago that contracted it. She got it. Told the warden that she thought she was really sick and shouldn't come to work. Right, they forced her to come to work anyway. She was sneezing all over the controls in the prison since prison, control room and all that stuff. Turned around, her coworker came in right on top of it. They weren't cleaning it, obviously, or whatever. They might have been slow to. And she contracted it. So imagine how many people contracted out of Cook County prison just because of her. Because y'all know them, like I say, dealing with those the inmates and all that stuff. And if the guards catching them moving, man, I can only imagine.
Yeah, they go to
Golly.
touching everything, and then even just thinking about certain people getting out and going in.
Yeah, and so that's a revolving door, because that's how they make money. Again, locking people up. That show you how greedy they are, how inhumane. Again, most people like, well, man, what do you do? Again, you don't want to just let anybody out. Again, it's one of those things where you're like, okay, how do you reckon that in your head, right? Do you still value these people who they are, which they are? They're human, just like me and you, right? At some point, they probably still are, taxpayer citizens. They just got jammed up. You don't just say these people just nobodies, right? Because again, we understand that the prison population is obviously, inundated with obviously people of color, and that's obviously purposeful, right? But that's not even up for discussion or debate. That's non-negotiable. We know why, that populace of people are in these jail cells. However, in the same breath, that's why it's a slow, these slow mandates. You're starting to hear people come out and say, well, we're going to let certain people out, if they meet certain thresholds and this, that, and third. If a person has the virus, whatever, they need to be up out of there, period, no matter who they are, right? Just put them in isolation in the hospital as well, put some handcuffs on if they that serious of a criminal, but don't leave them there, right? Because again, they are subject to spread it to other people. And now you're going to have a problem because, some of these, these activist groups are really finna start going after these, these attorney generals and state governors, all that for the same reason, because you got people locked where they can't even run away. It's like a genocide. Just be honest. Call it what it's like. It's like a genocide. And they're young. They'll get through it. Okay, whatever. All right. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to get too political, but let's keep it real. Again, we talk real over here. All right, we're gonna keep it 100. Everybody got their views, and I value it all. So that's something that's, again, to be very, very something that needs to be kind of looked into. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are, but hey.
Yeah, just you gotta understand the landscape and just understand, what look in the eyes of, everybody, what I'm saying, and what's going on. This is affecting us all, It's real.
Right. I mean, look at Chicago. Chicago ramping up. 94 dead, 5,000 cases right now. Right. And it's only gonna get bigger. They're already saying Chicago gonna be the next, hotbed place. Again, so you can only imagine the Cook County Jail is packed. I'm sure it was definitely packed before this virus really kicked off. So, man, I can only imagine. Just pull up an article on Cook County Prison. That'll give you indication right then and there. But those guys going to deal with Indianapolis. All the major city hubs are getting ravaged. Indianapolis, big old dot in Indianapolis, right? 21 dead, 1,000 people so far. Just getting started. Again, I hate to even say it from that perspective, but a lot of these states these states are just starting to get, tested. Because keep in mind, they wasn't getting tested like New York and California and Seattle, Washington, at that level, right? Because a lot of people will still looking for them test kits, right? We ain't gonna have that discussion too, right? We still looking for them test kits, right? They said millions of test kits. Again, I'm never gonna downplay that, right? And smart people should not downplay that. Whether you like a political party or not, don't play with people's lives, right? Your politics don't come before people's lives. I'm sorry, and if you are that kind of person, you might want to just go and leave about there right now, because I'm gonna dig into all politicians, Democrats and Republicans, right? Because they all take blame in the opportunity like this when it's necessary. Because if you have moments where you have intel and you have a position to be a whistleblower or outcrier, as they call it, a Paul Revere, so to speak, then you do that, right? Don't let all that bureaucratic bullcrap get in the way of you doing what's right for us on a humanistic perspective. And so again, we know what came out of the White House. It's non-negotiable. We know they dragged their feet. We know they were slow to move because they were concerned about stocks and all that kind of dumb stuff, the economy. And because of that, more people are affected now. Point blank, period. End of discussion. Right? And it ain't no laughing matter. Ain't no, again, I don't care about your political party. So I'm just gonna lay that out there. Right? Don't get it twisted. Right? That stuff do not come before people's lives. So where a lot of people now are being thrown under the bus because of it, because they have, again, we don't have testing apparatus. We don't have ventilators, right? Again, that don't just happen knowing that you are coming into, again, they had large values of intel coming in now after the fact. We're starting to see it now that they've been knew about it way back in January, right? They was telling them, hey, get prepared, get ready. And again, them jokers like, hey, man, I don't care about the stock market right now, this economy, right? And it's election cycle. So now all of a sudden you're scrambling, to get gowns and again, all these kind of things like that. And so now, guess what? St. Louis, Indianapolis, right? Again, Nashville, right? Memphis, Tennessee, right? Y'all starting to Little Rock. Again, we talk about Little Rock, even little Little Rock, right? They ain't about as big as a lot of people, but how many people you think in Arkansas is getting tested right now? Truthfully, right? Do you think they beating down the door to get tested right now?
Shoot,
You
yeah.
know,
Trump he was trying to say a lot of these places don't need to get tested. Leave it up to them.
Exactly. So people were like, and because of that, if these state governors ain't mandating to get some test kits in, and then they probably feel like they don't want to ask because guess what? They feel like places like New York need it more than others. They're scared to even ask because the way he's kind of, trying to bully these governors into kind of just falling in line with he say. And so you're starting to see that they're starting to infight, but they're not necessarily they're trying to keep it public, out of the public much as possible, right? They're fighting, right? So this is the part where I say you can't rely. Right now is not the time to be relying on governance in terms of the governor or the government value, excuse me, to make you for you to wait to make decisions that's going to be good for you right now, right? So again, don't buy into that rally. If you think if you feel like you ain't got the virus, then go get tested. If you feel like you have any inkling of something that's feel abnormal, you go get tested, right? Go get tested, right? Tulsa, look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma City. All your major cities definitely you already know they're gonna have some dots, right? Again, Dallas, man, we already know Texas is starting to ramp up. I mean, all around suburbia Dallas, Denton, Fort Worth, McKinney, Cleburne, Waxahachia, what was that? Waxahachia, Waxahachia. I don't know how to say that too. But yeah, it's starting to ramp up. It's starting to ramp up. Again, Houston, and you got more people in Houston than Dallas is, I think, right now. You got 847 confirmed, six deaths. Dallas got 731. They got go ahead.
No, I would say I think it's called Wichita.
Yeah, Wichita. Yeah, Wichita. Right. Again, places just out of no name places. San Antonio 229. So it's starting to ramp. Look at New Orleans. Right. Remember last? Go ahead, over Chris.
Yeah, it just keeps growing and growing, especially now that it's been confirmed that it's airborne. I don't think nobody's safe from it. So it's just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
And you know what's interesting too? It seems like before they was like, y'all don't need to be getting these masks, but it seems like they're trying to hint like we need some masks now. Like,
well, no, y'all saw that today too, like I did. Now the White House is starting to say, Mike Pence came out and said it, that now he thinks that every American needs to start wearing a mask. Now y'all see, remember I told y'all that was how it was gonna go down like that. The Surgeon General that put that tweet out literally about a month ago, a month and a half ago, when we showed that tweet that the U.S. Surgeon General said, stop buying masks. They don't work. But we need them for who? Healthcare workers and the patients. So if it don't work, why you need it for healthcare workers and the patients then? That was just a way to stop people from going out there buying masks.
Right.
So you say, well, okay, well, the Surgeon General said I don't need to buy a mask. I'll just wait till some more news. And guess what? Now you start hearing about everybody stockpiling. Meaning the government stockpiling masks. Now people can't even get a mask barely. And if you try to order it online, that's gonna take you sometimes like a week or two to get it. Like, dude, I need that mask like yesterday. Right? And you can finna go up into these stores now where people are obviously knowing more people are gonna be infected now and they breathing all over the place, even if they got the little red tapes in there where you got to be 6 feet away from people. If it's airborne at that level and it's kind of lingering in the air, somebody can have it and you just walk right into their cloud of that Rona. I know we kind of making it seem, but that's just what it is right now. We're not virologists, we're not, whatever. We're just going off what the data, is coming out of these, these so-called people who are more, professional, not professional, but the people who study this stuff, right? In terms of what they're saying, right? So again, it's going to be to a point now where it's going to be hard to even go to the grocery store, right? Without potentially catching it. I think just listen to I think my brother Donis Amir, he said he think he caught it from inside of a grocery store.
At the Kroger. Yep, he said at the Kroger.
Yeah. Right there in Atlanta. Y'all know Kroger just, all over Atlanta. So just imagine, and that's come from people trying to go in there, rushing in there to buy everything they can. So you got people, jamming these stores up. I mean, again, we just do that ratio numbers. They're saying what, four out of one or 5 out of one might, one person might could be the carrier, and hey, it ain't for them to spread it to other people. So it's man, I tell you what, it's getting ugly. It's getting ugly. And now again, the idiot governor of Florida, my state, my home state, I should say. What
Right.
did he do? DeSantis, right? What did he do? He doubled. He finally, after he know that he was basically responsible and negligent for a lot of people in Florida catching it.
Mm-hmm.
He knew that if he left the people out in the state of Florida, and he had people obviously were fleeing New York, coming into Florida, and I mean by the droves, people coming down to Florida, right? Because they all that hot weather kills and all that kind of stuff. People start coming to Florida, bringing the virus to them, and they had people at the beaches, like it's just hanging like nothing happening. And now the people in Florida catching it like none other now. And he just now came back and said, okay, now he's going to issue a stay-at-home address for Florida. When they was asking him before, like, dude, of all places, don't you think you should, shut down Florida? Still trying to be greedy and get every dollar he can out of the last little moment before he shut it down. But now you just, brought in more of that virus. Right. So again, I mean, Miami-Dade County just swamp. 2,000 some cases. You know them deaths gonna pick up, right? You know them deaths finna pick up. Again, just Broward, Fort Lauderdale, Plantation, all those areas there, Lake Worth. I mean, man, y'all already know what it is. A lot of my Florida family, y'all know what it is. Alligator Alley, look at Alligator Alley, right? People might be familiar with Florida. You don't call your county down there, but that road right there from Naples into Fort Lauderdale, we call it Alligator Alley, right? Old school,
Mm-hmm.
right? Some of my Floridian people, right? Obviously, you got the swamps all over the place, but again, you got places. Some of these places, somewhat desolate. They ain't as big as like a Broward, but still, you got a good little mass of people kind of colonizing these little areas. So again, these people, everybody kind of subjected. Even look at it, way down here in Monroe, 30 people down there.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody in Key West got it. They ain't finna fool me. Think Key West ain't nobody down there got it. I know somebody down in Key West got it. Again, just keep 100. But yeah, man. So again, it's just starting to get crazy, man. Palm Beach. Palm Beach County. Trump. That's where down in there, Del Mar, West Palm Beach. That's where his little golf course area and stuff. He keep running down there a lot. So he probably went took it down there, old joker. Nah, but yeah. So it's he's to blame. He's to blame. Look at these numbers. I mean, look at these dots are starting to pick up now. Look at the number of the cases, right? Clearwater. I mean, that's where they were down in there, Clearwater, where they had that big beach, that big beach party. There you go, right here, man. Let's go there. And it ain't no mistake. It ain't no coincidence. It's right near the beach.
Yep.
That's where Pinellas County, Pinellas, Florida, obviously, right on that beach area near Clearwater, whether it's on east or west side, but apparently they got on this area. So when they showed all them kids out there on the beach, here you go. Right, so we know the numbers gonna pick up before it's over with. Turn to confirm, and that's not considering the people that came down and went back and took it to their particular states. Again, I'm just bro. Every day we look at this stuff, you just know it's gonna get ugly and ugly. I mean, look at this. You talking about in the central Georgia? How you got a big old dot down here near Albany, right? Albany, Georgia. Some of you guys familiar with Georgia? Where my Georgia folks at? Right? Anybody builder from Georgia? Right? Where my Georgia folks at? Right? So again, you got scenarios where even places like rural Georgia, finna start spreading it like it's wildfire. Right? Country living. How they get it? Ain't even no airport in Albany, I don't think. If it is, like crop dusters only. But they look at that big old dot there. 490 people contracted, 29 deaths. And the deaths gonna be bigger in these areas because guess who live in a lot of these areas here? Older people. Older people live in central Georgia. All the young people moved to Atlanta or Savannah. They don't want. They ain't hanging out. They got a college there. They got Doherty University, one of the colleges there. But mostly these are old people. Same way with Alabama. A lot of those central parts there, a lot of old elderly people. And so the deaths are going to be kind of magnified in those little areas. Lee County, Georgia, 7 dead. 1 dead. I mean, these places just in the middle of nowhere. In the nowhere. 10 people, Calhoun County, right? I know Calhoun. They had a little good basketball team at some point. They used to travel to Tallahassee sometime and other places. But either way, they got 1 dead. 10 people and 1 dead. Look at that ratio. That's scary. And it's probably gonna pick up. Who knows? Again, but and now let's move to Atlanta, right? Over here where our brother Don is at. You already know the perimeter. the perimeter definitely finna pick up, right? 285, anywhere around the perimeter. See, look here, already look at the perimeter, right over here in DeKalb County, and out here in what Fulton, right?
Yeah, I heard
Conyers, all
Fulton
those areas.
bad.
It's crazy. I had some N95 masks from 3M
Yeah,
from like a couple years ago. When Hurricane Harvey hit, I had some in
yeah,
my backseat holder, like 3 or 4. I'm like, damn, I've been had these masks. I forgot they was back there. But now they saying
look at
that
that.
the shit is airborne now, so anybody can get it.
Right, right. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy. We taking them little masks for granted now. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Joker man, scramble for them little masks right
Yeah.
now. Right? Marietta, look at
Yeah.
where my Georgia folks at? Anybody from Georgia in the back chat?
Yeah.
Right?
Live in
Brother
Georgia.
T say he ain't going to grocery
I
store.
moved from
Oh
Georgia.
yeah. That was a good.
Yeah, I just moved. I
Yeah.
was living right over there in the
Yeah.
west.
Make brother a little moderator. Yeah, so again, where my Georgia people at? Anybody from Georgia? Fulton County? Anybody from Georgia? Who else from Georgia?
He was like, I don't want to die. Like, oh man, I really appreciate y'all.
Right? Oh, that brother Chris. Over Chris,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Cool, man. I don't need your money back. Like, you really gonna want this?
Can you hear
Yeah.
Over
I
Chris?
was like, all right, I think he's about to sell me and stuff.
I don't know if you can hear
Yeah. Come on, all those ingredients, man.
me. Okay, I just muted Mike for now. I don't know if you can hear us. But yeah, so again, it's things picking up, man. It's picking up. Again, so we're gonna try to do what we can. Again, we're not, we're our own little village, but it's better to be stay well informed best as you possibly can, than to risk, again, just putting yourself at the odds are pretty much against you. Just keep it 100. The odds are against you at this point. With the way that the rapid of the spread is starting to happen, and then you're hearing more news and data coming out about, again, like we said earlier today, is now that they're saying that it's hanging out in the air a lot longer than initially, was known. But we knew that. Again, you're talking about a virus that obviously, that sets precedence and through, again, in your lungs. So breathing it in, number one, anytime a person sneezes, right, the level of when you sneeze, how far the droplets obviously, disperse from your mouth, you can only imagine, right? And it doesn't take just one person, 2 or 3 people to be sneezing, in an area, in general area, and then those water droplets just kind of sitting there in the midst, like just sitting there, and you just walk right on through that little crowd. Yeah, it's weird, but that's how you really start thinking about it, man. It's crazy, right? Obazane said 27 feet trajectory in terms of a potential spew when a person sneezes,
Wow.
right? So that means you just, it's like you spitting that, that level of, potential virus just out there, just like it ain't, hey,
That remind me,
hold this for me real quick.
that remind me of Reptile from Mortal Kombat. When he be
Right.
spitting.
Right.
That
You
thing-
spitting that Rona, it won't be long for somebody to make a video game. You know how people gonna monetize this stuff for all said and done. Right, you be a little video game, just gonna be like he's spitting the coronavirus out, and fatal fatality. What did we saying? Fatality or something? I don't.
Facts.
It's gonna be crazy. Again, so just moving along the chart again, and we'll get back to some stocks definitely. But again, man, I mean, Atlanta's starting to get ugly.
Yeah, I heard
Atlanta's
it's real
starting to
bad
get ugly.
in Fulton, like just a full county. Because my mom, I used to stay out there, and my mama stay out there now, and she said
Yeah.
it's bad out there in Fulton County.
Yeah, I lived in Fulton. I was right there. I was in off Dogwood Avenue, right? Not too far from the right near Fulton, you say, but more close to East Point, in College Park area. But and most people that live inside the perimeter, you already you pretty much claim Fulton. Regardless, if you enter city, near Atlanta Station, all that stuff, where all the downtown areas at, PepsiCo, all that stuff. I mean, Coca-Cola, all that, but all this still within that perimeter, right? So I was over here near Hartsfield Avenue, or Hartsfield Jackson, off Dogwood Avenue, right? But again, that's only a couple minutes in the city. 85, you right up in there, no time. Hop on 285, other side of Camp Creek, Camp Creek Parkway, over all the Langford Parkway, all that stuff in the airport. Yeah, y'all know it's like y'all Atlanta people, but I mean, y'all already know when I'm saying all that to say it's very densely populated up in there. A lot of people, moving in and out that area a lot. You got the busiest airport in the world, literally in Hartford, Jackson, right? Imagine the amount of people that came in through Hartford and brought it, right? Because that's a true international airport, right? Everybody come through Hartford. Everybody. Again, you got UPS, FedEx. They got big, warehouses in there that ship stuff out of that area. But beyond that, just the patrons, right? People that's flying in and out of Atlanta. Because again, that's the only major airport, in a major radius throughout Georgia, definitely. Before you actually, move into North Carolina up here in Charlotte, again, everybody come through our Hartsfield basically.
Yeah, even
So I can imagine.
They had that that person come through with Ebola.
Right, exactly. Yep, you're right. You're right. Over Marquise, 100% right. Right. So again, this is just that moment where where you have to just really start asking yourself, is it worth it? Right. I mean, I'm saying worth it to be out and about when you necessarily don't have to be, right? Because we know we knew we was talking about this again about a week ago. Y'all know exactly what's going to end up being a problem. You can't tell Americans with the mindset that they got to sit still or stay home. All the people with this entitled mindset, right? We saw an article, I posted an article the other day about this one lady, this white lady. She was up in the grocery store purposely sneezing all over the produce section.
What?
Purposely sneezing all across the produce section. Like, what? The mindset. They arrested her behind, of course. They arrested her, right? Took her to jail, right? Now, what was this a person that, just nasty. Just again, selfish and just insidious just to be doing. And she just was purposely, they say they called or whatever, just purposely just coughing all over the produce. Stuff that you typically pick up with your hands. I hope you're using gloves now or just using a plastic bag over your hand to pick up your produce now. But even more so when you get home, if you buy any produce now that you can wash or soak, you best definitely be soaking it when you get home. Some lemon juice, some whatever you use, vinegar, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
You can't trust it. I mean, you should wash your fruits and vegetables anyway, but I know we do, right? But you should do that anyway. But now it's like one of the scenarios now, you can't trust nothing. And if you that liberal, when you were just liberal before, you can't take that approach to things now. You can't. Unless you're just saying, you know what, let me go and catch this wrong and get it over with, right? So I can get on the other end of it, get it out the way. If you're taking that kind of kamikaze approach to it, then hey, you might as well just go hang out in the elevator, right? And tell somebody to come on in there and sneeze a couple times with you with it. Get you a little hot box session, right? Or that Rona. And that's that. Right? That's that. So again, guys, I watch. Yep, I'm saying wait. Go to the grocery store. You wiping that stuff down with alcohol, right? You got your alcohol spray bottle, any kind of products, plastic jugs. Again, definitely plastic. You definitely want to spray those stuff down if you go into the store, right? After you come back, definitely bring it to your house.
Mm-hmm.
It's even stuff like that you have to start doing now on a meticulous level where you can't even overlook doing that now.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? So it just makes it like, man, it's like, dude, how do you how do you take the mindset again where it's not that important?
Yeah,
I just
you
you know what I'm saying? What do you do?
Everything, like sometimes I'm like, I'm about to wash my hands. I'm like, hold on, I can't touch the top of the spout because then it's gonna be on the spout. So I got to use my arm. Like, you got to think about stuff like that.
Exactly. So I like us, been saying, we just have to step up. We have to ramp up and step up the game, especially if you got kids and stuff. You got to train them. You got to get their mind right now. You got to, again, really hard, drill them. Obviously, most of them are probably home, but if you got those kids that are still going into these little daycares, because a lot of these daycares are still open. A lot of them are still open, right? Because they're considered to be essential personnel, right? Or essential businesses, right? Go figure, right? Having to, still daycare for people who have to still go into work, that are so-called quote unquote essential personnel. Now again, they look at people that work at the grocery store as an essential personnel. Of all people, who would have thought? Right? Joker sitting at Walmart now, he is essential or she is essential to keeping people, fed at a moment like this when everybody kind of locked in the house, chilling. But again, they're more at risk than anybody now because they have to deal with people coming in and out, that may have the virus and just stuck and ain't got no choice and got to come get groceries, and so I think we spoke about that the other day. Like, should these people receive hazard pay? Right? If you working at the grocery store right now, or the U.S. Postal Service, right? I had my little scare at the U.S. Postal Service up here in my little area, where a dude just fell out. Old man fell out, and the lady was at the counter just coughing and looked very, like she was just pale and like she was just about to. And I'm like, it happened on the day I went and at the hour I went. I'm like, man, couldn't I just got here like maybe later? I don't know, but I was like, man, this thing is crazy. And this was over what, a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just like now we have to just really, really, really start. Yeah, brother. Oh, Brandon say he lights all inside the car. Yeah, my neighbors, my neighbors next door, man, when they go out and about, they leave their windows down, right? Hey, whatever, they ain't even trusting trusting the car, bro. They let their windows down, let the air out, I guess. But people are doing different things to try to, to be preventative maintenance minded about it, right? And that's one of my biggest things. I'm always talking preventive maintenance, right? A PMCS check, right? Preventive maintenance checks and services, right? Learned that obviously through the military, but that's just a part of your daily life anyway. You should always move in the essence of having a PMCS mindset, right? Preventive maintenance checks and services. Your health, right? Non-negotiable. Your health should be non-negotiable, right? I ain't finna preach health and wealth all down your throat, but now, even more so now, a lot of people that took their health for granted, they're the most scaredest people right now, right? Because we're seeing healthy people or perceived to be healthy, them getting beat down bad of not dying from it. Again, I go back to my brother Donis. Y'all know Donis was an athlete. He said he lost well over 15, 20 pounds. An athlete, if again, so if you ain't the half of the stature that dude is in terms of his workout regimen and all that, right? You better have some really good genetics, right? You better hope you have some of them Zamunda genetics or something. Something. So I'm just keeping it 100, So again, nobody's spared at this point. And if you think you are, you just don't know. That's the part about that. It's enigmatic, right? It's very ambiguous to think that you can be the person that can whoop it just because you think you this, that, and the third. Right. So my question to you do you even want to test it? Do you want to test it? Right? Do you want to be that Hollywood Cole right now? Right?
Yeah,
I'm
especially
just
when you
saying.
talk about something that's your lungs, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
Man, it's tough, man. This situation is tough. Like you said, brother
Right.
Dinus went through it. Then Jabari went through it. Is going through it
Yeah,
right
Jabari
now.
going through it right now. Yep.
Like, man, people better stop playing around, man. Your health is your wealth. Damn everything else. If you don't spend your money, spend no money, take care of your body. Look at LeBron James. LeBron James spends millions of dollars every year on taking care of his body. That says a lot more than anything. That just lets you know that, we value too much in this consumerist society than our own
Right.
health.
mm-hmm.
That is so true. So it is a priority wake up call. If anything, just looking at it from that perspective and that perspective on, it is a priority wake up call. And people are like, well, what do you mean by a priority wake up call? Well, just that. What does the word priority mean? Right? So, where the way that we're always speaking about self preservation, right? Preserve thyself, meaning you come first, right? You have to realize that in nature, that's how life works. It's self preservation. You have to preserve thyself before you even effective at doing and taking care of anybody else, right? So you have to realize that so you can make good decisions, right? And prioritize getting yourself up to a speed or a level where in the event that somebody else grows down, at least you can be that backstop, right? But if everybody carried that mindset, then what does that do for the village? What does that do for the village, right? You have a village of strong people who are definitely conscious, and they're doing what they can, best they can, to make sure that they all kind of stay, pretty much healthy and up to par. All right. But again, y'all know that again, we keep speaking about it. America is a decadent culture, right? It's the most overweight society on the planet, right? That ain't by accident, right? Because you can get anything you want, at any moment, and because of that, we do a lot of things on a habitual level that obviously in time, like they say, is gonna catch up with you later again. But in moments like this, when you have a pestilence like a virus that's sweeping across the land, which it is right now, because some people gonna make it biblical, whatever, do what you do, but either way, it is ripping across the entire globe right now, right? Who would have thought it would be something like this nature? Again, we have to go back to what the Spanish flu back in 1918, right? And look at the data, what happened then. Now, with all this technology, now with all these different inhibitors, when I say inhibitors, we got all these things that kind of lessen our health, because y'all know the food back then in 1918 compared to the food today, non-negotiable. You know the food today garbage compared to the food back then. They didn't have all this processed this and carcinogen-based this and whoop this and whoop that. And so that's why you have a very obese nation, or people who have more allergies than they ever had before, more sicknesses than they ever had before. This, that, and the third. And if you get something like this coming to your eco, you have to make some real drastic decisions, because you can't gamble the idea that you're not just going to do nothing. You see what I'm saying? You don't have that luxury to make that decision now after the fact. So you have to be a little bit more extra precautionary, right? You have to be a little bit more studious in doing the right things, even though it may go against your natural will to say, I don't want to do none of that. Again, your life matters. Your life matters more, or the people around you should matter more too. And so again, it really is now taking us to a level that we haven't been at in a long time. In a long time, meaning people have to really start thinking about the greater fold more or less than themselves. Because again, the rate of the spread, and who knows when we'll hit the apex, right? They keep throwing around numbers, right? But who knows, right? Who truly knows when we'll actually hit that apex? Because with no vaccine, what's going to happen? If it's like anything like the flu, what does the flu do? The flu has a season, right? It's cyclical, right? So when the flu season come around again, you got no vaccine, you're going to have the flu, pneumonia, and the coronavirus still hanging around. Coronavirus still going to pop like, hey, y'all remember me? Yeah, I ain't went nowhere.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
You know what
tough
I'm
right
saying?
there. Oh, that's tough.
Think about that. See what I'm saying? So, and they already kind of thrown out numbers like, well, because that was the whole stat. Well, the flu takes out about 16,000 people last year. It killed 16,000 people. Okay, well, we just had the coronavirus, about 2 months now, 2.5 months? And we already at 5,000 dead. So about 1/4, we about 1/4 in, close to about 1/4 in with this coronavirus in America, and we already at 5,000. If they don't slow the spread of this stuff and keep people out, from being, what that number gonna look like 3 months from now, another quarter from now. You see what I'm saying? So it's not even an even match at this point. It's not even worth the talking point to say that the flu is more devastating at this point. That's the dumbest talking point you can say right now, because the flu ain't as contagious as this virus is, obviously, at the level of how damaging it is. Right? And it's allergy season, right? Because guess what? Pollen getting ready to release. Wind out there blowing hard right now. The wind blowing, getting ready to release that pollen, shaking up them little seeds. And so guess what? People gonna be right on out there, and that little Rona gonna be blowing right on the wind, right along with, with that pollen. Yeah, I know we making light, but just keep it real. We can, we understand basic science enough to realize this is a moment where it's even more scary. We ain't talking about it just being, it may help a little bit too and blow it all over the place, but hopefully it ain't nowhere near you. I mean, I don't know the complete science of enough to say that. I'm doing my own research, but I've been knew that it was going to be an airborne reality. Yeah, that wasn't far fetched to think, that could be scenarios like that. So, man, I'm just thinking here that it's going to get crazy, man. So we don't want to play the doomsday, Dr. Doom mentality, but what else did you have? What else do you have in your defense right now to help you out? Right. See, that's where it becomes like the reality really creeps in. Like, what else can you do? Because you have no vaccine. If you are pro-vaccine and pro this, what else can you do? You got no, if you self-medicate, you don't know how to do that properly. That can take you out. We saw that happen, right? With a couple, right? With a dude, right? So you still have to just, do some of the basic stuff that they're saying, as far as keeping yourself, out of harm's way as much as possible. Right? California picking up. LA, big old dot right there, 3,066 people dead. And I already know that number in terms of dead, definitely going to pick up if that's not even registering all the people that they even registered yet. Right? That's a lot of people there in LA, San Diego. I mean, y'all seen it. I mean, we could be here all day, but that's why we have this discussion. I'm having this discussion because I really, want to be able to provide some kind of level of, value where we can talk about this stuff, right? So we don't feel like we're just kind of, spinning our wheels, or you got people who are saying like it's not that serious, and then okay, you look at all these dots across the country, and it's like, okay, I mean, look at that cluster there, right? I even got to use words like that now. Look at that cluster, and San Francisco, San Jose, right? That's an ugly little cluster right there. They got you cornered on both sides, top and bottom. You just good luck. You know what I'm saying? Good luck. You know, and again, so Portland, we already know Seattle again got ravaged. You know, 164 dead at this point. 2,496 people confirmed. Again, just it's looking bad, man. I mean, look at the old United States, man. Look at that map. Look at that map there. You know what's funny too? Again, I don't like to make light of it, but that looks like a cell tower coverage. Like Verizon, y'all remember that commercial back in the day with Verizon? Like this all the people we cover. Well, they ain't lying now. God, dog, they ain't lying now.
Yeah.
Golly. So again, guys, just be careful, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Raul. I see you in the back chat there. My bad. I get the show on the screen. I can't see the back chat there. So, hey, what's going on today, y'all, bro?
How you doing, man?
Doing well, man. Doing well, man. How you guys got the online virtual class going on right now, right?
Yes, sir.
How's that? How are they doing it for the school, man? How's everything?
It's
Are they
funny,
saying anything for you yet?
Like, what's it called this quarter? I was just going to take a lot of labs, like physics lab, a neurobio lab, but now it's just like they don't even know what to do. The TAs are so confused. Like we're on Zoom and they have no idea what they're doing. So, well, I think it's just going to be a learning quarter for all of them.
Right. So I mean, they even got the again online schooling for preschools, kindergarten, all that now. And so that's another conversation, right? We might as well talk about it, correct? Because now it's all about what the 5G hoax, right? People starting to see vans and buses pull up in their neighborhood they never seen before, and everybody's saying that's the 5G, the 5G people, right? They even call them the 5G people, I guess. I don't even know what that's about. But let's discuss that because some of you guys who are more level-headed, right? Before you just jump on out the window and say something like that, y'all do know right now that there are a lot of unfortunate people who do not have internet service. So a lot of states are being mandated to roll out what they call 5G data centers on wheels. They're like a bus that has a 5G capability where people can have internet, so they can still teach kids online.
Oh, that's nice.
So if you do see, again, that's why we got to follow these briefings, right? Because they talking about it, a lot throughout the states, and some of the stuff they have out of the White House. But they have the 5G buses rolling out, and they're actually starting to give kids who are less unfortunate tablets, so they can still do online learning.
Yeah.
Right. So in the event you are in one of those areas, like I said, a rural area that ain't barely got 2 power lines in it, you got to have like a satellite, internet service, so they got buses and vans that go into those areas to kind of canvas those kids so they can still have online learning. So if you do see those things and you got a little van parked in your neighborhood, that ain't the Feds, or it might be. All right. It ain't the 5G people, unless you just know they up there climbing up poles, putting some up, right? It's the internet bus. Just put it like that. It's the internet bus. All right, so these kids can still learn because they're also doing that for lunches. Y'all know that they're rolling out different partners like Pernell Bread and many other companies are coming together now to roll out to give these kids free lunches still, right? So they can still eat. All right, so y'all, if y'all see those vans roll up, they passing out food to those kids that are less fortunate that still can get those, 2 meals a day that they would get in school, like a breakfast and a lunch, right? Even more so is needed now because they home and mom might be home and she already can't go to work, 2 or 3 jobs that she was doing before, so that helps, whether whatever, that helps, so just something to think about. So again, you have to get on your game now in terms of your due diligence and even know what's going on in your neighborhood. Because if not, you're going to be out there again saying that's the 5G people, right? The aliens coming to get you.
I don't know if you saw
get
this
your little
article,
rental.
but it says that the U.S. House Committee says IRS could take up to 20 weeks to issue all paper checks. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, we've been following that. Again, we've been talking about that ever since we've been coming on. Y'all know they're going to be slow to cut that check. Now, if you already don't have,
that's crazy.
I know.
That's
imagine you got to wait that long.
That's like half a year almost.
Right, just think about that, so as if, again, you can afford to even wait that long, right? Because y'all know people already would check the check before it even really took off when we got shut down. So I can only imagine. Again, I can only imagine, and how important, that value of help it can't come soon enough, so to speak, for a lot of people, right? Because they need it. And, again, so yeah, let me start dropping some of these articles. Some of you guys already got a lot of good data to drop, so you guys do have some articles out there for the back chat. By all means, definitely post them in there. So let's discuss them if we can, because it's better to be informed than uninformed, right? Or just making rash decisions based upon, again, shade tree mechanic, type of science, right? All that kind of stuff. Advising people they ain't gotta do nothing but just sit still and or they can just still go out there in public, and do all the kind of things like that. No, just you got to be cautious. You got to be a little bit more careful, So, but again, it's just important that we kind of vet a lot of the information that's coming out now, because this is the moment where people who are really anti the government, they have already a gripe with the government. So anything that the government said, they're gonna be anti it all the way. Now, some things I get it, but when it comes to the science, at least listening in on the science, and then go do your own research. But don't be saying I'm just gonna go out there and just go hang out right now, right? With no mask on, no gloves on. You finna be breathing in all this. You gonna be in the grocery store with your arms stretched wide, saying, "Come cough all over me." It's a hoax. It's a hoax. They're gonna come spray you down with that Rona. They're gonna spray you down with that Rona, bro. You want that Rona, huh? You want to be bad, huh? All right, come on, I got you. I'm gonna take you around the bathroom and squeeze all over your chest, your face, your neck, all that.
That's tough right there, boy.
Yeah, bro. Y'all know they out there. I just keep it real, right? Because that's the target point that people are starting to raise all over social media now, is that they're going after all these so-called people who trying to downplay it as a hoax.
I know. I see people
crazy,
saying
right?
like that they're claiming that the test, I don't know if you've seen the test, but like they put it like into like the back of your like pharynx and stuff. So it goes like pretty far in there, but people are like, oh,
so hold up. So you're a pre-med student, so explain what the pharynx is.
It's like, okay, again, I don't fully know the test apparatus, but it's a pretty long, it's like a bendable
Q-tip.
wire. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
yeah, like a Q-tip thing, and then it goes to the back of your throat, like really far down, and they take a swab of it to see if there's any viral DNA in your throat and stuff like that. So if I'm not mistaken, that's what the test is. And then obviously they're just coming out with the different tests and stuff, but that's the one video I saw, and people keep like claiming that they're using that to like implement a chip in the back of your like head and stuff. It's just like, oh man,
right. Just crazy, right? So it's like, you dang if you do, dang if you don't. You really at the mercy of everything that's conspiracy and science right now. It's like, just being honest, we don't know who to trust. That, and one of these moments like now is really testing your resolve to realize that this is why it's important to learn how to have a good, proper methodology when it comes to research, right? And also when it comes, again, what we say is, due diligence, right? You have to be on your game now. You don't have the luxury. You do not have the luxury, right, to walk around here with your head either in the clouds or in the dirt. You don't have that luxury now, right? Because truthfully, so again, you don't know who to really trust. Again, government, science, and also the conspiracy theories. So you have to formulate a plan to learn how to decipher and cipher proper information out, right? You have to reinvent those values that you learned in school in terms of proper methodology, right? Your science and biology and your chemistry and all that stuff, right? And really make some good sound decisions and choices for yourself going forward. Because again, we was talking about at some point they're gonna make entire America go what? Fully masked, right? Mm-hmm. At the same time, the U.S. Surgeon General was saying don't buy masks, right? Because everybody else need them. Now the White House is starting to come out now and hint that we might need to have all Americans in masks now. Okay, that was like a month ago, dude. That was a month ago. Now you finna say, but we already knew it, right? We was already like, dude, I'm not finna trust it. I'm not finna trust. That's viral. That's if it's a sneezing or a coughing or a cutaneous viral value that kind of obviously goes to tissue, breathing it in, throat. Come on, you already know what's going. You need to block your nasal passages, right? It ain't going in your earlobe. It's going through the soft, wet, mucus valued tissue, right? So
yeah, it makes sense the way it was trying to break it down. It was like it works to protect the people who have it, protect the people who don't have it from the people who have it. Like the patients need
Yep.
the mask, but it doesn't make sense because why are you trying to make all the medical professionals have the mask at the same time? So it was like an inconsistency in that from the beginning.
Right. And so now it's like, okay, well, maybe now, maybe now, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like we already knew it. So again, matter of fact, hold up. Y'all keep talking real quick. Let me
Yeah,
go rub and get I'm gonna show y'all my little stuff. Ain't nobody special, but I ain't playing no radio, man. I bet.
Hey,
yeah,
African Emporium. Are you left?
yeah. I think he probably would want to go get his mask and stuff. But the thing with me, man, like don't lie to me you know what I'm saying, to finesse me. Like tell me the truth. Like
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like don't be
yeah,
trying to lie to protect me or nah. I think the best way for me to protect myself is me to know the correct information. Like
Exactly.
facts.
don't be
Right.
trying to lie to me to finesse a better reaction out of me. That's just it makes me not believe anything else you say after that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Shoot, I just found me. I just found a lot of my 3M masks that I had from Hurricane Harvey 3 years ago in the backseat covers of my car, and I got like 10 of them. I was like,
Oh
oh
shoot,
shit!
that's
I
like
was like,
gold.
man,
Yeah,
yeah. I
that's
Just
forgot.
dope.
gotta find some toilet paper back there, and then you're really winning.
Overnight, me one of them guys.
Bro, I did not. I forgot I had them, man. They was all like, cause I ever since then I had no reason to use them, so I kept them though, just in case. So that
Yeah,
thing come in handy right now.
yeah. I'm pretty sure you got some family, man, who might need one of them, man. Especially,
Yeah, I gotta get them to them, but I'm glad I found them though, cause I think I got a whole bunch of them at home too, somewhere in my bag, somewhere I had to look. I totally
Yeah.
forgot about them.
But yeah, that's definitely one thing I learned about these elected officials and
Hmm.
specialists and politicians. Like they'll look to you dead in your face and lie to you like it's nothing. Like tell you a bold faced lie. Like you know that trips me out. I don't. I think most people you feel like for them to be in that position, they would have some type of integrity to not do that. But time and time again, they prove it over and over again. Like you gotta take it with a grain of salt when they say things.
Yeah, that's why they won't have us at their conferences, because we have been you know been like, you lying, man. They'd have kicked us out of there, got us arrested or
Hey,
something.
like those reporters when they be talking to Trump.
Yeah, yeah. He
Right.
be trying to ignore him and stuff like that. I'm like,
Yeah, when you
nah, bro.
correct answer out of them and they just go to talking to try to talk circles around you.
Right.
But one thing I do, respect certain officials, they will they'll go around, they'll turn around and ask, like the president a question and he'll just kind of beat around the bush or just
Mm,
kind of lie. And then, the official will come and be like, well, nah, yeah, you're right. What he's saying is some bullshit, basically.
right. Yeah. 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 I like when they do that shit. I'm like, they
Yeah,
know you lying.
a lot of the medical, officials like that, they'll tell you. Like, I saw what was it? The one I can't think of his name right now, but they was asking him, basically asking Trump if we would have if they would have responded sooner, could that have prevented this? And he just would not answer that question. He just kept trying to beat around, and then the dude came on after him. He was like, to answer your question, short answer, yes. Like, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but we don't know because of X, Y, and Z. But short answer, yeah, we should have did this way sooner. Dragged our feet on this,
Right. Right. Somebody else answer for him.
just
You
to
guys
cushion
speaking
the
on
start.
the briefings, them getting the information a little late, or not late, excuse me, them dragging their feet on the information, letting the American people know about it.
Yep, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. if they would have acted a little sooner, one of the reporters had asked them, if they would have acted a little bit sooner, could they have curved, the rate of this spread? And Trump was trying to beat around the bush and be like, well, but then the dude came behind him and was like, short answer, yes, but at the same time, certain things we can't quantify because we don't know. But yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, we could have acted faster.
Right. Well, again, that's why I said you don't have to play politics here. You can speak from a place of just, truth. Again, some of you guys are parents. Some of you guys are professional people. Yeah, that's a that ain't nothing you sitting there waving in your head with. Not you got somebody sitting there BSing you, or you know how to again forward think when it comes to other things. That ain't that shouldn't be a hard thing to do now when you know that given information and data and you act on it. In terms of what we know, just basic preventive maintenance, how important that is, right? Getting ahead of it before it becomes, again, stopping the brush fire before it becomes a what?
A wildfire.
Forest fire, right? Or wildfire, right? So you sat there and saw China, exactly what China went through. Had ample amount of time. And on top of that, by the time he actually stopped the travel from people from China coming in, how many people were already coming in and out of China at that point?
Too many.
Mm-hmm.
Diplomats, dignitaries, professional people that just in and out that does, that has to have that have international workers that work in these different plants who are outsourced to have their product being manufactured in China. Again, we knew that y'all saw the article with Steve Wozniak. Right? Some of you guys know who Steve Wozniak is, right? Co-founder of who? Who's Steve Wozniak?
Apple.
Right, co-founder of Apple. Him and Steve Jobs founded Apple, right? He came out with an article that he thought he was patient zero. Because he was actually in and out of Wuhan, and then he lives in where? I think Seattle, somewhere around there, somewhere up there, wow. Washington, Seattle, or California. And so he thought he was the one that actually brought it back.
Wow.
Right? But he just won a minute. But if you just think about him alone, his words, not ours too. He came out and said, he's like, him and his wife,
mm-hmm.
right? But I mean, how many other people that were still Chinese dignitaries coming in and out of America at that point, from in and out of New York, in and out of Atlanta, in and out of California. Especially California, because again, that's a Pacific ride on an airplane right on over, handling business, right? Silicon Valley, this, that, and the third, and you right up out there. Again, so case in point. See, you can track, again, you look at California, we'll speak about California, right? I mean, y'all know that was some of the first areas that got hit and get hit hard, So again, it ain't far-fetched, to understand exactly, if you had, again, done some things a little bit more, a little bit more thorough. And clamping. Look at it, just that fast, the numbers already started balloon. Dude, the numbers then went up. It's still going up, obviously, but yeah, I'm just saying we have ample amount of time to get ahead of this. That's non-negotiable, right? That's non-negotiable. I know I'm getting a little excited, but it's non-negotiable. Anybody that would even say different at this point, man, like seriously,
literally every health professional agrees that we were too slow to deal with it. The only people who were contrary to that are like political people who know nothing about science.
Right.
That's why you named again the czar of the Corona Task Force, the vice president of all people, vice president. You didn't say, okay, we're gonna make Dr. Fauci the czar or Dr. Birx the czar, right? Or even maybe Dr. Scott Gottlieb, the former CDC director. You didn't make none of these people the czar that actually deal with this stuff. You made the vice president. No, why? Because you need somebody to a talking point to dumb down the threat of what it really is to keep American people under this illusion of it's all good. As if these people can't speak for themselves, and they don't have the wherewithal or the professional wherewithal to speak in a way where they know how to, tell people the truth without necessarily making them feel alone. Right? This is the mentality of the people who are again in charge of you, right? And trying to again, like Boeing, you hired who? Bean counters as opposed to engineers to run the company. Now, what's happening with Boeing right now? It's in the dirt. It's flaming to the ground. It truly is a flaming gas.
Moving average.
Right, exactly. See, that's what happens when you put corporate greed over smart people, right? Smart people in the room, and you got them sitting on the sideline twiddling their thumb, and they're like, dude, let me get up there and say something. And it's like, nope, they're looking over there with a mean face. Like, don't you even dare say nothing. I got this. Is that not what you're getting out of the White House right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's agonizing to hear Trump try to downplay this thing and try to even talk about it and speak about it in a way where it's like, dude, man, like sit down, man. Let these smart people get up here and say something.
But acting like you some type of
I think CNN purposely for one of his
panic.
press conferences they cut it to after he finished talking. Like they started it when Trump stopped talking, and then put it for all the other people. So like they didn't even put his part of the press conference on live TV.
Right, and I'm not making this up, and I'm not again making it political. Whether you for Trump or not, that's your own personal reason. But your political party do not come before my health. I'm sorry, you got a problem with that. You need to get up out of here quickly. Right? I don't do people worship over here. I'm sorry, I do not do people worship. And a politician ain't nothing but a charlatan with a badge to kind of do what they want to do.
Yeah, help should be bipartisan.
Right. They definitely tried to push that after the fact, didn't they? Now all of a sudden, it's the Democrats holding us up from the stimulus bill. Joker, y'all firewall the opportunity even to get us safer, make us be safer. And here it is. That's the game they played. Both of them crooks. And two-headed snake. That's all it is. Two-headed snake. Right? Same rattlesnake. Same one rattle, two heads. They're gonna bite you both. You're gonna bite you both ways, bro. You ain't get away.
And now Trump's blaming the state governments, which is insane.
Right.
Which is crazy because who was that? I think it's the governor of New York. Was
Governor Cuomo.
Yeah, Governor Cuomo. He was just talking about just the way they're handling it, and then just talking about certain issues with state and the jurisdictions with state and federal, and why they need to have more power as a state to get things done because there's so much red tape when it comes to get things done.
Yeah, they're bringing in a lot of supplies and all of it's super disorganized. Like I was listening to some stuff earlier and like the federal government is chartering planes to bring over supplies, but then they don't even have like a way to distribute it properly. And then they have like half of it going to the private companies and then that has to get like auctioned off between the states. So it's just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. That's crazy. It's the same country we live in, man.
Yeah.
And the doctor I work with said they're starting to like have coronavirus patients come in and isolate them and stuff like that.
Damn.
Yeah. So it's getting a little crazy. A little more crazy.
And I even hear in certain hospitals, shoot, if you're not like you can't really go get tested. Like if you're not showing symptoms, if you're not, and when I say symptoms, I mean like shortness of breath. Like you just coming there with a fever, they like, man, like
they say go home, go isolate yourself.
They send you home. Like if you ain't have no real deal hardcore symptoms, they ain't even testing you.
That's even what the doctor told us. They're like, we can't, like we just can't. We have to do it to the people who like really, really need it. But then again, like how do you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. How do you know who really need it and who don't?
Facts. With a 14-day incubation period.
Exactly.
Dramatic people. It's just so many variables.
So many.
Crazy.
Damn, Spy's getting a little push right now.
Country we live in, man.
Word.
They said they said it may be more reported deaths, I think, in Spain than what they reported.
Oh really? I think they just did an independent investigation. I mean they like confirmed basically that China was falsifying their numbers, but like we all knew that. And then I didn't know Spain was doing that. I know like Italy was so overran with problems that they weren't even like trying to worry about that at the moment. They were just trying to help people, but yeah, I think it's gonna get worse for sure.
Yeah, I wonder what it was like. in Italy specifically that made it spread so fast and so
So
viciously.
what I
Apparently,
read about it is that since Italy has like a really old population, that was one thing. And then the thing is, I guess in Italy, a lot of the younger people are always interacting with the older people, so they were still like going everywhere and interacting with all the older people and stuff like that. So even though the younger people were asymptomatic, they were bringing it around and stuff like that. And like Teague said, they have like way more physical contact, I feel like, when they like say hi to each other. So that was like a way to spread it to the older people really fast.
wow.
So that's what I read, but again, like I don't think anyone fully knows anything. It's just so confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
New
that's
York's
true.
getting absolutely destroyed right now. It's insane.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's textbooks being written right
right.
now. You know.
No, literally.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking to my doctor and they're like, yeah, we really have no idea. And Dr. Fauci was even saying like one of the biggest problems they have, he said in his 50 years of working in this field, they don't understand why 25% of the people who get it don't show any symptoms. So that's like another huge problem.
Yeah, man. This virus is smart, man. This virus done like when I think these
Manipulated.
viruses, I be thinking, man, they like humans, man. They be getting smart,
No, like it's crazy to think about because they don't even be thinking; they just be like evolving.
evolving facts.
Yeah,
Like it's like it understands. Okay, the healthy I keep this. It's kind of like us. It's like as long as I can keep this earth from dying, I can enjoy
Exactly.
it.
He's like, let me just use it up until you die.
Exactly. Like,
right.
and it's like the healthier person remains while they're infected. It's just it's fertile ground for these viruses.
Mm-hmm. That was very true. I mean, we kind of had like an idea of this. That's why, like, even I think Bill Gates was talking about it in like 2015, 2016,
Mm,
because like we've had like these kind of scares before, like with SARS and stuff, and we really had no way to fix it. Like, it would just spread, and we kind of got lucky that it just went away. Like, I learned about this in my class last year. We even had like a midterm, like, oh, how would the fucking virus spread? Sorry for cussing. It was like, yeah, how would the virus spread and stuff like that. So we had a whole ass test about like connecting the dots between patient zero and stuff. I was like, dang, this is crazy. Like, hopefully we'll never have to worry about this. And then 6 months later, there's like a legit case about it.
wow. And
That's
like
tough.
other things, it doesn't go anywhere. Like I mean, like we don't have cures and stuff like
Yep.
plague and stuff. Like it mostly went away because of our hygiene and things like that. Like
It was bound to come back. I mean, like, if you look at videos of how other countries are interacting in like the slums and stuff like that, like I know India, like I've been there, it's horrible. Like in certain areas, you can only imagine what viruses and diseases are just manifesting in those kind of places.
yeah, and then like people because they live there, they probably kind of have an immunity to it in a way. Like
Yeah, exactly.
like
They would deal with that their whole lives, so they get a little better. But
yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, it's real in the field. So how often do these jobless claims come out? Because I'm kind of new to that specific report.
yeah, I'm pretty
Come,
new to this stuff too. Like he's giving us all the details, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it comes out every Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time.
okay. So I wonder how long this is gonna continue to go up. Like,
Yeah, people were saying it could reach like 20 million, 30 million people, I think. And I mean, like, I was watching like some CNBC or whatever the other day, and so many of the companies, like retail companies, are starting to for sure like layoffs or furlough their workers. Like
yeah,
my mom works at the distribution center for Ross, so like not the actual store, but like where they like organize where everything's going to be sent out and stuff like that. And even that they're having like a call very soon about like what the fate is for all the workers and stuff like that. So it's like I think it's going to just continue to get worse, especially with all these retail jobs making zero revenue or close to zero revenue and having so many workers that they can't pay, and the government moving as slow it is as it is. But I mean, it's still, see, I mean, we have all those things and we're like, wow, this should, like, all these things should be taking it. But now SPY's still up 1% on the day, which is crazy. I mean, we just had 6 million people apply for unemployment claims, and then I think it's running on that oil news. But I think someone earlier was talking about how that's not a good thing, and how that could lead to problems as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, like I mean, I haven't been in this game too long either, but just seeing the stuff like this, like you're like, damn, this should be going down. Like, there's no way this is going up today. Here we are.
Makes me think manipulation.
It's so manipulated. It's crazy.
That's the
Like, make it obvious at least. Come on.
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
So, and it makes me think too, like, okay, as far as with the stimulus package, I mean, I know we haven't really got the money yet. Do these corporations have the money from their side?
I think the small business loans come out tomorrow. Like, they can start applying for the loans tomorrow for the small businesses. I don't know about the bigger corporations, like with the bailout stuff, but I just know that the small business loans can start applying to the banks and stuff for them tomorrow.
Yeah, because I've been keeping up with that. They kind of had a new section, a new site for that part as well, and I'm just wondering how it plays out in real time as far as the stimulus going to the corporations, and is that enough incentive for people to keep their employees? Like, how is this going to play out?
I think they just made a task force too that like is gonna. It's like a watchdog group for how people are using their stimulus pay. So I think they have something like that, but again, you can never trust it fully.
You got almost 3.5 weeks before that check will drop.
Pretty much the end of this month, you know.
Yeah.
It's been a hit. You know, like I had posted something in the group chat, you know, just for people who, you know, might not have their information updated already, you know, so they can get instant payments when they upload their bank information. You know, the first, you know, people are, you know, going to get the deposits, but then they're sending checks out, you know.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, so they gave an option to like make it get deposited straight to your bank account.
Yeah, especially you know, if you're filed.
Yeah, I know that they did it for like the people who pay taxes, right? Or like who paid like something to the IRS.
Yeah, even if you like certain people who don't like this, like everybody doesn't file, you know, taxes. There's certain people, if you don't make a certain really obligated to, I believe, to file taxes.
Got it. And they're definitely gonna need the stimulus check more than the other people.
Yeah, you have to file something though. Like you have to, you know, basically just give them a basic, you know,
some like proof maybe.
Exactly, and then they have a special place where they got to a section where you can upload your banking information and
okay, that's a little better at least.
Yeah, that's what I had posted, what I read. So definitely keep people updated. I stay updated on that stuff. So
yeah, for sure.
Can you guys hear me? Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
I had to restart everything, so I was over here toggling button and switch stuff around and pull my chart screens up, my broker's accounts back up. I got going. I was like, man, they got me. They throttled me down over here. They slowed my bandwidth.
They over here.
They gave my bandwidth the chicken pox, right?
They need that. They need that 5G van over there.
Yeah, you know, I know they parked out in my little neighborhood over there. They trying to get me. I got my eyes on you, Al Qaeda. I got my eyes on you. So yeah, I heard you guys building, especially as I was trying to, you know, get my charts and stuff back up, and you know, my brokerage accounts all re-ramped back up. And a good thing I got done. I was trying to day trade real quick. Most of our position set, but just kind of going over what y'all was saying for the SP 500, right? We saw this happen last week, right? What happened last week when they dropped those data, the data on the jobless claims numbers?
I remember
what did the spy do last week?
It went up a lot.
Yeah, that thing shot up.
It shut up, then went back.
Y'all remember how many points it hit last Thursday? If some of you guys may be listening and watching the back chat, go look and see what the S&P 500 did on the same day they dropped the jobless claims numbers last Thursday. And so today, you think about today, right? Okay, we knew the numbers were going to be bad. They forecast for around about 3.6 or somewhere around about the same amount, right? But again, y'all know we smart over here. We already knew that the numbers were going to be a lot higher, which they were double than that what they were saying that was going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so today, again, the cloak, right? The cloak and shield to kind of push the markets higher was the excuse that the oil market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They kind of came to a truce on the oil market. And so as if that's strong enough, again, oil has to do with every American person, having ability to put food on their table. As if oil has the ability to forecast, whether or not you're gonna have a job tomorrow, or your quality of life is gonna be better just because oil is now about $3-4 more a barrel than it was, a couple days ago.
And the Federal Reserve person who was talking about it still said they're like, yeah, this will help a little bit, but realistically, there's still an insane amount of surplus, so it doesn't really like help as much as we're expecting it to. I don't think.
So they're finding excuses to do what?
To pump the market.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, remember that whole thing? Like get off the low. Say I trended right here. Yesterday's closing price 246.15. Look at it. You couldn't make this stuff up. Look at that bounce right there. You couldn't make this stuff up.
Mm-hmm. I see they also lowered the interest rates a little yesterday too.
Well, again, just in general, just if you follow the Feds or you follow the Treasury market, right? Treasury.org, right?
Yeah,
You kind of seeing what's happening, right? Again, we gave that site for the Federal Reserve in New York. Again, we know that they're doing the repo operations, daily, right? The last 2 days, they instituted well over near it's like 280 or 250 something $billion somewhere around there, close to that. Today's operation, right? So today's operation, I don't know if you guys seen today's operation. Yesterday was huge, and it still couldn't necessarily save the market. And so today they banked on people taking profit off that 20-point pullback yesterday to come in. I mean, they're trading this thing very meticulously and very strategically. They're literally trading the market, meaning the Federal Reserve, the major bank corporations out there that they're providing liquidity with through the repo market are trading the market like a precision surgeon.
Yeah.
The same way we're trained to trade into weakness and buy into fatigue, sell into fatigueness, and they're doing exactly that to keep these people's little fiat currency dollars from tanking. And yet it's still like you guys were saying earlier, I kind of overheard at some point I was trying to get logged back on. They've yet to cut a check to you and the people who need this money.
Sorry.
Literally, the most horrible economic data you can get, which obviously spells more doom down the road, that you got 6 million something people that file for unemployment on a day like today, and you got the market up, again, you see it.
Stat stock party, just to let y'all know.
Right? Oh yeah, it is 4 o'clock, ain't it? Yep. Let me go run over and get that bag real quick. Yeah, so you guys keep talking real quick. But seriously, this is why we have to have people come on like us and many others, and you guys could do it too, obviously respect it, because this stuff ain't hard to figure out what's happening. And so a part of learning how to invest in the market, it also is understanding, again, how to position yourself based upon, again, the politics of the market, right? There's a such thing that we know as the political aspect of the market, where that people have an influence or a mandate or an agenda, right? To obviously cause the market to move in a way where it simplifies and makes things better for them in the long run than it does for you.
Right.
Right. So again, as I'm always saying, big money, big bank take little bank. Who's that? Ice Cube. That was big bank take little bank. Whatever that other song go.
Yep. No Vaseline.
Old school Ice Cube.
Yeah.
Nope, that's the song. Ain't that what we going through right now as American people?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, look at it. They got all the Vaseline. They're hoarding all the Vaseline too right now. The government hoarding all the Vaseline too because they screwing a lot of people right now.
Yeah.
Facts.
They say no Vaseline. Pause. I don't want to keep making that kind of show, but no Vaseline. That's basically how they screwing American people right now.
Yeah, and it's like that was one of the reasons why Trump was coming online like that, because he wanted the people to be holding the bag at the end of the day. to take
But
that
that's
hit.
who gonna hold the bag.
Yeah,
Just hold
That's
it.
who gonna get stuck holding the bag.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's just
And so look at my chart. Look at this here. This is the end of the day. After that kind of horrible economic data, that's not even including all the other data. Look at this at the end of the day. 7.2 million shares going into the market after all of a sudden. Where that money came from? That's
Dark pool.
7.2 million shares of a $252 ticket.
Dark pool.
Look at another big 5 million here. Another here
another.
about over 3 million here. And all of a
Crazy.
sudden the market is just kind of ravaging up to the upside here after hours. As if there's some kind of holy grail news came out like a vaccine or like. This is how, again, we know what's happening here.
Right.
Yeah,
Definitely ain't
You
us.
don't get that kind of right. You don't get that kind of staggering data, which obviously in terms of it affects the overall, again, the overall macro what's going to come in a day like today, when there's also these other things that starting to, again, unravel. Because again, every day that we go with with the country being shut down, businesses are starting to unravel at the seams, right? Payments, we
Right.
just saw $81 billion, rent payment due that came due the other day, right?
hmm
That we
Mm-hmm.
know not even a quarter of it probably got paid. Not even probably a quarter of it got paid. That's debt that sits right into to the bond market, that sits into, as it has to go towards a liability on American, American books. But you got the market today running up to the upside just because they're gonna try to do something to kind of, it wasn't even set in stone. They're gonna try to do something to help the oil market. No, that was the Fed saying, okay, I'm gonna use this opportunity with people that was covering their shorts yesterday after making a ton of money off us to come in and trade the market meticulously, right, and strategically, and try to get it up off that yesterday's closing price. Anytime we can stay further away from going lower, we're going to juice the markets, regardless of the fact that people's technical and fundamental analysis was led them to believe that you will have a continuation going into economic data like we dropped today, which we did. That was horrible, which obviously supposed to allow the market to kind of either trend sideways or downward, because there's no value of optimism left in this thing that you can just say automatically, okay, this is working enough to kind of get the market off the lows. Right? You don't make that kind of sound decision if you trade in the company knowing that they're going to do a public offering tomorrow after the stock then ran up over 100+%. You're not saying, okay, this is good for the company. Well, if it is for you long term, you need them to kind of get money to kind of ramp up their business. But the next day, typically that ain't good news for shareholders.
Right.
So they basically did a government offering. It was a government offering, and they ran the market up on it. And so this is why it's important. Again, I'm always saying, still trade the trend. Again, but you had a massive gap down, right? A warranted gap down. Again, we know where we was yesterday, but you best believe they doing everything in their power. Everything in their power here. Look at this. Case in point. This drop right here, that was the dump, right? That was the dump yesterday, right? No, the 31st, excuse me, the 31st. Look at that red candle at the end of the day. Look at the red candles here at the end of the day. Look at the red candles here at the end of the day. Look at the red yesterday, right? Look at the red candles here at the end of the day. Look at today.
Crazy.
What do you see right here? Big streaming green candles here.
Mm-hmm.
What makes them feel like today is much more saving the market for than yesterday, Friday, the previous week, Thursday, that going back last week. Cash hoard. They collecting a lot of dollars too now, so they're doing a cash hoard right now in terms of cash right now. The Treasury Department, right?
yeah,
Because
that's
they're
one
gonna
thing I
need
want.
that money. Go
Yeah,
ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I just wanted to ask you too. I think I missed that one when you went on and you was breaking it down. So, on the Treasury site, like is there a way you can see when they're actually, buying these, doing these buyback or buying these?
They have it set during a certain time frame. And here's where it gets dirty. Now I'm happy you asked that question, over Marquise, because guess what? Banks and fund managers know, right? Banks know first, because guess who getting the money? The banks, right? Who giving them the money? The Feds themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when the Feds give them that repo market operation liquidity that hits their books, they know instantly right then and there what's happening. And the banks have to obviously turn that money right and run it right back and redirect it back into the market, right? And we know that the Feds are outright also buying certain assets outright on their own right now without even using the repo market operations. So they know exactly what times their people are going in and doing it. So guess what fund managers do? Because fund managers are closely tied to the who? To the banks, right? You
Yeah.
on the latter part of that totem pole. So if fund managers know, as soon as the bank gets the money, they know exactly how to what? Position their positions. Because as soon as that large swaths of cash start coming into the markets, fund managers set their positions right in on top of those what? Those bank liquidity inflows. And they ride the market up like a surf wave.
Mm.
So, again, that's why I say it's strategic, because you take their millions and millions of dollars, you take the banks billions and billions of dollars, then you take the feds that are doing their own operation outside of the repo market operation, and all that inflow coming in all at the same time, overrunning anybody that was obviously what anti, the side of the trend of the market where it was ahead at that point, which obviously is going to be up because their goal is what? Save the market from going under.
Wow.
Again, large swaths of cash. You see this article right here? This U.S. Treasury cash pile surges past $500 billion. Well, people are like, well, what is that about? Okay, again, we've been kind of studying the Treasury Department, understanding how this government works a little bit. This is good for us, right? These moments right now are really good for us because we get an inside view exactly how when we are stretched to the limit or we are put in a position where you have to put a microscope on the agencies like this that we never gave a care about until today. Now they become relevant in your life because your mortgage is tied to it, your car notes are tied to it, your credit cards are tied to it, right? Any kind of contract you got out there that's in a contractual form is tied to it through some kind of a bond is attached to it, a bond coupon attached to it. Meaning if you default, guess what? Somebody get to collect off that. So that's why these sites are important now. The treasury.org is important now. Because when they've been inflow or outflow when they weak, because yesterday, guess what? The bond markets were weak. That's why the market performed badly. So guess what? Anytime the bond market get weak, the feds have to come in and buy it up and support it. Because again, remember I told y'all the other day, if the bond market go down, who else goes down? Everybody.
America.
Yep, everybody.
America
the whole
goes down.
economy.
But that's your saving grace. The saving grace is the bond market. Meaning all your debt is the only thing holding this market up. Let that marinate for a moment. Not your equity, not your profit producing power. None of that stuff that you run around here thinking, again, Hollywood Code, that stuff don't even matter, bro. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. It's all about the debt that's incurred. So that's why it's important to follow the treasury market.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely.
It's a very helpful tool. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying I was definitely following it. For trading forex. And one thing I was seeing that I feel like what you're saying kind of verifies what I was, seeing over and over again is that it seemed like they're looking at the same like seasonal charts, time-based charts and condition-based charts, and they're lowering and raising rates to control the trading range.
Well, that's what the forex market is all about anyway. It ain't no secret. It's the most manipulated market out there. Besides that, when they kind of claiming that crypto is. And again, we just had articles all of last year. JP Morgan got busted. Goldman Sachs got busted, right? For what? Manipulating the forex market. They tried to make excuse that China was lowering their currency at the point during the trade war, and they said they were making illegal, dampeners to lower their currency, right? To obviously cause a massive inflow between the USD and the Japanese, not the Japanese, but the Chinese yuan, which obviously hurt the tariff latent companies more at that moment because there was an extra tax on them that they had to pay that currency fare, which were hurting people like Apple. A lot of companies got hurt under the tariff, right? Because they had to pay the currency exchange rate that they couldn't carry over into the books, which obviously the shareholders had to end up holding the bag, right? Because that was a big tax liability. If you think about it, just make it make sense. It's a big tax liability rate changes your margin or inflation. Right now you got margin compression, right? Margin compression means if you was getting a 70% increase on margin on a product, and now that you have this tariff laden that's hanging over your head, right? And the currency rate pair obviously deflates, increases at a point when you need it to kind of be lower, which obviously gives you strength in that increase of your margin. Now that compress your margin increase from a 70% down to maybe a 30%. Now imagine you already had spent that money on other things before you got it because you were thinking the currency rate going to kind of volley between maybe 60%, 70%. You took a a 30% drop. What does that do to your books going to the next particular earnings quarter? Right? That's when you start seeing tax, liability, tax credit liability, or currency exchange issue. I can go back and pull up numerous earnings report last year when you saw people in their fine print saying we had a currency exchange blow. We had got hit by a currency exchange blow under the trade war, because people were obviously having, they had issues, again, having margin inflation. It was margin compression. I mean, they had a decrease in profit value and the potential value of the money they could have been making as opposed to what they end up having on the books when it was all said and done. So again, think about debt, right? Think about what debt does to your overall economy, right? When you're not what they call debt to equity ratio, you have to be balanced, right? Especially if you've business owners out there, right? You got to have the right amount of debt on books, but the right amount of debt too on hand. Cash on hand, free cash flow, y'all get it, right? Your liabilities have to be that balance to that what cash flow value. Because if you imbalance them more on debt than you have in cash, that means your credit status starts to become a little bit more shaky, right? Y'all seen companies when they say they have a AAA credit report, right? Triple B, right? C's, and then you get down to junk status, right? When you hit junk status, that means don't nobody want to loan you money, not even somebody's grandmama, right? In a little mason jar of cash, you don't want to give you no money, right? That's where a lot of companies are, because they got caught up in the tariff war, right? They couldn't afford to keep up because the margin compression was hitting them under the trade war. Now, fast forward to today, what's hitting them now also on top of all that? Because the trade war didn't go away. Remember, it's on the back burner. They still got money coming out of China on this trade war issue that people still ain't even talking about. So now you got the coronavirus on top of that. You ain't making no money, your business shut down, you already got margin compression, ain't nobody forgave no tariffs, not yet. Did y'all hear anybody forgive tariffs yet? Behind all this? Exactly. So you see where I'm going with this? So it ain't far-fetched to realize you're starting to see things unravel. So again, think about the macro too. We know in the short term, they're doing what? They're juicing markets. Okay, it's all fun and games now. It's always going to be fun and games now. But what's going to come what? Tomorrow, next week, next month, right? That's why I asked you that question. How long y'all think this thing going to take for it to play out, right? You forward think your way through this, especially you guys got long-term holding positions. You think about where we're going to be when all the damage really the tally of the damage really gets to be become known, and where do you think these companies being able to rebound just on a fly, like Trump saying, like it's going to come roaring back just because people go to work, like it's going to automatically make everything go back to kind of again Gravy Valley, biscuit wheels, rainbows, and no. A lot of companies not going to come back from this. I mean, they done. They're gonna have to reinvent and come back as a whole new different business entity. And so again, the Treasury Department is now being held hostage by who? The Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has taken over pretty much the Treasury Department at this point.
Oh, no.
Right. So again, it's just understanding. So just do a quick little article here. Somebody, we'll go through the quick little article and we'll move on. We'll go to the treasury.org site. So they cash hoarding right now. They're trying to get some of the USD dollars back. All right. What does it say right here? Cash balance increased by what? 108 billion on Tuesday. Expansion comes as the Treasury Department ramps up bill issuance. Because guess what? What are they doing right now with the federal repo operation? They're doing what? Printing money, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're printing unlimited money, right?
Yep.
But they also have to go back and collect somebody's mic open. I hear some. Okay. They're printing a lot of money right now, right?
All right, thank you, man.
So, who's that? I'm sorry. Who that?
Is that me? Oh, that's me?
Oh, that might my probably.
Oh, that's me. My bad. My bad.
No worries. So they're printing a lot of money right now, right? So guess what? They need all the dollars they can now because they have to recycle that money back into what this operation kind of count for. They're trying to account for every loose dollar they got out there in the general public that ain't bought up by other nations, because people love to buy USD dollars, obviously, right? Because the strength of the dollar, which is obviously going to be under a lot of pressure, because we actually doing QE4 right now on top of that. And so they're doing what now? They out there like a bloodhound looking for any cash they can absorb now, because they need all that to go into what?
Was that them buying up that dollar this morning?
Why wouldn't they?
Because
they need. It's the same way a company does a buyback. Let me put it in that context. The same way a company does a buyback. Guess who's doing a buyback right now?
The
Feds.
Wow.
The Feds.
So are they using that money What are they using that money for exactly? That they're keeping?
Right here. Let's go right over there, and I'm happy you asked that, beautiful.
And also, why you explaining that? Are they to the point yet where they're also buying the ETFs?
Well, we talked about that. They have the unlimited power now to do just that. They can actually make market operations outright verbatim now, meaning they can go straight into the market and buy markets outright now. Who's going to challenge that? On top of giving money to the banks under the repo operation for liquidity rebalancing, for them to turn around and juice markets too. So you got a triple whammy: fund managers, banks, and Fed repo operations or outright operation, all going at the same time. Again, y'all remember last week? I think about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, when CNBC came out, when they were saying when the Feds made that real staggering big $1 trillion move, about 1.3, $1.2 trillion that they mandate to go into the market to save the market, and everybody on CNBC was, they brought the bazookas out. Y'all don't know if y'all remember that. They brought the bazookas out this week. Y'all remember exactly. That's why we pay attention. See, now y'all see just what I'm talking about. You got to be on top of that, right?
Yeah.
And since then, they've been unleashing what? Nothing but what? Bazooka round. Another trillion came another week or two ago, right? They did it on a pre-market operation, and the market still sold off after they did it. Yep. So they lost $1 trillion in a pre-market operation, all in a matter of about maybe 2 hours at that. If not even that, it was about an hour. When the market was on the low, y'all remember that when the market was on the low, it was around about I think it was like about 220 something, 220 something. And they did a $1 trillion operation on the spot pre-market. It ran the market all the way up to like 236, 237. And guess what it did? Before the bell actually rung and all that stuff came, it came all the way back down to like 224, 225, 2%. Matter of fact, so basically what happened is the same people they loaning money to the pump the market with turned to the banks, and the fund managers, they sold into that pump that the Feds tried to do. Meaning they lost $1 trillion in a matter of an hour.
Wow.
And ain't nobody talking about that. People that's anti all this, they talking about it, but they not gonna get press coverage. They're not gonna get a chance to get on CNBC and say, hey, y'all just lost $1 trillion of American people money in the stock market that people sold into. The same people that's supposed to be all rah for the market to go to the upside. Why did they sell into that pop?
Greed.
Right.
I remember like yesterday. That's why you got to keep your memory bank fresh. Keep your mind understand so you don't be bamboozled. You people like, well, when we come up short on that check, right? When the America come up short on that rent money, right? You don't have that rent money when I come through here, right? Y'all remember Friday at the net, right? Damien going to collect from Craig and Day. I come through here, y'all don't have that rent money, right? I got both y'all in the headlock. Y'all already know what it's gonna be. Phone books and Vaseline. Get right. That's my line, though.
He said,
right?
Telling the truth.
That's what the market is doing to the American people right now in terms of their pensions, their 401k. We just had a liquidation break on 401ks yesterday. Where people not gonna be able to pay the 401k the funds into them. Did y'all see that article too?
I actually didn't see that one.
They're going after everybody. But they got, again, large chunks of money to dump to the market. Here's your repo operations for today. Right? $1 billion here. 182 billion here. 2.5 billion here. 650 million here. 207 billion here.
Wow.
325 million here. Right? 284 billion here. This is Tuesday into Wednesday into Thursday. I'm just showing you the sums of the amount of money that came into the market. 250 million here. Right? 10 billion here, 10 million here. Or 10 million here. So you see 237 billion here. All this was just since Monday. Somebody, if you just add all that up real quick, somebody let me know. I mean, you could just, hypothetically, throw it, round it up. Again, going all the way back to, you see what I'm saying? And that's just for the repo market operations. Wow. It has nothing to do with the Feds also turn around and buying certain aspects, maybe the S&P 500. They might choose to buy the Dow today. They may choose to buy, because they already buying the bond market. We know they're buying the bond market every single day, right? Because they got to save the bond market in their mind. Because the
And
bond
they
market crashed,
have
goodbye.
the time too. They got the time they do this too.
Yes, you see all that. This is just, and these are the ones that you get to see, obviously. But here's how they get you. See how they say what it says right here. Operation what?
Close time.
That means that operation, or has to be completed digitally by what? That time span, right?
Yeah.
They don't tell you exactly when they injecting into the market doing that underneath that time frame, do they?
No.
So guess what? Guess who knows that and knows that only?
Bloomberg.
No, them. Well, you probably do too, right? Himself. But the Feds, the banks, and by proxy of that, people who follow the banks more than anybody is what? Fund managers.
Yeah.
They set their positions right on time when that liquidity is coming to the market.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean at the Bloomberg terminals. I know they get that live information.
So they know exactly when to buy in the weakness, right? Right? And sell into what? Strength. So they just in there scalping the market, using taxpayers' money up and down, all they did making billions and billions of dollars, and yet still again, you ain't got, as they say in the old days, a pot to pee in, a window to throw it out, because you waiting on the government to cut your check.
Right.
So yeah, so they're buying these these bonds, and
buying them up.
in addition to that, they lower interest rates so that other people would
So when they exactly you borrowing against it, you paying dang near zero interest. Just imagine, look, what's 0.25 on $1 billion? What's 0.25 interest on $1 billion? Somebody throw that number out there real quick. What's
50 million?
0.25 off $1 billion?
2.5 million.
So you mean to tell me the interest, right? Again, it's either 2.5 million or it's 250,000. I know it's one of the two, right? You had to move your zero obviously, but you mean to tell me off $1 billion, that's the amount of interest you have to pay? When ordinarily a scenario like that, again, before we had all this loan, now you can get into understanding how greedy they are. When before you would have been paying what, about 1.5, right? 1.5, 1.7 before they start real low on the rates.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now you see that they have an incentive now, even more so now, to do what? Borrow all they can and pump all they can, because they paying what on interest rates?
Nothing.
They're zero.
Yep.
This when the greedy and the rich get what? Richer. Warren Buffett said what? When everybody's fearful, that's when you what? You buy. This when rich people double down.
Facts.
Greedy.
Poor people do what? Go in survival mode. Every dollar getting counted. Every penny getting counted. I ain't got time for this. I can't go to Dave and Buster's. I can't be going to Club Cheetahs. I can't be rolling up here at the local whatever. But again, they're not positioning you to be able to reconcile this in your head, whether or not you feel like it's viable for you to do what? Go out there and lecture spend. So their talking point to get you all swooned up and excited is what? Always talk about what? The consumer. Man, and the consumer is strong. The consumer is strong. I was telling people way back last year, man, the consumer is not strong. They buying stuff on credit, stocks. Ain't nobody got no cash like that. And that credit bill came due.
Consumer is a sheep.
Hence, that's why you have yield inversions. Yield inversions tell on the liars at the Fed and also at the Treasury Department, or people who pumping the market up off the idea that everything's okay. Because all you have to do is have a yield inversion. That right there expose you right there. You lying, bro. You just had a yield inversion. You had debt that defaulted. You can't get away from that. That's what yield inversion is. That means you defaulting on debt. Long-term debt defaulting on faster than short-term debt. That shouldn't happen because you got time maturation, right, for that process, to pay. So if you're having people defaulting on long-term debt a lot faster than short-term debt, you're in trouble. That's why you have a yield inversion, meaning the short-term debt obviously is more than what? Long-term debt, the rate value. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
So
gonna write that down too.
it's crazy, man. It's funny how they play people for like a piano, because when you working hard, man, you ain't got time to follow this stuff.
Can you run that back real quick, Obo? Can you rewind that real quick?
No,
As far as
just
the
yeah,
part
just
of
short.
how you just explained the defaulting in the form of the yield.
Right. So when short-term debt obviously is higher than long-term debt, meaning like they call it paper, right? When short-term paper obviously exceeds that of long-term paper, right? Long-term debt, you have a yield inversion. That means that affects that mean that debt is overwhelming to the point where that money sits on the book a lot faster, right? Because it's short-term debt. It's most noticeable what? Debt, right? Because you got a long time for maturation, of a 30-year note or a 20-year note, right? But when it comes to GDP, meaning a quarterly GDP number, if your short-term debt is starting to overrun your long-term debt, your book's going to instantly reflect that, right? A deficit of growth, right? Hence, that's why we are in a recession now, because we had a full quarter of zero to negative growth, right? Going into the next quarter, which we are now into the next quarter since April 1st. When I asked y'all, in terms of where do y'all think we're gonna be 30 weeks, 30 days from now, 60 days from now, 90 days from now, 2-3 months, right? And balancing out the books in terms of growth. Do y'all think we're gonna have any growth between now to June?
Nope.
And if it is, it's gonna be so minimum. Say again?
It's gonna be little.
Right. It's gonna be next to nothing. So you can't bank on them coming out and telling you, okay, well, because again, Trump's talking point is what? We're gonna come roaring back, right? He's using them man, he's using them old, straight out of Lion King numbers, Lion King soundbite. We're gonna come back like Minister Side, we're gonna come back blasting, bro. We're gonna come back blasting, bro. Yeah, okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You're gonna come back with some pistols in your hand, but ain't gonna be no bullets in them. That's all you gonna be out there just for show. How just flossing, they say, right? So you need not be misled when they come around you with that snake oil.
Snake oil salesman.
Right, getting you all emotional and we see they got our interest in mind. And you go right on over here to look at the interest rates. Look at this.
Crazy.
Now, just not too long ago, this right here was down about 0.38. Then it went to 0.7 something. Then it went to 0.8 something. Then it went to 0.9. Now it's back at the 127. Y'all know they've been going out their way to get this 30-year note off the ground. This is what they've been buying: the 30-year, the 20-year, right? Partial of the 10-year. Then they spend a little bit of money in in the 1, the 2, the 3s, and the 1. They trying to keep these off the lows. These ones right here. Y'all see my screen? They trying to them 3 right there alone, especially these 2 on the back, but them 3 right there, they dumping all your money into these right here.
Does that help flip the yield curve by doing that?
Keep it from flipping.
Okay.
Because guess what? See right here? 0.3, 0.7, 0.9, 0.14, 0.16. See, 6 in 1 year. They trading right here, right? The 2-year, 23, 28, 37. Then you got 51. See, these ain't far fetched, right? These ain't too far fetched. This could easily turn quickly. This can turn quickly if anything happened on 5 and 7 year note value of paper. When they auction these things off, when they say they have auctions, bond auctions down at the CBO, that's what they're doing. Who's willing to buy that 7-year debt note right now? Or people that might be defaulting at that level as opposed to maybe the 3 month or the 6 month. So they're auctioning off debt every single day. And then again, just to make it even more insidious, so that's where again, if you ever default on your credit card and your credit card do a tax write-off on that money you owe, right? They get a percentage of it back, or a good portion of it back. Then they turn around and sell that debt to who? That you owe to who? Third-party people, collection agents, the parasites.
I'm telling
parasites.
you.
Abdul them call you. Hey, how you doing today? We see that you guys.
Are those the dudes that come and knock on your door?
Just let you know, this call is going to be recorded for confidentiality. Blah, blah, blah. Are you so and so, so and so? No. I don't even know who you talk about, man. Bye. Don't call my phone again, too.
Back.
So they already get money, so they know what they're doing, because guess what? They can just go print more. But that's what they're doing right now, are they not?
Yeah.
I ain't saying nobody go out there and default on credit. I'm not saying that. Disclaimer: I'm not saying go out there and default on your credit card. And if you do anyway, go see my brother Garfield over Garfield. So he can get your credit cleaned up. Right? Cost you a little piece of change to do something real strange. You'll love it in the end. Trust me. Guarantee it. Because right now people ain't got money even to pay these little dusty little credit cards. You know they're gonna be the first thing to let them default. I would. Why you trying to be responsible and your government ain't being fiscally responsible right now?
At all.
Am I lying though?
You sure ain't.
Save your money or max that card up if you have to. Because you got money and bills you had to pay yesterday. If you ain't even paying for that, you take care of your necessity first, max that sum of gun out if you have to. Ain't no interest on it. They're going to forgive it. They're doing it for corporations right now.
Right.
Play the game. All I'm saying is play the game. I ain't saying to be irresponsible. Y'all get my point what I'm saying when I'm saying all that. But I'm just saying, play the game. If you have to, play the game. Right? So that way you won't be taking advantage of, which we are every day anyway. Anyway, they take advantage of. But again, it's staggering. It's enough to make you like, man, this is like crazy. Right? It's crazy. Right? So again, okay, I'm sorry.
So as far as these interest rates right here, right? Are they actually setting these interest rates, or do they need to change these interest rates by buying the bonds or selling?
Well, it's an auction. They buy the bond. It's collective data. It's macro data in terms of when they get all this data in from all these states, right? It go from cities to states to the feds. They compile all this data of what. Their books looking like for liabilities, right? Credits, housing, cars, anything contractual, right? Which that's what it is. It's a debt. It's a bond, right? It's a bond attached to it. It's a CUSIP number attached to it, and they call it a coupon, right? Or bond paper. Pit talk, whatever, pit jargon, right? So every day that you got people defaulting or not defaulting, that goes into the collective macro in terms of what our debt look like, right? That obviously filters back to the Treasury Department, right?
Yeah.
IRS tax collection and things of that nature, right? Offsets and all that kind of stuff, right? Collateral, debt and all that kind of stuff. So once that stuff gets compiled, again, if your interest rates are already super low, right, and people can't even pay low interest rates. Well, again, you can only imagine what they have to at that point lower interest rate, because you can't afford to pay a 1.5 or 2.7 when your money or the growth of the GDP or the money that's produced in your economy only warranting about a 0.75. It's like, again, when they do adjustable rate mortgage as opposed to a fixed rate, right? Adjustable rate, you subject to what? To the wolves. They can juice you up about 2-3 extra percentage overnight, literally, on adjustable rate, just because they have any influx in the Treasury Department, and you have to pay that outstanding new interest rate.
Yeah.
Because when they auction these notes off down at the SIBO, if people don't feel like buying that to kind of meet that mandate or that liquidity point or keeping those rates balanced, if people like, hey, I just can't do it today, then guess what? It's gonna reflect again, next day. So again, look here. Monday, right? It was at what? 135. Well, see right here, the bond market's at 135.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday's operation, right? When we just looked at the treasury market, yesterday's operation, right? What was yesterday's operation? A ton of money, right? They dumped a ton of money into the market. Matter of fact, let me see if I can real quick, just on GP. So what was the operation yesterday, the repo market? It was where we at? Tuesday to Wednesday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We do Tuesday, Wednesday operation. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday operation.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, let me real quick. Let me remember right over here. Do this real quick. My bad, Fire. Give me 1 second. One hot second.
Get your notepads, folks.
Right. So go right on over here to the right. This is Tuesday to Wednesday, meaning Tuesday night into Wednesday. Here's the operation. 53 counterparties got sent out. 53 got accepted. Again, synchronicity. Some of you guys, computer people out there, right? Send acknowledgement, right? The whole reality, meaning it goes through digitally. How much is this just for the treasury itself?
284 billion. Almost 285.
Right now, Friday operation on the Treasury Department, the interest rate settled at 1.331. Going into the coming out the weekend, because guess what? Well, we know. Well, excuse me. What Monday? Excuse me, not Monday. Not Friday, but the 30th. Right? 30 was at. It was at The 27 was Friday. Excuse me. The 27 was Friday, right? Friday. Now let me jump back over. I know I got to jump back before. I'm sorry. This thing is methodical. I'm just going to show y'all something real quick, right? So y'all can follow this stuff and keep up with this, and and know exactly. Look at the 27, right? Here's the 27. Y'all see my screen? Do I need to blow it up a little bit more?
It's not sharing the screen.
It went off your screen.
Hold on. I'm sorry. God dog it. Shit. Oh, okay. My bad. Can y'all see my screen now?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
All right. 27, right? 27 was what? Friday, right?
Yeah.
What was the interest rate for the 30-year?
1.29.
Right?
Yep.
What was coming out over the weekend that we know everybody's finna deal with? The same thing we keep saying every Friday. Guess what? These numbers finna be crazy about this coronavirus. More businesses are gonna shut down. More people gonna start filing employment. All it is like doomsday every Friday because people waiting to see what the data gonna be. What? The following Monday. So see right here, see how the bond market sold off? Look at Thursday. Thursday, the interest rate was what? On the 30 was what? 142. You see this here?
Yeah, 142. Yep.
Look how much it dropped going into Friday. Who's selling the bond market off right now? Who's selling into the bond market right now? When the feds are trying to prop it up to get it off the lows.
The hedge funds.
You supposed to be bullish on the economy though. You trying to save the economy too, right? Well, why are they selling off the bond market? I'll wait.
Because I think it's gonna go lower.
Well, they ain't believing in this so-called economy like everybody claiming and crying about all over the internet, on TV. These supposed to be pro-American people. So in come the operation over the week, over Sunday in the futures market. Right? Trump come out, we finna have 100,000 people dead to 200,000 people. Daggering news to the market. Instantly, the futures market did what? Sales off.
Yep.
Then, in the AM, operations kick in. Futures market start coming back. Rallying. On that kind of news. Get that bond market off the low. You picked up 2 points, obviously. Operations got bigger and bigger, right? You go back and look at Monday's operation, Sunday into Monday, Monday into Tuesday. In the Fed repo operation, 1.31. Yesterday, 1.35. 282 billion went into the Treasury Department. And that was just that's not even the mortgage-backed loans and all the other collateral loans beyond those two. That was just that one operation, because there was more than that, obviously. And then guess what they did again? Sold off again, what? Yesterday until today. To yesterday. From the 31st until yesterday. From 135 all the way down to what? 127. Now, when they ain't dropped the number for the day yet, it's gonna come out, later on tonight and tomorrow. You'll see it reflected for February what? April the 2nd. But you see what's happening here. Look here. 0 interest rates. Look on the 25th. On the 2 year, the 2 month, the 3 month, and all of them, and the 1 month, 2 month, 3 month.
Yeah.
You got them days there. It was just at straight 0.
Wow.
Look here. 0, 0. And that's not even reflecting if it's negative or not, because they obviously I don't think they put the negative hashes on here. So
yeah,
if it's at 0.
I think they did say it did go negative.
Right, they went negative, right? We went negative, right? You own it, because last week we went under on the 1 month and the 3 month. True story. That was right here and right here.
So if there's a negative interest rate, correct me if I'm wrong.
That means it's free money. It's
free
money, basically.
So if it's negative, they don't have to pay you extra though, right? Because then that would be counterproductive. But how would a negative interest rate work then?
That means if you borrow, you pay back what?
Less. You pay like
less. Actually,
you are paying back less.
You pay less. You pay less, actually, yeah, because it's an incentive now. Here's where it gets interesting. Do y'all remember last year when we really got hit hard by the tariff, and you had places like in Europe that were at negative interest rates already at that point, and they were actually paying people incentive money to take out loans. They were paying people to take out loans.
Yeah.
True story. If you bought a house, they were paying people extra money to refi on top of the money you was gonna get from the refi, and they were paying people to even take out loans. Hey, here's an extra bonus, $200-$300. If you buy, because they need people to buy their bonds, right? Buy because in the event you default, if there's any money they can make at that point, hey, it's good luck, peanuts. This is the Treasury Department. Now here's where it gets interesting. Look right there on the 25th of March, right? You see it right here? 0,000, right? Look
Mhm.
here. Literally early in the month, you was at 1.41, bro. 1.27, 1.13. Are you kidding me? 1.56 on the 27th of February. 1.59.
Wow.
And you went all the way down in less than about a month
Zero.
to zero, bro. Stop playing with me.
That's tough. That's tough. That's tough, man.
So again, these people got these print and press fire. Again, that's why we in trouble, because these people at the feds are reckless.
Yep.
They've been doing the operation ever since September 2019. Just to prop up what?
The market.
The stock market. Not the Main Street market, but who? The stock market.
So when the Fed increases their balance sheet, how is that affecting
That's what they're doing right now. Let's go look at the Fed's balance sheet.
Yeah, because I just saw some
You already got it up?
Well, I was just on Thinkorswim. I was looking at the SPY chart, and they have like those little Benzinga things, or the rooters. It says U.S. federal total balance sheet size rises to 5.86 trillion on Wednesday from 5.3 trillion the week before.
Boom.
And then the Fed central bank liquidity swaps rise to 348.5 billion.
Can you share your screen and show that real quick?
Yeah, let me do that.
Let me stop sharing mine. That's what we're here for again. Y'all, by all means, you got data, share it. You need to be sharing it, right? Because people need to understand how, again, because remember I tell you about the balance sheet finna explode. It's going to balloon literally overnight. And we were talking about the other day that by June, maybe June or end of this year, it's going to be around about what 10 trillion. Remember we was talking about that the other day? We're on our way. We're on our way. We're already in 1 month into this liquidity stimulus, and they already up over easily. That's before they even add the stimulus bill into it too, because that was already a total about 6 trillion. Y'all know that, right? It was more than this 2.2 trillion. The total bill was 6.2 or 6.6 trillion dollars. But they just kept touting the 2.2 trillion for the Main Street. But it all overall came out to like 6.7 trillion, 6.2 trillion.
They said they're willing to put it on that balance sheet like indefinitely.
They finna balloon that thing like ain't never before. Who gonna have to get who
possible?
Right? Who gonna get stuck holding that bag? That's the question. Yep. Right? Who gonna get stuck holding the bag? So, hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Right? You already know what's what's coming, right? So real quick, let's run over to that beautiful being footage, right? That brother Raul dropped. I think went out to come back in. Something wrong with the screen, right? Let's run over. I'll do it real quick, right? We're gonna.
Yeah, I think your value went out.
Yeah, I think your value went out, bro.
Well, that sea moss over there looking like a
Right, look like a good old bag.
I'm telling you. Wow, yeah, man, they out there tripping, man. They out there messing with them poles, man. They out there inflating. They out there inflating the bandwidth. The bandwidth. They over leveraged on the gigabytes.
They didn't even make a run to McDonald's right quick.
Yeah. They talking about you supposed to be getting, 100 gigabyte or a gigabyte per second, 500 megabytes per second, but they really finessing. They don't really even got that much.
Right.
But yeah, man, this is crazy, man. This is juicy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play this again and
I was
record it.
thinking the same thing. Or I was like, man, I know I'm gonna have to hit the replay and run this back slow. You know, they got the little on YouTube. They have the little thing you can slow it down,
Oh yeah.
slow
Yeah.
down the speed a little bit. You know, so I can go over it and I actually look at, you know what I'm saying, go over these charts again in real time.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What bro talking about? Yeah, Garfield good. Garfield, you know, he good on the credit. He working on mine now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I see you, bro, posting something in the back chat.
Oh, it's not. What you trying to
Yo,
do with that?
they back there going in. You never cared about credit, bro. You better care about credit, bro. See, that's what I'm trying to get. You know, you gotta have that credit good, man. That can be capital for you. You know, you can be going ham in these markets.
You can always repair your credit. You can't repair your money though.
Yeah, yeah. Credit's where it's at, man. That's where it makes life much easier.
Most definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how this Treasury, man, this Federal Reserve, man, they got they got tricks for days, man. And you know, I ain't gonna lie, man. I get frustrated and angry sometimes. They didn't teach us this in school. Like, I feel like this is essential information that everyone should know. At the end of the day, understanding that it's certain periods of time where it's gonna be harder for you to obtain capital. It's gonna be hard for you to obtain credit, and it's gonna have a domino effect in the economy.
Right.
So you
Right.
can't, you should be able to prepare for this and know when it's expanding and it's contracting.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and it's unfair for them not to teach us this in school. You know, this should be 101. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want
Right.
to teach us everything else about what this person did back in history and what his teeth
Right.
look like. This man got wooden teeth and all this other extra stuff. Instead of telling us what we really supposed to be learning out here, what we need to really make change in our lives. You know.
That's part of the school system, though. Pull the wool over the sheep eyes so they can stay docile.
Yeah, that's fact. Because I guess if more people understood these things, they wouldn't be able to manipulate as easily. People would be able to see through the BS. Like, they literally out here finessing people.
It truly is.
They literally out here finessing people and to keeping their money in this market when it's finna go down.
That's cool though. We got over Emporium in the house teaching stuff.
Yeah,
That's what's up. He's
that's
dropping
fact.
some amazing drills today. I ain't know none of this. That's why I was staying quiet. I'm just listening.
Yeah, that's facts, man. This is food for knowledge, and every time I think on I know something, I learn even more. That's the great thing about it. The more you learn, the more you learn. That you don't know everything.
All right. All right. Sometimes I go all the way back into his videos. And I just pick a random day and I just watch his videos. And I pick up something that I missed out on. And I can see myself actually in the group at that time. I was like, hold on, I was in here and I missed this. What the hell is wrong with me?
Yeah, I mean, I had one period of time, man, when I went back to the beginning of all AE videos, open videos. I went back like to the first video, and just like let me let me get this message, this information from the bottom up. You know what I'm saying? Just and it was he got some jewels, man. He got some jewels back there, man. It's invaluable how much information that get dropped on this channel. Man, it's invaluable on this channel, and they have a lot of times where they're on the Dagger Squad channel too, dropping information, and man, it's invaluable. Sometimes I just have this stuff playing in the background while I'm doing other stuff. But when you really sit and you take some notes and you go back and you kind of look at things from the top down, you get a real understanding of how the working parts work. And my biggest thing, like when I came in and started learning about investing, I jumped straight into technical analysis, like chart patterns, technical analysis, and stuff like that. So coming here
Yep.
just gave me that fundamental, mix that I needed to add to, my utility belt. You need,
That's good.
strong.
Can you guys hear me again?
Back over.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, we're back.
All right, for sure.
Okay,
Just want to make sure.
We're back in here.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hear you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't want to disturb your bill because how I did. I'm encouraging, brother. Y'all going in? I like, hey, get it in.
Yeah.
I'm just cycling back through, so I had to close it out and come back in. So
Yeah, my bad
again,
too. I was
forgive
trying
me,
to share
guys.
my screen, but it like closed out on me too. So
Yeah,
I noticed that because as soon as you did that, you went out. I said, yup, they got him.
I was like,
So
I didn't want you guys to
hit
think I
him
was
up with one of them
scared to
viruses.
share my screen, bro.
yeah, we were
Like,
going
no.
too hard, too much information upload.
Like, buddy, on y'all know I like usually the movie analogy, right? Y'all remember the movie How High with Method Man and Red Man?
Classic.
That one of the class when buddy they buddy that died smoking the weed.
Oh yeah,
The one that died that was in heaven.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna send a virus to your pewter." They sent the virus to your pewter, right? They got you.
Yeah.
Got mad to her computer to get them back. But no, seriously. So soon we get to talk. Hey, what's going on, Sister Q-Tech? My Sister Q-Tech in the house, right? Let me go ahead and get you that wrench on there because that's your other account. But yeah, there's a link. Let me post that link again too, guys. You guys want to come onto the panel? We got room, guys. Come on over. Again, you might want to discuss the market. Again, anything concerning the coronavirus, anything that has to do with health, wealth, period. Just anything you might want to discuss. Y'all know this is this is a village over here. So it's come on. Let's discuss it. Right.
Yep.
So there's the link right there, guys. If you want to come on to the live stream here and build with the family. But yeah, before we were again unfortunately cut, snipped by the internet gods or whoever it was. I don't know what's going on. But we're talking about credit and liquidity programs, right? The balance sheet, right? What's this important, right? This is the federal website here. Again, this ain't no alt brand. This is a primary source, right? People always say bring out the primary source, right? So y'all can see there it says what? The board of what? Governors of the Federal Reserve System, right? This is their website, right?
Can you drop that in the chat box if you don't mind?
Already on it. No worries.
Thank you. I'll pull it up with you.
Yeah, because you guys need this. Y'all need to follow these little sites, whether you feel like it's necessary or not. But guess what? They're necessary now. Because now you starting to see the people talk about 1 trillion, 6 trillion, 2 trillion. They got all this money all of a sudden, but they ain't got no money again, like I said last week, for what? Roads, bridges, schools, water in Flint. They ain't got water to stop this. They ain't got water to do this. They ain't got money for this. But they got all of a sudden, all this money came out of what? Nowhere all of a sudden. They ain't got money for reparations. But they got what? Trillions of dollars to yeah, okay.
Healthcare, nothing.
They got
Helping
money for
veterans, homeless.
None of that. DC flooded with homeless. Skid Row out there in LA flooded with homeless.
Oh, Skid Row's horrible.
What they gonna do if any of them guys catch the coronavirus? Collateral damage? Really? Well, that's what they're doing. Yeah, so that's why people don't. I'm like, man, y'all can't say them politics for another day, bro. These people over here are, bro, play with it. So here's your balance, right? Here's your Federal Reserve, right? Right now, I was speaking about the Federal Reserve countless times. Again, I probably got, I think, some videos back in 2018, somewhere around in 2018, 2018 probably. And I was speaking. I may have had one or two when I was speaking about the Federal Reserve, right? And them trying to obviously lessen the balance sheet, right? Because at a point, that's the whole goal, right? Lessen the balance sheet, right? The debt, right? Don't pass that debt on to future generations. So literally, if you look, matter of fact, let me. Okay, yeah. If you see here, coming in 2014, anytime you have a transfer of president, whatever they've done is the budget allocation is for the fiscal year. Sometimes it changes, sometimes it lessens, depending on how they are about taxation, right? That's the biggest thing that you get out of a lot of these candidates going into the office to be president, right? What your tax plan look like? That's the most important thing than anything. Seems like everybody like, what your tax plan gonna be like? Pretty much, are you gonna give money to the middle class, or are you gonna give it to the what? To the rich, right? It's a cut and dry scenario. Ain't no you sitting there playing that game yourself. That's how it goes. Either you're gonna give it to the poor, or you're gonna give it to the rich. Even those who say they're gonna give it to the poor end up by directly giving it to what? To the rich. Again, hey, y'all, again, if your favorite president or somebody over the name out, take it up with them. Don't take it up with me. It happened under Obama. It happened under Bush 2, right? The only time you had pretty much a decent scenario over the last, let's say, 20 plus years, or not even that, maybe 20, 30 years, was Clinton. Clinton was the only one that really was able to kind of add a surplus to the actual overall, economy, right? And then obviously, who came behind Clinton? Bush 1, right?
Yep.
I mean, excuse me, Bush 2, right? And what he did with it when he got that dropped the Ferrari with nitrous oxide to it.
He gassed it.
Ran into every real little tree he could hit. Like he would, bruh, squandered all that money until we went into a deficit. All right, so again, okay, so here is when they began to do what? Quantitative what?
Quantitative easing.
Tightening.
Oh, tightening, sorry.
Anytime you see what? A deceleration in what? The balance sheet, that means what's happening? They paying what? Paying the debt down. You paying debt down. Paying debt down. Paying debt down. Right? Paying debt down. When did we do our first quantitative tightening program in the Feds? Anybody got that stat? When the Feds did the quantitative tightening, the same thing that made Trump mad. And he almost busted blood vessel. Like, why you tightening rates? And you should be easing rates because Europe is almost at zero and Greece is at zero and everybody at zero and you tightening rates. You should be lowering rates. We need cheap money.
Yeah,
because he wanted cheap money to pump the market. Oh, go ahead, Obi. I'm sorry.
Now,
go ahead.
That January, February.
Yeah, you can pull it up. You know what I'm saying? So you know exactly when they start doing that, right? Rebalancing the books. That's what they say.
Sorry, just to clarify. So when it's going down, it's basically causing an increase in interest rates, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You paying down the debt.
Okay.
Right? Because it's better to balance the books. Because if you have again, real world, dream world scenario, what you call it that, dream world scenario. If you ever get a chance to pay down all the debt, right? That makes your currency in your country what? Potent than a hot flaming habanero pepper with a Scoville unit over 1 million. People be dying to, you know what I'm saying? They can't touch you, basically. They can't touch you. Can't touch this MC Hammer style. They can't touch you. So the meaning at that point, the USD dollar will be like, in relation to maybe like the Ghana said it, right? You talking about, man, bro, exchange rate, forget about it. Everybody be running to get USD dollars, right? Your money will go a long way at that point, right? So again, that's the whole portion about, paying down your debt, keeping your dollar strong. Now, in this case, again, they were paying down the debt, right? Pivot point right here, August 26, 2019. Now, that's interesting date right there, going into what? September, right? What happened during the month of September?
Is that when the repo operation started?
Boom. This right here look like Tesla. When Tesla caught that bid on that Q3 earning report, it went for 250.
Yeah. It looks like Tesla right now. They just had good earnings.
Tesla right now. It's up after hours. Y'all see Tesla right now just squeezing up the episode. So some of y'all probably know the news on that. What was the news on Tesla after hours squeezing up? Anybody got that news real? Somebody pull it up for me real quick while we talk.
Q1 sales, right?
If you got it, let us know. So you can post it or share.
Let me try that.
Yeah, anybody get that news on Tesla? Because Tesla squeezing up after hours. Yeah, I'm short Tesla. I just gave some back. Ain't no lie. I'm still up, but I gave some back. They just squeezed up from 455 all the way to 515. So guess what? That was somebody that had a plan to get Tesla off the lows, because Tesla's getting ready to what? To dump.
Yep.
They timed that press release. Exactly. They timed that press release right on time. This is how the market works. Y'all know how this stuff works. Ain't no secret. These are crooks and criminals at the highest level. Again, we ain't crying. We understand how the business works. But in knowing that how it works, you can trade it better. You can perform better in it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You won't be out there just trying to get your way through it. No, this is what it's all about. So when everybody get that Tesla news, just let us know. But again, this is your Federal Reserve balance sheet. Up and to the right, and then went parabolic. Literally went parabolic overnight from February the 10th. That's when they had 10 going into 24. Income 1.2 trillion is 1.3 trillion this going into the stock market. Trillion this unload the bazooka. All that talking about coming out of CNBC.
Mhm.
Right? And now you way up here now. And I don't think they add in again that last stimulus bill quite yet. Not all of it.
Wow. So when they increase the debt in a perfect world, that should decrease the power of the dollar.
Exactly.
But because they're buying it, that's what's making it run out and kind of divert.
Well, it's worse because we're in the cycle of QE4, right? Quantitative easing, right? So remember we put up the definition of quantitative easing and what quantitative easing does to your economy or your currency value. What does quantitative easing do?
It reduces the value of the dollar.
Exactly. Just put it in paraphrase term. That means you printing a lot of money, right? That means you got more surplus. That means
increasing supply.
Right. Your margin of your product is now what?
Lower.
Toilet paper. You can't charge me $100 for a pair of Nikes when I know you got a surplus of these shoes and you ain't pushing them. Now,
That
bro,
makes the Nikes go up.
I need them cheaper. You know what I'm saying? But you got a major surplus. You ain't gonna get me, right? You trying to get me, bro. You ain't pushing them shoes, bro. I'm thinking over there collecting dust, bro. I see them back there. Boxes and boxes of them from China.
Yeah, them shits ain't selling, man.
They ain't selling nothing right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna need you to come down that price and stop trying to get me right now.
And then this is so that they get like other countries and stuff to invest in the dollar, right?
Exactly, because everybody still want USD dollar because they still because they currency in the toilet right now because they did too much quantitative easing a lot earlier and lowered their interest rates to the dirt, literally to the dirt. So they ain't got no buying power. They got no GDP to equate to that of their growth, right? They got no profit, no organic growth, and now they get negative interest rates, and then all the young people. They moved to America, Australia, everywhere else to build up their economy. So they got a lot of old people in their economy. Now, good luck with trying to get Miss Mary to go work at the factory. Good luck with that. She trying to dodge that coronavirus right now. She ain't got time to even talk about going to no factory. Bruh, good luck. So this is how this stuff works, right? So the central bankers are the ones who controlling everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So they are just playing with people's livelihoods every day, in and out, in and out, in and out, right? In and out, in and out, in and out, right? So y'all need this again. Keep up with the Federal Reserve now. Don't be scared of the word. You hear that word Fed? I know some of y'all like, man, look at I ain't met with the Fed, bro. I get it. I was that same person before at one point. Like, man, look at. But I grew up and understand that you need to follow them. You need to see what they're doing, how they making a mockery. Yeah. Right? Because you know what's happening.
And they have extra power right now because they declared an emergency, right?
Exactly.
So they have
unlimited.
Basically no regulations.
None whatsoever. State of emergency, that means they can buy stocks outright if they want to. I mean, they can go buy Apple right now and dump $100 billion into it. You and your little, $10,000 leverage position trying to go short Apple, and they coming in with $100 billion. Good luck. That's a mosquito in front of a Mack truck with nitric oxide behind it.
Is there ever a point to when their balance sheet gets way too high that it'll cause more problems?
Okay, I'm happy you asked that. Imagine if you had too much debt, insurmountable debt. What happens?
Oh, then it crashes.
Crash.
It bounces, right?
Crashy. Bankruptcy. Nation can go bankrupt. You know, nation can go bankrupt, right?
Like Germany.
Nations can go bankrupt. Yes, they can. Crashy. And then
so that's somewhat similar to 2008, right? But that's because the banks were all going
Right.
bankrupt. But
They
it's like a
caused it.
similar thing, right?
They caused it exactly.
Okay, I see.
So if you can't pay your debt, them coupons go to the garbage status in the bond market, and then they are the first ones to get paid, right? If you go under, right, bond people, right, the people who bought your debt, they first in line to get paid, right, in debt, right,
Yeah,
and then money manager, and then what? Executives, and then who? The shareholder, and then after the shareholder, what? The consumer. Good luck. Good luck walking away with anything. So I'm saying that's when people go post and go shoot up these little corporations. Like, man, why Debbie did that, man? She went in there with that AR-15, bro. It was lights out.
Blowing the smithereens.
So there's a lot of things that go to people pension funds, their savings, all this stuff get destroyed because these old, charlatan companies and CEOs. Again, y'all know how this stuff works. It's crazy. So yeah, so Tesla deliveries 884,000 vehicles in Q1. Now again, here's what's interesting. They just lowered the estimate, right? Literally about 2 or 3 days ago. Let me show you how slick they are. They lowered their estimate about 2 or 3 days ago, and they got a favorable upgrade by what? I think JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. This the game they play. Now y'all know Tesla earning coming up is gonna be what? Garbage. Because they already on the fine line, right?
They're still not even making profit, right?
Exactly. Barely.
So they don't have any cash on hand. It's all debt.
Well, they got little cash, but it's still they got more debt to pay than they got cash because they barely profitable. So they utilizing credit and cash flow in house that they ain't paying their credit, they debt with what to play with. They prolonging their debt.
When they was around like 250, they had done got another loan on top of their loan. Like they had a loan that was and they had another loan on top of that.
Yeah, we was talking about that back then. Elon was talking about jumping ship.
Right. Talking about going private.
Yeah.
20 private. The Saudis gonna come buy him out. Man, them people looked at you like, boy, you stupid. Y'all seen it? I ain't making it up. So again, y'all know what y'all dealing with. That's why people get all the emotion about these little companies. Like, man, that tells man, you crazy. People fight you about these companies. They die hard. They ultimate. Again, I don't like talk trash about people because people go through different phases in their life of maturity, understanding what this is all about. They get emotionally wrapped into these little these companies, these people, and I mean they just throw money out just because of the name. They celebrity worshiping, not necessarily what they ain't doing due diligence type worshiping, right? I need my money matters. So it make your head hurt. You like, are you serious? Are you serious? Right? So again, they lowered the estimate when they knew they weren't going to beat the previous estimate. And so they barely came in probably above that estimate and got an upgrade before it happened. So it was already positioned to do that. So guess what Tesla did today? Even more than the broader market did. Look at here. Look at this. This foolishness. Right? Look at this foolishness. Let me see if I can blow this up so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about. So this was yesterday, 481. Right? Over here, right? Way up here, right? By 5, it was like 503, 505 the other day. It sold off all the way down to what? 447 today. What's SP 500 doing today? It was doing what?
It was going up a little bit.
Right. Now typically
initially it dropped.
That's a bull flag right there.
It's almost up 100 points.
Well, no, again,
parabolic.
Right. So they were selling off just to reposition to what? To buy that news that they already knew they was gonna come in and beat those numbers because they lowered the average and gave it the upgrade to get what? New money going back. These crooks, bro.
Yeah.
They wrote that profit down, shorted it to it, then turned around and went long on ahead of their production number because they lowered their what? They lowered the guidance to a number that they knew they could beat.
Right.
And now that seems bullish to what?
To the retail investor.
But y'all know doggone well Tesla ain't nowhere in the world they're gonna come in and do the number with their Shanghai factory shut down. They can't do no business in Fremont, California. All of a sudden these numbers here are just like the best thing ever for stop.
They were fighting to
They shut down in the Netherlands right now. Seriously.
I put an article in the back chat about Ukraine talking about Tesla. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Yeah, go ahead. So this is what I'm talking about. So you don't be caught up in don't get caught out there. Is what I'm saying. Don't get caught. Again, if you loan to stop, take advantage of the ramp. If you bought the dip today near the lows ahead of this news, right? Then eat, right? But realize you don't want to overstay your welcome if it ain't necessary.
These companies don't care about you, man.
That's what I want you to understand. Your money matters. Get out this mindset that again it's my company and it's like, man, stop. When people come, I'm like, oh man, not today. Come on, seriously. Chat rooms are full of people like that. Chat rooms are full of people like that. They call them what? Fanboys, right? Ain't it the nickname they give them? Fanboys.
Yeah.
These fanboys, they call them all kinds of soy boys, rice boys, snowflakes, fanboy, all that foolishness.
Thanks.
Right? So smart people don't think that way. Well, guess what? We gonna be smart. We the smart people. You can't get me. I'm gonna trade the trend. Don't get it twisted. I'm gonna trade that bounce too. Keep trading it like that. But I'm gonna get my bag and I'm gonna get up out of there. Or if you just feel like now it's time you start your long position at Tesla at 450, then hey, ride it until it's time to roll out. Again, we long-term rent and we long-term lease. We don't long-term own nothing. So my emotion's not tied to you. I could I'll be a squatter. That's what they call me. Call me a stock squatter. I squat for a little while and I'm out. Right? So you realize again, your money obviously it needs to be positioned in a way where you're watching everything. You're dotting out because you know they're garbage. You know these people are just charlatans with a lot of money. Right? They're I mean at the truest sense for a lot of them. I mean, look what happened to Wells Fargo. Come on, need I say anymore? I can keep going on the list. These people, they can care less. These people was in charge of your livelihood, your mortgages, your car loan. And look what they did to your business over there at Wells Fargo. The Senate had to go in there, the Congress had to go in there and throw a grenade up in Wells Fargo and get rid of all that cancer. They were robbing people left and right, making tons of money off ghost people, off fake accounts.
Crazy.
So you finna get me on this old moral clause because it's a company. I don't care how long you been with them. Look here, none of it. None of it.
They all do bad stuff.
All of them ratchet. Right?
You know how we were talking about conspiracy theories earlier about the coronavirus? I just saw something right now on my phone. Apparently, someone thought that the government ship that was coming to LA to help with coronavirus people, they were like, they thought it was a government conspiracy to take over, so they stole a train and tried crashing it into the ship. I just saw that.
Yeah, it's all kind of craziness happening right now. Y'all know people on edge right now. It's crazy out there. You know what I'm saying? It's again, that's why when we talk about people going out buying guns and bullets right now. They ain't getting toilet paper and paper towel. They getting bullets and guns and hunkering down with some canned goods and some ramen noodle packs. Because they think somebody gonna come knock on the door at some point if this coronavirus get really out of control. But again, a lot of people, hey, this is America. Nothing like that could ever happen here. How dare someone would never come and test us like that, or something like this would never happen to us like this. Yet those same people had that same mentality with 9/11. Then it's like, oh, we ready to fight the entire world now. Now America jumped back and took the Hollywood Code approach. You took fights to people that didn't had nothing even to do with it. Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Because now that was a strategic move to go get what?
Some oil.
That sweet crude. That sweet crude, right? That sweet crude. Right? And people had
Dave Chappelle when he was like, I need that oil. Oh, that oil.
Right. People ain't had nothing about weapons of mass destruction. People had a cap gun, a bottle opener, and a Playboy magazine down in them pits. They ain't had nothing.
They were barely trying to get some
Cat
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, man, y'all know the words.
5G.
Yeah, and then how many people had to die for that?
Man.
Right? How many people had to die
On
for that?
both sides.
Exactly. I'm telling the total count. You know what I'm saying? So that's tragic. But again, that's the insidious nature of what people say that just the price of cost of doing business. Well, that's a bunch of bull crap. Cause we talked about that the last stream about how central bankers got they hold on entire nations and economies to the degree where they run it into the ground. Okay, we just went to the federal website. We just looked at the balance sheet. We're looking at the Treasury Department. They're running what into the ground? Your money, your pension fund, your 401k. A 401k bill came due yesterday. We saw the article on that. They can't even pay the 401ks now.
All them games gone.
So again, what security you got? I'm just asking. I ain't making this stuff up. What security you really got? When people brag, I got so and so AIG. I have PIMCO. I got some all these Zoom wham wham. And they can fold it like anybody else. They still crooks. So it's incumbent of you, like I'm always saying, learn how to manage your own money. That's what we're here for, right? All of us that's paying attention right now that want to understand the game of investing and trading, meaning how to manage your own money, manage your own money. So guess what? You be in control more than people who are just like the people we're talking about. Wouldn't that be the best thing to do? Again, you don't take your money and give it to a stranger on the street, say, here, hold this 10 grand, I'll be back 5 months from now. You wouldn't do that. Well, you did it with Wells Fargo. You saw what they did. But you say, okay, well, I'm protected by certain laws. Yeah, okay, to a degree. But still, is it worth it to give them that much power over your money, is my point. When you say, you know what, I tell you what, right? I'm going to manage a portion of my own money on my own terms. Right? Again, a brokerage account is much different than a bank account. We learned that when we learned how to get invested, did we not? How simple it was to open up a brokerage account and how hard it is to open up a bank account. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Are you kidding me? I don't need nothing but a social security number. You don't run my credit. You don't care about my background, my baby mothers, my whatever. If I'm a midget, humpback, smurf, whatever. You don't care about none of that. And I can go catch a stock on a bid and make a bag. It ain't like
with the
what?
debit card.
Right. So again, this is why you want to learn. This is why you should have a yearning to learn. You see what I'm saying? You're giving too many people too much power over your livelihood in terms of your resources, because that's what you need in a capitalist society. You need what? Resources, right? If you ain't got cash, you better have some land. Right? Because on that land you can grow up, you can grow crops, you can cut wood, you can dig for oil, you can find some diamonds, rubies, gold, whatever. You got equity. Right? You can borrow against that land, which obviously equates to money. So land becomes money by default. So if you ain't got those things, what you playing with?
Your life.
Literally. Because you subjected to any and everything because you got no backstop.
Right.
So for us, again, it's a no-brainer. I'm not sitting there arguing with the idea of wanting to, because again, this ain't nothing that requires you to go to a university to learn this. We're learning this on our own time, under our own dime, literally, using public access to information that's on Google, YouTube, wherever. It becomes useful once you understand how important it really is. To people who are late to this, layman people that have no clue and care less about this stuff, right? Because they too busy turning up right now, right? Until that Rona hit, then it's like, oh man, hold up, bro. Yeah, I need to find a way to get a little bag, man. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on? Right? So we know about those theories, right? We know about the peak that built this house with straw, right? And the one that built this house with, what was the other, wood or something? I don't know. Y'all know the Three Little Pigs, whatever.
Yeah, wood and
Well, y'all building y'all house with steel, concrete, palladium. What's the hardest piece of metal out there? Antimonium, right? We shouldn't even go there, right? That Wolverine metal that you got. What the stuff you got? The stuff coming out of space, I don't even know what it's called.
Some vibranium.
Vibranium, antimonium, iridium, and Haiti. You got all that. You building your house with that. Joker like, man, what are you doing over there, man? I don't see that brother much, man. He ain't partying much. He ain't doing none of that, man. He stayed building. He stayed got his hand, with a compass in the hand and a square and a ruler. He stayed doing something calculated. I don't know what that brother doing or that sister doing. All they know, you just pop up when the Rona hit. Your basement full of goods and everything you need. And they're like, man, hey man, let me borrow a little roll of toilet paper, man. Borrow. You get them just a 1 ply, not even 2 ply. I'm gonna give you 1 ply. Good luck. What's going on, Sister Carbide Nettie? Unc in the house. Got the family from MBK, also over Chris. He part of the MBK family. Sister coming through today. Peace, power, and profit to you, sis. Yeah,
Peace,
always.
Sister Carbide.
Always, Sister Carbide, already. So again, so this is why this stuff is important, and again, I'm not trying to just, bombard you guys with stuff that you probably already don't know yourselves, but for us, we understand that repetition becomes repertoire. A lot of people don't hear it enough to really for it to set hold into their psyche to say, well, let me just look into this, right? Your job is a crook. Your boss is a crook. Here's how I know it to be true. All right, I'm finna answer a very simple question. You don't have to answer if you don't want. Some of y'all got jobs right now, right? Y'all that can't go to work right now because your job is shut down. How many of y'all out of the group, we could do a little quickly here, how many of y'all still getting a paycheck from your company right now? That got y'all sitting down at this moment. If you're getting one, that's fine, say yeah. But if you're not getting a paycheck right now and you laid off because of the coronavirus, how many of y'all getting a paycheck right now?
So like nobody getting one.
I mean,
I'm still getting one. I'm still working, so.
Okay, you working though still. Oh, Chris, what about you, Brother Brandon? You say you are, right? You say you laid off, you getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid right now. I'm still working.
You still working? Okay, still what I'm saying. You still work. So how many of y'all just laid off right now because of coronavirus and still getting a check? Right? Nobody on the panel office, so anybody in the back check, y'all getting the bag right now and sitting down at the house? I guarantee that's gonna be a low number, right? Before if they drop it, they don't drop it.
You already know they're not getting that stimulus check yet.
Right. So this is a no-brainer. You see what I'm saying? So that means after all that fluff talk you got out of the White House, them retaining employee retention, keep your company on. We'll give you what? Good incentives and tax breaks for your company, right? Because we need that number to go into what? Jobless numbers. We need to keep those numbers up from plummeting because guess what? If we drop the real numbers, people ain't gonna be able to deal with that. We can't deal with people not being employed right now. Well, how can they work? How many people getting hazard pay right now that deal with other matter of fact, over Brandon, over Chris, y'all work right now. Do y'all have people y'all come in contact with a little bit on your job? Or do y'all work isolated from everybody else?
Right now, I'm at a Sprint store, so they only can limit certain customers in.
But you interact with people. That's what I'm saying. No matter what you do, but are you okay? What about you, Brother Brandon? Do you work isolated or do you work around other people? Or you have to come in contact with other people?
You know what? It gets worse. I work around with other people, and I'm actually helping the people who catch or who get caught with the coronavirus.
Right.
Because I'm working in the medical field, so we're supplying oxygen tanks to the actual people.
Boom.
Now, okay.
I know
so
this
I
kind
don't
of
get hazard pays.
That's where I was going. I was about to ask
I don't.
That. See, just shut the front door. Shut the front door. Are you not in a hazardous condition right now?
I'm definitely in a hazardous condition right now.
By the standard of the OSHA, by the standard of the law, in terms of any of these things, would you not be classified as being in a hazardous condition right now?
I'm in a hazardous condition right now. Speaking to you right now, I got a bag probably 30 feet away from my face that was a patient that had coronavirus right in front of my face.
Right.
But that corporation ain't giving you what?
Hazard pay.
So But hold up here. You see how when we break stuff down and make it make sense. This ain't rocket science. Ain't like it's some super say on conversation. We smart enough to understand what's happening here. So we just spoke about job security, right? People get all excited about their little jobs, right?
Uh-huh.
And your little
Yep.
CEO, right? And they say they look at the stock people that's trading stock market and say, what? You gambling? You can't trust it.
Right.
You don't know what's going on, and they all the kind of stuff because they don't understand. What you doing right now on your job, brother Brandon? Not my words, your words. Are you gambling?
In my opinion, going through this little crisis, I'm gambling all day.
Not just with your money, but with your what?
My life.
Uh-huh.
Is them dollars they paying you worth your life?
Hell no. Sorry for cursing.
Without hazard pay. Without time, I don't know if you're getting time and a half now, but hazard pay don't need to come on top of time and a half. You need to be getting time and a half and hazard pay.
Not even getting that.
So this is why people can't come to me with that fooling. When you hear these ignorant people pop up saying, "Oh, it's this and you that," I'd rather take my destiny in my own hands than let some stupid behind, ignorant behind, charlatans behind so-called CEO can give a darn about me, convince me just because he can employ me and I know I need the money because I'm trying to take care of my family. That's better than me being in a position to take care of my own self by being my own boss, my own owner operator, any day in the way.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't finna convince me that. And I know that brother Brandon, given the time he really had on his hands, if he could just sit home and really get after this craft the way he really could, he know he could make way more money doing this than he could do sitting around being under them hazard condition.
Mm-hmm.
It's a process though. We get that. Go through the process, learn it. Get to a place where you see people that got money like that. They ain't worried about this kind of stuff like this, or they at least they're not subjected to it. That's what this should be all about.
It's funny that you say that because the CEO for the company I work for has been in Florida for the past month and a half now.
Look at that. Still my lane, but I'm finna go there now.
Month
That
and a half
bastard
now.
down there sipping margaritas, fishing, and farting right now.
He's in the Keys right now. He has a house in the Keys right now. He hasn't been back like almost close to 2 months now.
Isolated.
That's how Mr. Charlie do it. Mr. Charlie do it.
Ain't that's how he do it?
it?
Ain't they say, well,
Yes, sir.
God, like Jesus, won't he do it? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Bro, them people can't come to me with that foolishness, man. They don't play with me. Because I ain't saying nothing that y'all already don't know deep down inside and y'all be wanting to say it and not have said it anyway. Because given the proper understanding, again, how things really work, right? From a corporate level, right? From people who are their own business owners, things of that nature. Even if you do both, you still business owner and you work with somebody else. You know what's going on here. When people are always trying to talk that old, again, my job, man. Look, okay, I'm happy for you, right? No disrespect, but your job is just look. Good luck. Sometimes you just can't just say good luck, right? When they're going overboard to try to talk the job up. You know what I'm saying? They go overboard trying to talk the job. But come on, it's a job. Chill out. I get it. It's a job, right? But it ain't what your capabilities are way beyond, again, sitting around waiting for somebody else, to do something for you. You much more, I always tell people this, you much more valuable than what that job is even worth. Let that marinate for a moment. Your worth is more than that entire company. They can't put a price on you. But they will have you reducing yourself to that value of a what? $20 an hour, $15 an hour. And again, people get excited about it. I get it. But look, you mean to tell me that you're worth $10 an hour? If you really stop and put that in the context, I ask you right now, how many of y'all think y'all worth about $100 an hour?
I think a little bit more than that, if anything.
A little bit.
A little bit more. Well, when I say a little bit more, I mean a lot more.
They with the chest like Kevin Hart. They can't put a price on your time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really religious, so I feel like this is my only life personally. So I think it's pretty priceless, to be honest.
They can't put a price on your time and your energy in your life, because that's what they're doing right now with Brother Brand. They putting a price tag on his what? On his life.
Ridiculous.
Am I lying though? Am I being hyperbolic? Or am I obviously making sense in terms of relation, how this stuff works in terms of how there's a certain thing called hazard pay. There's a certain thing called time and a half. There's certain criteria that come in under the mandates, even on equal employment, what they call it, Employment Act. Excuse me, the Employment Act. That's a federal mandate in terms of certain things. When you have to meet a certain criteria, if you meet that standard, they got to uphold that. So why ain't nobody going to war for people like Brother Brandon or people that's on the job now? People at Walmart right now still making minimum wage, bro. And you know they finna get that wrong. So I mean, people can't come to me with that foolishness, man. I don't care about your degree, no disrespect. I don't care about none of that. You know, and so that's why it's important to realize that you need to know where you at in the food chain. Y'all in the food chain, y'all know that, right? We all in the food chain. We all in what they call the meat grinder.
Into the grinder.
So, and if you can't find a way to monetize your talents, your time, your ingenuity, your genius, your intellect, any value of adjective you want to put on that or a synonymous value to that, then we know what we are subjected to. But you can't convince somebody who's obviously taking the world by the reins on their own terms and starting to do things on their time, putting their genius and their intellect to work for themselves, as opposed to somebody else apparently trying to levy that over them. You ain't gonna tell me that's not like that ain't revolutionary. To be your own owner operator is revolutionary in itself. And if someone try to direct you away from that, please walk away from them. Please walk away from them. Because they're thinking on a micro level. Not even a micro level. They're thinking on the nano level. Right? They need it right now, right away. They see that's a parasite mentality.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's the whole plan anyway.
Exactly.
That's the whole plan. Get these coins right quick, do what I need to do in the market, see if I'm able to flip what I got. If it prevails, keep doing it and just leave Uncle Charlie behind.
All day, every day. That should be your modus operandi is to find a way to be self-sufficient.
I know.
Right? Because again, his boss is down in the Keys right now.
That was it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. They drove way up here for that. Oh, sorry about that.
No, you good. I'm sorry. So again, for us, we have to always be, cognizant of this, and we need not take it for granted. Right? We need not take it for granted. Right? Because again, no one wants to be sitting in that kind of condition right now. I guarantee you, unless you just really have a passion for what you do. I mean, that brother's literally on the front line. I mean, outside of that, what nurses and doctors and caretakers and EMS and people like that. I'm pretty sure because y'all hearing now that they're trying to they literally having to pay nurses exorbitant amounts of money just even to get them to come to work in certain areas like New York. They trying to bribing people to come to work in that environment right now. They have to pay them extra, obviously. Now you starting to negotiate your worth. Not that they can pay you your worth, but you get my point. At least from a market value, then exceeding that or well over that because you finna put your life in harm's way. So again, to me, it's a no-brainer. Again, I'm not going to beat that horse. We already understand it. But sometimes if you don't kind of talk about it in a way where people can really, really ingest it, they'll never really take ability to learn something different, right? That can really be, a game changer in their life. At least from a basic understanding of an opportunity, right? Because that's basically what this is. It's an opportunity, right? You're not, mandated by nothing more or less than whether or not you have the time to invest in it. 100% right. Carver said in the back chat, time management, right? Time management. That's what this is. It's about managing your time. Right? If your time is well spent, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, again, work for somebody else to the tune where when you get off, you don't have enough time to even work for yourself. Let me repeat that. You don't have time to work for yourself. Autodidact, learn something, build something in your spare time that can turn to a form of an income supplemental, which can translate into something that's primary, right? Then it makes no sense to be anti anybody that's actually what? Doing entrepreneur endeavors or seeking entrepreneur endeavors.
Anyway, I'm still here trying to build my e-commerce business.
Exactly. Right?
That's
There's a
the
lot of people out
only
there.
reason why.
Yeah. And the market can help supplement it, you know, and bankroll it. Mr. Charlie check
Mm-hmm.
only gonna go as far as you know it can go because it's capped. Right? You know he ain't
Right.
gonna give you no more than then the government gonna come in and swoop in and get theirs. First, matter of fact.
Mm-hmm. Uncle Sam and Uncle Charlie.
Right? So they can put it into the what? To the bond market and the stuff.
Right.
They can't wait to collect that bag. They sitting there every month like, hey man, hey, you got that money? You got that rent money? They Jones and they go put it in the stock market.
Yeah.
Man, got look at it. Man, look, bro. You know what I'm saying? These people, man, they look, y'all get it. Y'all get it. Look here. As if everything got better all of a sudden for Tesla because they meet a low bar number. Look at this here. Look at this. Bro, I know who these people are. Look at this. As if they are immune to the coronavirus right now. Just because they turned out some numbers that they got low, they lowered the number anyway. The number was supposed to be like 90-something thousand. They came in at 88-something thousand. After they lowered the number, just because they beat that number doesn't necessarily mean that the outlook of the earnings is going to be any better than what was already forecasted that they're going to hit. But guess what fund managers and people like that doing now? The algos doing the program to buy this up. The overrun. These people are crooks.
Over $100, man. That's crazy.
As if everything's in the all clear around the entire market. As if Tesla has been a constantly consistent profitable company. As if their factories in Shanghai ain't been shut down. They factory in Fremont, California ain't shut down. And see what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
You're not going to convince me that.
They were fighting to keep that plant open.
Fighting with the sheriff department. Y'all saw the news. The sheriff department had to come and serve them jokers a notice, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They still in there Elon's still in there working people like a slave.
I mean, if they were really doing that well, then they wouldn't need to be doing that.
Bro, this ain't rocket science. So why you finna get emotional about a crook? Like a Elon Musk, or just because he's like the next thing since Jesus and Nikola Tesla, he a genius. Man, shut up. Excuse my language. I don't like to say that, talk like that, but y'all get my point. Sometimes you gotta cut the crap, right? Because people will get slammed, you know, because okay, case in point. Back to chart. Where you at? That's the last big talking point. 2051. Jump into it. Just turn around and buy back up. Watch this. That's a check mark, bro. Nothing goes straight up in a straight line like that. I'm not making it up. That's a linear move. Linear.
Mm-hmm.
In a coronavirus market. And a company that's not even a necessity. Is a Tesla necessity right now.
Absolutely not.
Besides some toilet paper got more precedent than a Tesla car right now.
Exactly.
Than a Tesla car right now. So,
this is crazy, man.
Trade the trend. I'm not saying don't get this bag. I'm saying don't sit there and brag in it, and then get when you start buying up here, 545, 550, and then they do what on you? Doof.
Yeah, it's coming. It has to come down.
When they dump on you, you buying it at 5. Oh, we back. Going on in.
About to die.
That's right. Tesla is the only stock that deserves to go up 100 points right now, right?
Right. Hook, line, and sinker. A fool born every day. So crooks. The company, the fund managers, the banks, any kind of government that's get behind. Jim Cramer. Need I go on? All of them. Charlatans. Right now, If he, again, y'all we heard Brandon's story, we heard over Chris' story. Don't play, man. Don't, man. Look, I always tell people, be the king of your own life or the queen of your own life. Stop people worshiping. Stop putting these people on pedestals when y'all know they trash. I mean, that's a new saying now. Them people like, you trash. If there ever was a time to use that phrase, now they trash. You ain't paying my family time and a half or hazard pay. You trash. And they got all these incentives now to protect corporations under this tax stimulus bill. They can get all this free interest money on SBA loans that's coming out tomorrow, literally, right? And big loans too for big corporations. They can get all these free incentives, but they still working people time and a half. Bruh, can the greed train be any obvious? The same way we saw S&P going up today, and they dropped the most horrible economic data of all time and unemployment numbers. Could the greed train be any less obvious? Bruh. People got their priorities I don't know what's happening. This guy over here, I'm not, bruh. Y'all already know how I think. Ain't happening. Right? Ain't happening. You can't blow smoke, and tell me that it's baby powder in the air. No, that's smoke, bruh. Something burning. Something on fire. Right? So for us, again, those who looking to learn, those who's looking to understand how to take their life by the reins, and you direct the ship where you want your ship to go, you ain't far from the ideal of really putting a lot of these things into practice. Again, you don't give yourself the credit that you probably need to give yourself credit for, just by having natural common sense, natural observation in terms of how markets work, how the banking system works, right? And how to relegate that again back to financial markets. Because your company, if they publicly traded or even if they private, or they might be a DBA or a sibling company of even a bigger parent company that may be publicly traded, and these people making tons of money basically off your labor, twice, production and also the value of the stock that they can obviously go to the equity market or the debt market to borrow against, or if the stock running up higher and they collecting off that. That's greed on top of greed. So you ain't finna tell me that you don't, fit into that narrative in a way where you should be getting some of that same money too. As if you don't deserve that. Let me put it in that perspective. As if you don't deserve it. Again, it makes my head hurt when I think about it. But I realize where people at. They fragile when you begin to talk about it like that. Because people again, they could talk about. Y'all know some people wear their political affiliation like on their sleeve, like very sensitive to it. The same way some people are sensitive about their religions, right? All these different things people are sensitive about. But if it don't feed you, clothe you, and shelter you truly at the most basic sense of humanity in terms of self-preservation, then how you get to walk around with that kind of level of, that kind of myopic mindset, right? You backwards hustling, trying to prove a point that ain't necessarily even part of nature, right? Let's go against the very fiber of your nature. What nature should be. Look at that. See right here. Look at Tesla. Look at that. What it's doing?
Rolling over.
People that bought up again 445, 440. We back. Yay! Whoa! What you doing? Right, Mr. Bill, right, or Mr. Hanky? Well, y'all know look, bro. So I'm just saying. We know how to, again, pace ourselves. We know how to position ourselves. The goal is to become what? Solid in learning how to interpret, how to decipher, right? How to research, how to, again, be a staunch advocate for what? Factual value, right? In terms of how we look at things, right? Not over, not making things be a hyper sensationalist, right? You don't want to be that. You want to be level-headed as much as possible, especially right now during these times. Right? We spoke about the hoax stuff out there on the coronavirus. It's a hoax. People ain't really dying from this stuff, right? People ain't really getting sick from this stuff. It's a hoax by the government. Y'all seeing this stuff like I'm seeing it. You're like, how could you even say something like that? Something, and not only is it insensitive, but something as asinine as that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, okay, man, who are these people? Who are these people? You know, so and then you just say yourself, how many of them probably? Yeah, okay. Anyway, let me just get off that. All right. But anyway, so we need to kind of stay on top of what we do. Again, we're our own little village over here. We're no one special. There's other YouTube sites out there who do the same thing, who try to bring truth to power. We do it through the value of financial literacy, right? Because that's basically what this is: financial literacy, right? Whether it's stock market, whether it's real estate, whether you drop shipping, whether you got a product or a service that you offer, right? What again, you are an entrepreneur. By default, you was born to be an entrepreneur. Go back to the again, to what you consider to be what? Bronze age, iron age. Go back to hunter gatherer stage, right? I got tomatoes, you got corn. Let's do what? Let's trade, let's barter, right? You're a natural entrepreneur. You'd be surprised how many people lost that skill set, that natural naturalistic, skill set. They can't do nothing unless somebody tell them what to do. They got to go, be somebody else's, What's that? You got that picture? I think you posted the other day over Chris on your page too. That one I had a while back about the CEO and the Lamborghini. I don't know if you see. He posted, I think, on one of his pages too about the CEO. Did y'all see that picture about the CEO and the workers that bought the Lamborghini?
No,
He
I
said,
didn't see it.
"Work hard, right?"
Oh yeah.
You got that picture up close by you somewhere, over Chris?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Can you share your screen and show it by the chance? Or I don't know if you can. Is there a way you can share it?
Uh, no, I can't. I don't know how to share it from here.
I got it somewhere. I had it for a while. I had to go dig it up. But I was gonna post it. I want to show that just in closing to that point about the job and all this stuff. Can you post in the back chat in the Facebook group? I'll post it. I'll share my screen and show it if you
Oh
can.
yeah, I can get it. I get it
It's on
for you real quick.
it's on your Facebook page, ain't it?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it. I gotta show that. I gotta show it. 'Cause a lot of people. I mean, people already know it, but still, sometimes you have to own things, right? You have to be able to own it, right? You got to own it, right? And then people always tell you, own.
Boeing just got a deal with the U.S. Air Force for.
It's like a CEO giving a briefing about, you doing just that,
Did you see that
Like,
Boeing just got a deal with the Air Force for $882 million?
so ain't nothing that they been getting. And then on top of that, guess what?
They get the bailout.
They missed a lot of contracts. Right. Well, not even that, because they still they're trying to not use it because they come with stipulation. They don't want to do it. That's why they're trying to buck that
Okay.
that bailout. That's exactly why they're trying to buck that bailout. Because
That
it
makes
come with
sense.
what? Stipulation.
Like,
You can't buy back shares. You can't raise no dividend. You can't give dividend, and the CEO's got to get a pay cut. Now you think David Calhoun want to do that?
Nope.
Well, why wouldn't he want to do that? But he was the first one in line with his hand out to get a bailout, was he not?
Yep.
Until he read what? The fine print, didn't he? Then he said, I guess what? We can find other options. What other options do Boeing has? A government contract for $880 million? Is that enough?
Nope.
For the amount of money that they hemorrhaging every single day that they owe suppliers, distributors, people got planes sitting in warehouses collecting dust. People got, all this money these other people losing because Boeing is a $800 million contract from the government enough to sustain them.
Absolutely not.
So guess what? The stock running up right now is all what?
It's just doing what Spy did today. Just going off anything.
It's fugazi. It's criminals and crooks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's anybody looking for a reason to say, let's run the price, let's trap some people. People looking for a reason now to make excuse about it. That's what the government does every single day. Good luck. They charlatans.
So if you were to like equate what happened today to last week, do you think there'll be probably a good sell-off tomorrow because people don't want to hold again during the weekend? If you had to guess.
Well, President Trump. Well, going into the weekend, the weekend's going to be we've been talking about it every Friday going into the weekend. What's been happening?
It's going to keep getting way worse for these upcoming weeks too. So
it's a part of our profession to be what? Forward thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And mitigate your risk according to that. We don't know if it's going to go up or go down. We saw what happened with Monday. They used it as a reason to what? To try to run the market up.
Yeah.
But who did it? Not retail, feds. Again, you fighting the uphill battle. Well, they're fighting. Again, they're fighting the uphill battle. Let me reframe it. They fighting the uphill battle, right?
Yeah.
They ran it into the ground. They ran this economy into a tree. They ran it. They blew the engine out. They had the RPM gauge was bent over to about an 8 or a 9 for about 14 months. 14 months. Am I lying though?
Mm-hmm.
They ran the economy hot, and then there was no organic growth, none in 2019 collectively. It was all buybacks, dividends, share executives, and Fed money, cheap money. And so this guy, this picture I got on right now, this guy, this you can't really call him an SOB because it's somebody, whatever. But technically, you would look at him as what, a SOB, right? But just put it in the context. We know it's a meme, but it says what? My boss what? Somebody read that top line. That first paragraph. It say what? My boss what?
My boss
Somebody read
drives
this here.
at work in a brand new Lamborghini. I said, wow, that's an amazing car. He replied, if you work hard, put all your hours in, and strive for excellence, I'll get another one next year.
In the discussion.
I did see that one.
In the discussion. In the discussion. Drop mic, roll credits in the discussion. Nothing else to talk about. Is he helping you get a Lamborghini?
Nope.
Is he really going out his way to bring you in as a partner?
Absolutely not.
Is he showing you the game every day? Is he saying, hey, come on in the office. Let me give you a little insight on how to. So it's like you got to be Neo in the Matrix. You got to be that one. That one. If not, guess what? Get out there on the line. Get out there on the. So again, I ask you guys: are you worth? Can they pay you your worth?
No.
Not even close. They can if you start owning that mentality. Y'all see people like that? They own that mentality. They own it. I make $20 an hour, bro. What you talking about? I make $20 an hour. Okay, let's do the math on that. 8 hours a week, $20 an hour. How much is that?
160.
Right. So you make $20 an hour, 8 hours a day. That's 100 and what?
Wait.
$6 a day.
You said
how much is that?
$20 an hour, 8 hours a day.
Right.
Okay, that's a total of $1,120 a week.
No.
Oh, times 5,
you
right?
You make $20 an hour. No, $20 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
8 hours a week. I'm just giving 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. So that's basically 2 times 8, right? What? 16, right?
Yeah.
You're right the first time. So it's $160 a day, right?
Yeah.
Time 5 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's 160 times 5?
800.
Right. So you make $80 a week, gross, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the tax hitching that they take about what, near a third, quarter a third, right? So they get all your genius every single day for 8 hours.
For $640 a week.
Left to your own devices, left to your own innate genius and intellect, what could you do with 40 hours out of a week if your stomach depended on it? If your bills depended on it? Would you not find a way?
I agree.
And then when you find a way, could you keep it consistent? You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I agree. There's opportunity.
And you're doing it on whose time? Exactly.
Your own time. It's the perfect profession. If you get good at it, of course. If you put in the work.
So you use Mr. Charlie as a what? A stepping stool. He's a way station. That's what the job is. Just over broke, just over barely. He's just a way station. You using me, I'm about to use you. It's hard for some people to even think that way. Oh, I could dare never say that about Mr. Charlie. Oh, no, that's Mr. Charlie. How dare you say that about Mr. Charlie? He's awesome. Have you seen his kids? All of them going to Harvard. Second best. Close to power. Thinking you got power. Close to power. You're not trying to attain it. You're just trying to be second, close to it. To the fact that you start defending Mr. Charlie. He throw a little potluck lunch. Oh, thank you, Mr. Charlie. I get to bring him my sweet potato recipe. Yay. No, bro, I ain't got time for that. I'm like, dude, can I go work and you pay me for this time y'all finna be in here, shooting the breeze, eating bologna sandwiches? I'm straight, bro. I need to be on the clock getting this bag. It's hard for some people to think that way, though. I'm just being honest. Because they've been sold a lie like everybody else. Go to school, get a job, so you can, whatever. So this guy can roll up in the Lambo. And everybody be outside. Man, that Lambo. That Lambo hot, Mr. Charlie. That Lambo bad, man. Look at them tires, Mr. Charlie. Man, there's some bad tires, Mr. Charlie. Color Willie, man. Burn some rubber, man. Burn some rubber, man. He burn rubber and go right up the parking lot and go play golf. So I'm just saying, man. Look at here. Let's get this money, man. Again, I don't own the stock market. Y'all know I say that all the time for a reason. I do not own the stock market. Well, when it comes to asset producing, entities, what's else out there that's more liquid, that has no cap on it, that can be acquired and learned through using simple apparatus like a smartphone, Google, YouTube, that doesn't require education, that doesn't require you to meet a certain standard in society, that does not care about your past background, right? None of those things matter. What's the other entity out there that can offer you such an opportunity besides what we know as being able to kind of go into the equity markets?
Nothing.
Crickets. Right? Unless you finna go on a robbing spree, get you some pistols, get you some bullets, and get after it. Good luck. Good luck. All right. Good luck. All right. So again, take your time, guys. Learn it, but own the moment to learn it at a way where it can really truly benefit you. I'm still learning. Right. A lot of people out there, you don't stop learning in this, but one thing about it, it ain't costing you nothing. You just taking notes, learning, taking notes, taking notes. When you ready, when you think you're comfortable enough to mitigate your risk, you get what? Now you start what? Submitting your capital to it. You working for Mr. Charlie, you saving, you put away a little bit here and there, you saving. Hey, I can't go to the club this week. I can't hang out with y'all at the bar this week. I can't do all this money splurging no more this week. I'm straight. Because guess what? It stocks at 40 cents that just ran $1.50 yesterday. I could have put 10 on it and doubled it. So let me take time and let me learn this so I can, not be in the rat race. Right? Not be subjected to, all this other stuff. Right? So again, that's a part of what we, in terms of what we're trying to accomplish here. Again, this is not rocket science in relation to what I know people are competent enough to be able to understand. Given the ability to, right? Given the ability to, given the space to, less distracted, right? Because you have to understand, you still performing a profession. People can't just be distracting you either, especially if you're doing it at a high frequency level, like if you day trade, obviously. But long-term investing is the same way. Even if you do quarterly based investing, some people just quarterly based invest, and they get their payout at the end of 3 months, and then that payout covers them for an entire another what 3 months. Right? It's so many ways you can do this. Is basically what I'm saying. So just take it take it for what it were. Keep your head in the game. Stay focused. Hang around people who are in control of things where they can really show you some opportunity out there besides what we think is opportunity, right? And then again, get in. Get in where you fit in. Get in where you fit in. but at least you won't be subjected to just thinking like there's no other way, right? In terms of being able to, do certain things in your life to do, do the type of thing that you think that's necessary for you, right? You're not waiting on somebody that's basically to cut you a check. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make there. All right, so again, I'm gonna end it there. We've been going ham like we always do, but ending on a sober moment like that is good for one reason, because right now, again, y'all stuck. Y'all ain't got no job. Most of y'all ain't got no job like the movie Friday. You gonna get high, or you gonna sit there on the couch and play video game all day. You ain't got nothing to do. Yeah, I got you.
Facts.
I got you. Come right on over here to Brother African Emporium, or go to somebody else that might be doing the same thing I'm doing, and then get your little pencil and pad and get this information. Right? This is, if you notice, I'm always going at the psychological aspect of it first. Right? We can always hit the technical. We can break down technical analysis. We can break down what charts mean and what this mean and what this makes sense and all this. Okay, yeah. But if you don't get your mind right first, you won't be able to handle it, because the first time you get a bag in this, it'll mess you up. It'll mess your mind up. Man, I made around. Man, you're right. Man, I made like about $700. Man, doing nothing really. Then you get reckless. Right? You lower your guards. Right? Then you lose it all. Then you say, "Dang it, I won't let that happen again." Or you just give up altogether. Say, "I knew I shouldn't have been," because your mind ain't ready yet to deal with that kind of reality. Meaning money. To look at money in a way from like I said, to be indifferent to it. People got money, ain't worrying about the price of gas. I'm sorry. That guy pulling up in that Lambo there, he ain't worrying about how much gas costs. But most people say, what? Man, I wonder what his gas bill is. Who would say something like that? He can afford the Lamborghini, but he got to be worried about the gas price. Seriously? Seriously. Man, I hope they lower the gas price tomorrow, man. Woo, I can't be out here driving the Lambo, man, today, man. I got to take an Uber into work.
And then they got to think
an
about
Uber in today.
Insurance and stuff for it.
Real talk.
Sorry, can I ask you one question really quick? Earlier, when we were looking at the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, it was saying that the total assets were building up. But usually for a company, right, the assets they aren't dead. They're things that you can liquidate into profit.
Right, land, real estate, certain assets that
So
that free market will buy off you.
So when they're buying debt, that's considered their asset then?
Yeah, we're debt laden society.
Okay.
People live their life off eating off of people's what? Failure. That's how BNS became. A lot of BNS became big. They want you to default. The same reason a hospital is a for-profit institution, as opposed to it being what? Non-profit. They need you sick. I need you to catch this coronavirus. I'm sorry. So I can charge your insurance company a lot more money than what it typically would be, because guess what? This is a hazard now, occupational hazard. But they ain't paying Brandon hazard pay. But the overall corporation, the hospital, going to get what?
A lot of money.
A boost. Ain't that some slimy? Y'all know what I want to say. Ain't that some slimy bastards? What trickle down economics? What trickle down effect? You mean tell me they ain't know that this thing was a hazard a month ago? Or even 2 weeks ago? But he still ain't getting hazard pay? Man, look. Okay. You know what I'm saying? When they be like, man, my job, again, y'all, we just went through that, but no, man, no. Learn how to leverage your life. Don't let people just take your life for granted. Not to say that person gonna perish from it just because, but there's a possibility that you don't know what can happen if you catch it. We know people are dying from it, but I'm just saying. I'd be right. A lot of us be. Look, I take my chance in the market for the day, right? And look at that. We had $1 million now. We finally went over $1 million. Last time I just showed it, was that about 900 some thousand? We just cracked over $1 million. It was like 922,000. Just that fast, we went over about what 50, 60,000 more people. we had 1 million people confirmed right now globally. Right, 52,000 dead. Right, how many people died from the Spanish flu? I forgot what was that number. I forgot what the death count was for the Spanish flu.
I'll look it up right now.
A lot.
Wasn't it like 18 million or something?
Yeah, a lot of people. It was in the millions. I think it was like what? God, I want to say 6 million, somewhere around there. I could be wrong. Somebody look. If you look it up,
Yeah,
we
I'm
can
looking
be
it
precise.
up
You
right
know,
now.
we got a house. We deal with the facts, not hyperbole. But again, just using it as a
Okay.
point of reference and context.
500 million people were infected, and the number of deaths was estimated to be at least 50 million worldwide, with about
Okay, worldwide.
625,000 in the U.S.
Right, so 600 something thousand just for U.S. alone.
Yep.
And that was at a time when science was kind of still fledgling. You didn't have the science that we have today, apparently, right? As they say, we didn't have that level of science to combat it. Right?
That's true, but we also didn't have
And
the amount of like connections around the globe, like as many like flights going off. And,
communications.
exactly.
Right.
So that's
So
also
it
a
was being
crazy
spread
thing
by
to think
ships.
about.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of ships, ships, people transporting on ships. Right. So so it's crazy. So we already 2 months or 3 months in. We got 1 million confirmed, and that's not. We know that number more than what 1 million is. I mean, we already know that. People that actually been confirmed, we already get that. It's always a plus minus ratio, right? That's why they use that. That's that for a reason, right?
Damn,
But 3 months in, we had 1 million.
Hawaii looks like it's
No
getting
back.
destroyed over there. It's all red over.
It's gone. What you mean? It's destroyed. It's gone, bro. Right, let me back it out there. What that look like? I know we make fun when we can, but we keep it 100. That's like a little. It reminds me of looking at when we was in school, when you look at when they did the venereal disease. That's like a little herpes cluster right there. Like they got herpes right there, like a little herpes cluster.
No, you're right.
Look at them
It's
bumps
getting
right there,
more
man.
and more red every day.
Like you come around like, no, sister, no, you got them bumps on your lip right now. I'm straight. I'm straight. I'm good. Move on, doc. Move on. Destroy it. It's just island hopping with that with the coronavirus. They made sure they hit every island too. Nobody spared. Right. So again, this is people again. There ain't no joke. 1 million people now. We're the epicenter of the world. How China ended up being the place that released it, and they only got 82,000. We done what? Double that. How? How's that possible? But we the best country on the planet. We forward thinking. We got the best military. How? If you was prepared, how you double the place where it actually what? It's Genesis. How you double that? If you the land of
they can't shoot
best scientists.
They can't shoot the coronavirus with their AR or anything. No missiles to the coronavirus, so.
The stock market going up every day. Tesla just went up $100 on some raggedy behind skewed production numbers. That ain't gonna really, bro. These people greed, but these are people that again, greed begets greed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what this is in Canada here. I don't even know how to even read this. You just got big dots up there. Just big dot. That's it. You get it. Yep. I don't know what's going on in Canada. Just get a dot. Everybody get a dot. That's everybody. Right. Like a Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm.
This guy. Again, going back to stuff like this guy. Who is him? Who is them? Who are these people down here?
Right.
But that name, that back end of that name right there show you exactly how they got it. Good luck. Bermuda or United Kingdom. Man, you're way over here. How do you get to be stop? Them people that brought that stuff right on over to the little fun destination island and made sure they get that Rona too. Y'all ain't exempt. Be coming over there on a fresh batch. A fresh batch of coronavirus biscuits. This person. Who are these people down here? Turks and Caicos. Right? Some of you guys probably been down to Turks and Caicos. They got a few cases. I wonder how many people down there really getting tested. Okay, whatever. But we went through this before last time. I mean, look at this here. Everything lit up here. Boat hopping with that virus. But it's it's conspiracy theories. It's not real. It's fake. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. Whether the number is 100% accurate, where you can validate it or not, But again, it's just weird, man. It's weird. It's weird. Again, we talked about this one last time. This ain't even on the landmass. It's just out in the middle of nowhere, a red dot. Like, what is this? Like a whale caught the coronavirus right here? A dolphin or something caught the virus right here? Who is this? A red snapper? How'd they get the virus?
Aquaman.
In the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that's exactly who that was. You're right. Aquaman can't do that slipping. Out there hanging out around the Cabo Verdes. Thinking he's slick. There goes Godzilla. Godzilla, he caught it. Caught that Rona too. Ain't nobody spared, man. I'm just saying, man, this thing's serious, man. This thing's serious. It's serious. And again, that's why it's important, man. Just try to stay safe, everyone, and make some good decisions. Again, as y'all can see, again, I'm gonna get ready to close out. Make some things, do some things. But again, just put it in context again. As if we haven't been doing that anyway. But people say, well, if you ain't got a vaccine, what do you do? So what are you guys doing? What are y'all doing right now to keep your health up?
I found my 3M mask in the back of the car earlier that I had since Hurricane Harvey.
Bro, got 3M mask. So internally, what are y'all doing? Because this is immunity killer, right?
Yeah.
Eating right.
System, getting some good veggies.
But they tell you that you can't build your immune system. People say that you can't build your immune system up.
That's crazy.
A lie.
Y'all been hearing that. Y'all know where I'm going. Y'all know some of the circle we roll in. Y'all know exactly who I'm talking to right now. They tell you can't build your immune system up. All that stuff don't matter. You eat, drink a 2-liter Coca-Cola and eat you some fried rice from Me So Hungry Chinese spot, and that won't affect your immune system.
Whoever saying that,
Am I lying though? I ain't trying to throw shot, but right now, you see how that stuff come back around full circle, and you can't make them incendiary claims like that. How irresponsible that is to people who really need to get their health in order. When people are dying from obesity, when people are dying from cancers, people dying from diabetes, people dying from, you name it. Yeah. And they got to deal with viruses, and you finna tell me it's okay to go get a 14-piece chicken bucket and a 2-liter Coca-Cola and say I'm good to go because I got what? Our immune system is universal. I ain't making this up. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, that's very unhealthy, man. They about to eat a fried chicken smoothie.
That's literally crazy.
Wait, is that for real?
It's irresponsible.
Yeah.
And you got athletes that catching it and it drug them. Again, I keep going back. We got people that we can do case study with. We got our brother Donis. Donis, again, athlete. Brother played for University of Georgia. And he ran track. He was a machine. When you go to that kind of regimen to get to collegiate level, man, that's regimen, bro. You athlete over you person trainer, and y'all been to that. Some of y'all been playing sports and all this. Man, to devote your life for like years, like literally, 10, 12 years back to back to that kind of level of conditioning.
Yeah, Rona will get you.
And
3 days.
And it broke him down.
Rona will get you if you got muscles or you don't. You gotta get them herbs in your system. Gotta get them fruits and veggies in your system. That good old sea moss we got over there, it'll help. We got all the vitamins in it.
They told me that all this stuff up here, all this is pseudo.
Oh hell no, they tripping.
They told me that sovereign silver is pseudo.
No.
They told me that elderberry is. They told me that elderberry is pseudo.
Wow.
Ain't somebody to take advice from.
But Popeyes is science.
Right. Canola oil is acute quantum physics science. Canola oil. Yeah. And growth hormones, the RGBHT growth hormone in chickens is science.
People dying from right now. We're eating that Popeyes chicken sandwich.
And the carcinogens got them hooked like zombies. Crashing in the cars in the parking lot. Tearing up the edge of the people stuck on the building trying to get in this drive-through line to get that little greasy sandwich.
Grease all
They told me that oregano oil is pseudo. Antimicrobial, antibacterial. The stuff that Purdue Chicken, people don't know this. Purdue Chicken had a lot of issues with lawsuits because of that growth hormone was messing up, them chickens and causing people to have problems. So they had to find another something to keep the chickens from being, catching diseases, right? And to disinfectants. They went to an old remedy, oregano oil. They started getting them chicken oregano oil. It reduced a lot of the parasites that them chickens were getting. True story. Go pull that up. That's one of the biggest chicken producers in the country, right? Purdue Farms, right? Purdue Farm. Then you got Tyson Chicken, Purdue. Y'all know who the heavy players are. The big boys are. Start getting them chickens oregano oil. Clean them up a little bit. They were junkies. Them chickens were junkies, bro. They were junkies. Hooked on that dope. True story. So again, people, I'm just saying, it ain't no shots fired. Again, they told me that sea moss is pseudo. Basically, nature is pseudo, and the science in terms of science could do no wrong. So Coca-Cola is a science. A bottle of Coca-Cola is a science.
Facts. They be drinking Coca-Cola, eating pork chops all day.
Batter acid. You put Coca-Cola on a batter tournament, take all the corrosion off of it. But your stomach, your gut, your microbiome, your gut is, hey, okay. So you don't need a mask. You don't need a mask. You don't need no mask. You don't need no N95 mask. It's just a common cold. It's just a regular flu. I mean, yeah. Bro, I ain't playing no games, bro. It's so look, but almost pure liquid sea moss. You supposed to mix it up. I ain't even playing no games. I'm drinking straight sea moss to the head, bro. I'm playing. I got smidgen of apple juice and all that sea moss, bro. I'm just saying, you gotta do. Man, look here. I ain't advocating trying to push them, but I'm just saying everybody got their own little regimen, and I'm gonna use I'm gonna put my disclaimer out there. That Cat Williams say, this is where I get my hair done at. Right? This is where I get my hair done at. Right? I ain't playing no game. Right? So preventive maintenance matters. Right? So I'm just saying, guys, do what you gotta do. If you out there doing all those things too, also at least have the decency to say, let me try to flush. Right? Let me have some kind of value of a flush in my eating habits or my regimen to keep myself at least balanced out. Because again, you will hear people push back again. Well, most people that are pushing back are not healthy, or they're not healthy the way they claim they, really coming from a place of security, thinking that they are right. I just can't buy that. Me personally, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Right? Because we see people get off every day from what? Bad eating habits. That ain't by mistake. That ain't no one-off. That's not an anomaly. These people are sick because of the foods are garbage. Because we just talked about why they garbage. Because guess what? Some CEO that's doing what? Pushing production over what? Quality. That same CEO that's that got that Lambo that pull up at the Popeyes, right? Come on outside, guys. See Miss Lambo. Look at the Lambo I just got. And little Donnell and them and that. Man, ooh boy, look at that thing there, boy. Man, look, I'm just saying, right? It's time for us to get our mind right.
Yeah. Stop eating them chitlins.
Right. It's time for us to get our mind right. Stop all this old hyper sensationalism just to deflect. Because a lot of people deflect when they have no fallback or no backstop. Right. Then they start, trying to get the spotlight off them and start deflecting and pushing it back on you. You need to be be responsible for you. And if you got something that people can build from or learn from, then you share it. But it's still up to that person to receive it. We're not selling nothing over here. Again, I'm gonna repeat that. We're not selling nothing over here. I mean, I got these products still, obviously, sea moss, but I ain't selling it. I'm not on here hawking my sea moss off. Right? I'm just saying, do something to take care of yourself in the moment like now. Because we don't know. We're seeing people who are strong and healthy contracting. We're seeing people dying from it that are close in some of our circles. So apparently, if they were already, like they're telling you, the scientists are saying if you have a compromised immune system, you're more susceptible to what? Succumb to this virus. Especially if you end up in a place where you ain't got no ventilator to help you breathe. This thing taking your breath away, literally. It's literally taking your breath away. It literally takes your breath away.
Mm-hmm.
It's choking you from the inside out.
Yeah, that's tough.
So if you smoke cigarettes and you smoke all that, again, do right now. It's time to do a little something extra to help yourself out, even if you do smoke. This ain't no shot, no shade. Some people got to hear it that way because they get beside, get beside themselves. You can't tell me what to do. Okay, bro, go ahead on then. Just keep doing what you're doing. Get you this pack of cigarette, get you some buckets of chicken, go get you some Coca-Cola, and go ride it out then without the N95 mask. Go do your thing, bro. Go hard.
Prove to us that it's not that bad.
So I'm just saying, man, we need people to keep it real too sometimes and keep it 100.
Yeah, and make sure you get some good sleep too, man. You gotta get some good
Right, sleep is a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep is definitely a weapon.
It's very important for your immune system.
Boom.
Shoot. I'm trying to get about 20 hours in.
Yeah. Stop eating them chili cheese shakes.
So I'm just saying, either moments like this, you have to start really saying, okay, well, if I'm gonna have that, I need to have a balance. That's the conversation with, because it's hard for people to go cold turkey, right? I always tell people, you didn't get this way overnight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were born into a regimen when your parents were feeding you this stuff. Obviously, terraforming your what? Your system to be able to receive this stuff. Not that it needs it, but to where it can tolerate it, so to speak. Doesn't necessarily still make it healthy. It's just your body can what? Withstand it.
Right.
So what nutrients you get out of a Big Mac and some fries and some Cokes in relation to, okay, if I just go have, whatever. I mean, it's night and day. But beyond that, I'm saying even in moments like right now, that's when it matters. This when it should matter. That's the only point I'm trying to make. So at least have something around the house. If it ain't number just one bottle, some sour sip or whatever you may use. Some people use castor oil, whatever you use, have something, man. Don't be around here letting people tell you ain't got to do nothing but just sit still and just still do the same thing you've been doing. And this thing tearing up people's immune system, or people that got compromised immune system, the ones that getting beat up first and beat up harder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good
So
time.
it's just something to think about.
Buy
That's
juice
true.
and NutriBullet.
Man, listen,
Yeah, nothing else.
I be hooking the smoothies up, man.
That-
Freestyling.
Man, tell me about it.
You'd be
That's what I'm
surprised
talking
what
about.
you throw up in that thing.
Strawberry and mango. Mango and peach. Mango and banana. Throw some
Now,
veggies in there.
what they do? They charge about $3-4 for a naked juice, and it's garbage.
Trash.
It's the same thing, but with a lot of garbage in it. You see what I'm saying? You make your own and make a big batch. I mean, a big old 64-liter blender worth. You know what I'm saying? For a lot, you can go right to the grocery store and get even if you don't even get the organic kind, you can get an organic bag of mango juice, or a mango chunks and some strawberries, right? Water, coconut water, or some organic apple juice or whatever. Add whatever you may want to add to some micro powder, sea mountain, whatever you add. Doesn't matter if you just did the fruit alone. That's killer. That's killer. And and naked juice from the charge $3-4 for about what 12-16 ounces of garbage.
Yep, straight shit.
Yeah. That shit
I ain't
is
lying. I
trash.
ain't making this up. I ran the numbers. I do this stuff because y'all not do this cyber. I went and priced it what they charging. I went to Whitman's, a Whole Food Trade. Joe, how much a bag of an 8-ounce bag or a little bag or 16-ounce bag of frozen or even organic stuff. How much that bag like $2-3 if that.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, again, you finna have a way lot more than a one little 12-ounce bottle of naked juice. Man, people ain't finna hustle me, bro. I'm sorry. He ain't finna be hustling me. When you know better, you're supposed to do better. And you think better and you spend better. It's a part of just understanding how to compartmentalize your life all the way out to the umpteenth degree the best you can. I'm not saying you have to be doing all this stuff that maybe I do, but in this moment, I'm just trying to be responsible and saying, hey, also look at your health too. Don't just try to be out there trying to think like it's just, you ain't got to do nothing. No, try to at least keep your health somewhat intact. If you don't want to do that, then do some push-ups, some sit-ups or something.
Mm-hmm.
Get your lungs moving. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Get your lungs pumping a little bit. Something that you probably ain't done in a long time. Dust the little sneakers off that you don't use for just kind of sporting in. Get them old ones out the closet. Right? Cut you a couple blocks. Get you about a quarter mile in.
couple blocks, get some jump rope dance, push ups, pull up, sit up, calisthenics, all calisthenics.
30 minutes a day. 30 minutes, bro. You got it. You ain't doing this right now. What is you doing right now? You got 30 minutes.
Quarantine and chill
You
on
need
Netflix.
Yeah.
That's it. You
Watch
got
one of
all you need is
workout
an eight
videos.
by eight.
Watch your
Right.
work.
Some Billy Blanks and some what's your buddy over there? What the other guy? He be all over. But y'all know what I'm saying. These people out there, they getting it. These people right now. Yeah, all the people getting it right now. Right. All you need is about 8 by 8 square feet area, and you can get it in.
Mm-hmm. No
Some of them
gym,
got
no
beautiful
problem.
backyards. Some people got beautiful backyards. They've been in that thing in an entire season. They don't even know what's back there. Like, man, I ain't been back here in a long time. Hello, backyard. So again, we make fun of, but it's important right now. Your lungs are important right now. Your lungs ain't never been important in your life right now. Ain't that something? Your lungs ain't never been so important right now.
You take that fresh
and no weed don't. Right, I was saying no weed do not cure the coronavirus. All looking at ain't nothing. Kept good for a lot of things, but it don't kill the coronavirus. We already debunked that theory. We already cocaine don't kill it. Don't be trying to do no cocaine thing. You gonna kill the corona. You gonna make it worse.
I'm gonna get the virus high.
Right. You gonna do your cover line, and that coronavirus gonna do you.
Rona finna get high, huh?
Shit, that might make
what
the
was that movie? Scary movie. A scary movie with Shorty. He fell asleep, and y'all remember Scary Movie?
Oh yeah.
That movie when Shorty fell, and they rolled Shorty up and set him on fire. Weed plant set him on fire.
Yeah, smoked him. Yeah.
Smoked him.
Yeah.
You gonna get smoked.
Like something burning.
Right. Woo, it's me. Woo, pull it. You pull it. You hit like a bruh. A lot of us are gonna be on fire right now, man. And it's serious, but again, do something, guys. Don't just sit there and play the dozens, man. Again, your life is important. Right? I need to be in good health because I need to be trading into my 80s. I want to be trading at 70, 80 years old. I want to be around, bro. I'm just serious when I say that. I want to be able to have good health and my mental faculties intact. I don't want to be suffering from no unforeseen Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. I don't want to be suffering from none of that, right? And what I do today is going to be prerequisite for that. That's the part where people can't think because they're not used to thinking long term. We just talked about that, right? That's why people can't understand the value of an entrepreneur endeavor like what we're doing and see it as a long term wealth building apparatus, right? They want that money fast. They want that life fast. They want to go fast, Ricky Bobby type fast. And if they can't have it that way, they selfish. They can't see anything beyond that. So they have a very clouded understanding about how life really works, right? Obviously, some of it been put in their head through propaganda. We get it. But at some point, you got to learn how to break away from the matrix, the mentality of that, what the matrix is, and learn how to be your own owner operator. At least do something, at least something. We get that kind of pushback. People like, man, yeah, but yeah. Now it's like, okay, hey, you right, Matt. You might be on to something. Let me see what this market about. Right? We hear it all, but again, just in closing here, let me get out of here. But we just trying to bring some ideas to the table. Again, no more, no less. We're not trying to push that on for nobody. Again, disclaimer: these are just our opinions. Our opinions, and our opinions alone. Right. So again, just take it for whatever you feel like it's worth. And what if it's not? If it don't resonate with you, discard it. But it doesn't change the price of tea in China when it comes to us learning how to better ourselves, to become a little bit more financially literate, to become a little bit more health literate. Those things matter most right now than all things. Am I lying? Because everybody's suffering through what? Health and wealth right now. Am I lying?
Facts.
If your health is raggedy, you're gonna be in trouble. If your pockets ain't right, you definitely in trouble.
Mm-hmm. And your kids too, man. Make sure you getting your kids some good healthy stuff, man. People out there with kids, man. If you ain't gonna have it, have your stuff together. Get your kids some good stuff. Don't just be giving them honey buns all day.
Man, y'all know kids running around right now, jumped up on so much sugar right now, dog. They can jumpstart a nuclear engine steamship somewhere, loaded in sugar.
Yeah.
And apparently, I don't wonder why he can't sit down. Man, you should get that kid cocaine molecule uh, to a degree. True story.
Thanks.
Per CDC, not my word. Per CDC. Sugar.
Yeah.
Sugar.
That's good. Yeah.
Bruh. I ain't making this up.
All them carbs.
You don't trust me? You trust the CDC, don't you? But trust CDC, table sugar or cane sugar, straight pure what? Bruh. You giving a child that and talking about some sit still. Good luck.
Still.
Good luck, bruh. Looking for the redirect your shut, bruh. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? That's like locking a pit bull off the street, a feral pit bull, or that's like locking a feral cat inside of a room that's been living on its own all its life. You lock that jug in that room, you come back, man, that room gonna look like, bruh, like Iraq. Then hit that place, gonna tear that place up trying to get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? 100%. Yeah, that's it to you. Like riddling. Yeah, man, look, that's what basically what it is. But yeah, let me hit some of that sea moss on that one. Choke a little bit of that moss down. No, but that's it, guys. Like I said, I'm about to get out of here. I think we kind of covered a good little amount. It's important information. We know what's happening. We know what to keep looking for in terms of the equity markets. We know what we're dealing with. So we need not be, sidetracked or blindsided, so to speak. Just follow the tea leaves. Follow the tea leaves, guys. That's what we're here for, right? That's what we're here for. So again, you got to stop running up on, fugazi news and they pulling back off. Some of them, trying to sustain and hold on. We know what's going on. I mean, we get it. We know what's happening, right? We know exactly what's happening right now and what's going on. So again, we're not, just we're not going to be caught out there. So that's what we studied for. So in closing, guys, you guys on the way out, you got any last closing words? You guys close it on out. You go down the line, brother Marquis. You go first. In the last closing words.
Yeah, man. Just follow up on these resources that was dropped. Stay in tune with what's going on. With the treasury. These news sources. With your health, everything, man. Just stay dangerous. Stay healthy and stay dangerous to this virus. You know what I'm saying? And stop eating chitlin sandwiches and crazy stuff like that, man. But yeah,
That's it. Health is well. Health is well. We make a lie a little bit, but he's right. Health is well. In moments like now, right? People never imagine how important it is. It's something that's so simple as your health, because people would trade. They would trade being on these ventilators right now for people with a little bit more stronger health disposition. They would trade. They would these people are dying and got millions and millions of dollars. Some of these people got hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s. They would trade all that now for your lungs right now. Ain't that something?
I know that's right.
So again, nobody want to be dealing with this, in terms of this virus. But hey, what do we know? We just, we just people on the internet running our little miles, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
But we're just trying to bring some content, and we're trying to be careful and responsible with what we say. Again, we get that too. But it ain't nothing that some of you guys already hadn't thought about. So that's why I say I know we all on the same wavelength in a lot of ways, because this is basic, basic information you think most people would just naturally be able to comprehend on. Not sensationalism, not hyperbolism, none of that. It's just, hey, it's nature. So yeah, so we're gonna keep it 100. So awesome information. Brother Aru, you there? Any last words on the way out?
Yeah, as always, thank you for your time and wisdom. Thank you to everyone on the panel in the back chat who give their advice and sending those links and stuff like that. And one last thing is I appreciate that you care like genuinely about us. So I just wanted to always say thank you for that. Like, not only do you talk about like how to make us financially literate and have our own funding and stuff like that, but also to keep ourselves healthy and stuff like that. So thank you for that.
Oh, no problem. Peace, power, problem. Again, I'm just average brother. Y'all know me. I'm average dude. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
you're
But
a
I know
humble
what,
guy, but a lot of us look up to you realistically. Earlier when you
man. I
were
tell you what.
gone, when your thing was down, we were all talking about how like we always go all the way back to your videos. So it's like a treasure chest in there. So thank you for always giving your time, man. Yeah, we were all talking about when you were getting your thing set up. Like we were always like, damn, we can't wait to come back and watch this video, get all the points connected and everything. Like the amount of stuff we learn every time is just crazy.
Invaluable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, y'all know my mentality. I'm always gonna go down being humble because I understand. I wish I had people to give me this. I'm not lying when I say that to y'all with a straight face. I wish I had people to show me this, and y'all know y'all saying that right now too, because y'all know just like I know. Had someone gave y'all this stuff about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, where would y'all be right now? See, life is always magnified in hindsight, right? But there are people who out there got think tanks and study machines and models and algorithms that do just that, right? So they can get ahead of what the so-called the curve, right? This logarithmic curve of life, this logarithm curve of what? Monetary value, and it's people out there got that vehemently go after the ideal of figuring out how to get ahead of how to cheat, life or cheat death, and however they do it. But y'all get what I'm saying. For us, we don't have that. Right? We don't have that. We don't have people coming down to teach you this. Yeah, I know I didn't learn none of this stuff. Even high school, definitely what thought I would have learned even in college. I didn't get this to that level.
Right.
You don't get it really to that level, right? Then if you try to, they're gonna try to charge you and all that. Y'all know what it's like. So it's crazy to me how people will be so selfish. And I know some people run a business and they can't so-called give away their little blueprint, their model. But we're just talking about some basic stuff, right? This is basic. You still got to go out and apply, right? If you don't apply, then it doesn't matter anyway, right? You see what I'm saying? So why not give it away? Because the one thing what we know about even with the market, we don't own it, right? I don't own it. I can't patent it. So default is not even mine, right?
Right.
So that means I can't really give you nothing more or less than just saying, okay, if anything I can tool it, I can mentor, but even with that, that should be pennies on the dollar if you're gonna do that, right? Because if you have a passion for it, it's not so much just getting rich off somebody, just saying, hey, if you're serious about this, then put your money where your mouth at, right? Put your money where if you're serious, right? Because if you're gonna collect my time, put your money where your mouth at. Throw a dollar on it. Man, Joe, oh man, I can't do a dollar. Boy, a dollar? Woo, boy, you going to my bank account, bro? You hit me where it hurt, boy. I can't give you a dollar. What? You just left out of Popeyes, bro, spending willies to get that little 6-piece.
With an extra biscuit.
Yeah. With an extra biscuit. You double back through the drive-through to get your extra biscuit. Burnt more gas. Man, y'all forgot another. Man, throw me another biscuit in there, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be 74 cents, sir. 74 cents. Okay. Them biscuit about 74.30 or 60-something cent a biscuit, I think. I don't even know, something like that. Something like that.
Yeah. That's up there now. Inflation, baby.
Yeah, man, you paying about 60-something 70 cents for a biscuit. And a piece of chicken about $1 and some change. So again, people can't, man. People, y'all know, well, I know they can't blow smoke right now. People can't blow smoke. Either they serious or they not. Right? That's just how you gotta look at it, right? Ain't no middle ground in that perspective, right? Because it becomes a thing of now you're just wasting people's time, right? And they'll come to you when they're ready. So that's why we're not out here trying to sell people nothing, right? We're not trying to draw people in because we don't own this. We just stand in our little lane and we hang out, in our little circles, and we just hope that it spills over to people maybe seeing something that you post on your social media, and enough to want to be inquisitive about it. And then when they become inquisitive, you do what? You steer them right. Hey, here's how I learned. These are the YouTube videos I watch. This is what I started researching on Google. These are the free PDFs I found online. Cost me nothing. Well, what does it really cost you? Just your time. And your time is invaluable. So again, we're not rocket science. We're not trying to, convince people that it's not something that they cannot do. It's not within, their wheelhouse. Right. So again, we're gonna keep pumping. We're gonna keep doing what we can and try to bring some, some content. So, brother Brandon, on the way out, I don't know if you're still there, brother Brandon. I know you're working, but thank you, brother Raul, for that too. Again, mother Marquise, all you guys. I'm humble. Seriously, I am. I'm true. I am.
No, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still there.
Now you grind. Just any last words on the way out? Before we close out.
Basically, I just appreciate everything you do. I appreciate this whole panel for bringing their input in this YouTube channel. I'm sorry it sounds muffled. I'm more like
That's all right.
1%.
We know you grinding. Grinding. We get it.
Yeah, the grind gonna stop real soon though.
That's it. Hey, wait to spin up out the parking lot. I'm with you. I'm already with you.
Man, I got my keys in my hand right now. I'm ready to go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Stay safe out there, bro.
Yeah, always. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything that you guys do.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Again, definitely, like I said, like everybody's saying, be safe, man. Know you in that profession where you have to, again, occupational hazard. Just 100%, like we know, it's an occupational hazard just to even be, dealing with all that now. So it's not, falling on deaf ears and understanding. So definitely got you, got you in our mind. So,
brother Emporium, I just want to say that shout out to you again for making like this group not just like a group but like a family. I think that's really key. It makes us want to participate and dive into this stuff way more rather than just like watching someone's videos. You like to bring us on and get us connected to and ask questions and learn. And realistically, not a lot of people do that, especially like those bigger people. So thank you for that always.
Oh, no problem. Again, that's what it's all about. It's a village, as I'm always saying, it's a workshop environment. It gets people involved, which they should. That you can see that you're able to do the same thing we're doing. Again, we don't have any kind of special, again, secret sauce or some kind of special apparatus. This is things that you can go pull up on your own. So we show that and demonstrate that by utilizing Google, right? Smartphones that people got right now that are using it for what? Facebook and YouTube for other stuff, right? Or Instagram, right? So this is valuable time that you can be using or utilizing to what? Learn this, right? If it's just a little bit, of your time. So you're 100% right, Brother Waru. So we're gonna keep pushing that narrative because we understand how important it really is, right? So it's not to be taken for granted because we realize the power of having 30 minutes to learn, to utilize it to research some charts or whatever the case, research some data, some fundamentals, so to speak. So we realize the power in it. So that definitely grateful and thankful for that. All right. So definitely. Over Chris on the way out. Anything?
Man, I'll just say this, man. It's a beautiful journey, y'all. When you really learn and understand this information that Oba bring out every week consistently over these years, you should be able to get something from it. It's beautiful when you start applying that information and seeing the fruits of your labor. I can attest to it because, learning from him day in and day out, doing the data research, the due diligence. I'm telling you, y'all, you can run circles around people who talking that dumb stuff to you. Saying,
I like that.
Talking about investing as a scam and all this other stuff. They have no idea. All they know is the 9 to 5. That's it. This information is a life changer. It's life saving. Take care of your health. Take care of your money. Take care of your family. And just continue to research and do your due diligence. Everything will come together. Just hone your skills in and find your niche. And once you got it, it's a wrap. Stay green.
Facts.
That's fine. That's a good way to end it.
That's it. Mic drop.
Appreciate
you know how we roll. Appreciate you guys. You already know. You guys already know. And everybody in the back chat.
Yeah. Oba Marquis, Raul, appreciate y'all.
Stand for you, my guy.
For sure.
That's it. So Big Broom, we'll do a roll call for everybody in the back chat again, y'all, because y'all know y'all just as much part of this, and there's people on the panel because that's an open door too. So that's why we throw that link out there. And I know some of you guys just working and you can't get on. You got other stuff going on. You got family around. I get it. But just keep in mind, y'all know it's an open door policy here. We don't do that, just kind of, we want everybody, to share because all you guys got certain professions or skill sets or experience in life that also that's valuable, right? It's something that we can add to our little, our little armor, right? Another little chink in our armor, so to speak, that we can, strengthen. And so that's the part about it where I get excited about, where I get excited. So we don't do dictatorship or totalitarianship, none of that stuff over here. No, this is a village, and so we all the same. We coming at this thing together, and we're gonna learn it. Come hell or high water, we're gonna learn it, because they ain't gonna be getting me they ain't gonna be getting over on me.
Ubuntu. What we say all the time?
Right, Ubuntu.
Yeah.
All day, every day. I am because we are.
Facts.
That's it. So,
Let the
so brother Sunline. Okay, go ahead, Marquis. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, let the knowledge circulate. Let it circulate.
Yeah, it's free. It's literally free information. It just ain't, people ain't nobody really, trying to share it. I don't know why, but y'all know what it's like. It's like, man, like really?
No, literally,
People,
you
a lot of
go on
people can
YouTube
use this.
looking how to trade stocks or something, but it's like they don't connect anything. They don't get to the underlying meanings, which actually have a lot of implications on the stock market, which is really imperative.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's the difference. You need to be able to meet people where they are, right? And again, as they say, put it in, lay terms, right? Or make it to where the lay can understand it. But reality is that it's not, as they call it, intimidating. It's not as intimidating as people will try to make it to be, because that's what people get intimidated about, all the particular jargon or the ideal of what you think these people are, who they are. Like, no, this is. Come on, you already kind of went through this at certain parts of your life in school. Again, economics, they touched on it. It was just briefly, but they touched on it. Right? In college, they touch on it. But to really own it, besides just learning how to balance the checkbook, that's the next level, right? Again, basic math. This is basic math we're performing. We're not doing any calculus. Whatever is basic math. It's share counts. It's share size. It's linear moves up or down, obviously in that perspective. And it's profit and loss, right? And then all the intricacies inside that is just understanding all the fundamentals of technical that cause it to happen that way. That's the work, just in doing that part. Other than that, we just hit buttons. You hitting buttons after that, right? After that, you just hitting buttons. Or they say, West Coast, you hitting switches. You hitting switches, in and out. So you got to make it seem pliable. That's how people learn better. The more pliable you can make it, instinctively, pretty much, because there has to be like an instinct, because it comes from an interest, an implied interest. The interest is you wanting to really learn it, as opposed to just saying, okay, let me just look at it, or let me just play with it. Because everybody was there at some point. When you first start learning, you're like, okay, let me see what they're talking about. Then it became, okay, I can see myself possibly doing this. Then it became, okay, man, look, I can do this. Then it became, oh, I gotta do this. Right? Because the more you uncover it, or the more you become profitable, learn how to get money like that, it's like, oh, bro, I could do this. Then it becomes, okay, only thing really hold me back is what? Share size or leverage. When you get that, if you properly manage it, then come on, man. Y'all know this. Like, y'all see people get this money and this stuff, and you like, man, how you do it? How you did that? Oh, yeah, that was, another little, 10 grand or 7 grand or 10. Man, come on, man, stop. Stuff we be like, man, I know I could, given the right opportunity, I could do that. Right? I can, I could be profitable, or I can, this, that, and the third, or, and you see it, because when they drop their P&L, that number is finite, right? That value of it, or, within it is finite, right? And you see what they really took to do that. When you really think about what they really took to do that, to acquire it, then you start realizing, okay, this ain't nothing that's out of, far-fetched that I can't do, or something that I feel like I can't do, right? Because these are average people, right? A lot of people, that are just average people, that you would think that these people don't have all this extra stuff that, you would think, right? It's just like me and you. We average people. I mean, we exceptional, but what I'm saying, when it comes to the market, you come in like everybody else. You leave all your credentials at the door. They don't care who you are, right? Because the market will still chew you up and spit you out the same way, or it'll reward you, right? If you, do what's right, right? And so that's why, again, I love it for that reason, because you're not limited, or you're not boxed in through a stereotype or whatever. It's a free market in that aspect. The market bat crap crazy and nutty, right? But it's still a free market. You see what I'm saying? something that we all have access to in a way where it can really benefit us. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I say I just get excited. So again, just real quick, let me just run over here real quick. Let me do this last one, then we out of here. Right? We out of here. We got something got to show people a little bit because a lot of people might not be new to this. So this guy right here, he sold look at there. He sold the 23 put sales yesterday. Well, I guess he did it yesterday. I don't know if he did it yesterday or whatever. But he did 23 put sale yesterday. Them 2 contracts, right? 2 contracts.
Oh man.
Crushed it. Probably paid peanuts for it too. Paid peanuts for it.
That's tough.
Right? 23 put buy. Look at that. Look at that put buy there. He bought a $23 puts yesterday. That's gonna expire next week. He bought 2 contracts. Right? At $1 a piece. How much them contracts worth right now? Y'all know this is LK, right? The company LK, Lucky and Confident, that sold off today. Sure, y'all saw that. Some of y'all traders.
That was crazy.
It dropped like what, 70-80%, somewhere around there today.
Yeah, that was a tough drop.
That was crazy. It was like 80% down, 85%.
He bought a $23 puts.
It was down to like $5 at a point, $8.
Right. How much that contract worth right now? This ain't even the amount it's worth right now. This just showing you what he paid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he sold the $23 puts. 2 contract that cost him $1,700 a piece, or $17 a piece, which would be what, $1,700.
Mm-hmm.
How much this worth right now?
Oh yeah, he got him a big old bag.
Bro, that's well over 5 digits. That 23 put sale well over 5 digits, bro. Oh, bro, right there. Congrats, you won money still doesn't fix your ugly mug there. Joker hate. That joker hate.
Yeah. Being in this market, you tripping, man.
Look at the dude right here.
You tripping.
Bro, getting it. And then this dude like an MIT major here, this guy right here. Do he like an MIT major to y'all? Look at it. Let me go to the page real quick. Look at it. He even got some Snapchat glasses on, I think. I don't even know what he got going on right there. What his nickname is? His nickname what? Pat Daddy. Some of y'all got a Pat Daddy around y'all neighborhood right now. Pat Daddy. What's up, Pat Daddy? Ass Slapper. Look at his nickname is. His handle is. His avatar Ass Slapper. Does this look like an MIT major to y'all? Do he like he went to Cornell University, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, any of them colleges? Go.
Looks like he charged me for $199.
Exactly. This guy. And right now,
he ain't gonna have to ask the slapper, whatever that means. I tell you that much after the day.
They're gonna throw it on him. Like my dad say, or they're gonna be throwing out the both pan legs at him. All you gotta do is come through flashing that band tomorrow. He flash them bands, both pan legs, and they hungry right now because ain't no strip club closed down right now. Look at it, boy. This right here over 5 digits right here. This right here alone over 5 digits. This right here alone, these 2 right here alone, close. Let me see, that's 23 down to 4. If you just did the dollar increment before you could add the man, God, dog, bro. Boy, he cashed. He licked. He licked.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
That's crazy.
And he had next week's expiration date. Not even this week. He had next week's expiration date, excuse me, on those contracts. That basically that $100 is well over. That's what the 23. Again, just use the hypothetical value for it. 5 says 9.
Yeah.
That's 10.
I looked it up.
And then 15.
Go
ahead.
I didn't do the math, but I looked at how much that contract he bought, that put buy is worth. The bid's at $16.55 right now.
I was just about to do that. I said I know it's around about 15, 16.
Yeah.
So that means
he made
$1 turned into $16.50, right?
Yep, around there.
Times 2, right?
Yeah, basically went up 2,000% today almost.
Right. So that's basically $16.50 times $16.50 is what? 39, somewhere around that. Give me That's God dog. 3,300.
3,300. Yeah, 3,300.
200 turned to how much?
Oh,
$200
that
turned
two.
into how much?
Oh,
3,300.
yeah.
Well, 33 then 200 you got with you 30. So
Yeah.
see, you're right. In total, how much money? I'm asking how much he walked away in total. So people that's in the back
Oh,
just
for
still
this
learning,
day?
looking.
Oh, 3,200?
Yes, 3,500
Oh, my bad.
all together total.
Yeah.
200 turned into 3,300, which obviously add 200 to it. That means 3,500 total. So
Oh,
that's
that's right.
more money than a person making an entire month. This dude that made this in one trade in about 24 hours.
Mm, that's tough.
This one here, this one here, this one here.
He got his own. He got his own stimulus check.
That one there is
Bro,
That's crazy. It's only
about
on 2 contracts, too.
that's about 7 racks. About 7 racks right there.
I'm talking about well over that, bro. That talking about 5 digits. Talking about 5 digits. That's 5 digits. Again, average.
He gonna
Look
fly
at the
over.
Zoom contract.
He flying over Rona. He
I'm
flying
talking
over
about,
Rona
man,
with that bag.
He's like, let me take advantage of this quarantine real quick.
Yeah.
look at him. Y'all, look at him. What he putting up?
Yeah, he's kind of clean with it.
It's
That's
Zoom
tough.
calls, right? Again, people. You know what I'm saying? We ain't making this stuff. Again, y'all know we show our little stuff here and there. Ain't nothing, whatever. Like I say, y'all know how this stuff work in the community of traders. This is stuff we share. So it's not like it's so taboo. We ain't over here acting like, oh man, oh you just all in my business. People share this stuff. It's house money. It's them saying, hey, I worked hard for this. I put in the due diligence. I read the tea leaves. I mean, everybody knows Zoom been popping because of this. Everybody shut in for coronavirus, but the same way it popped up so high, obviously, is that it has to take a break at some point too. You just on the other side, on the flip side, ride it up. When it was up, when everything else was down. So this ain't rocket science. You know what I'm saying? Look at it, see? That's basically who we are. Once you you get this market, that's what you. When you get this market, get you hooked. That's exactly what it's like. Hey, where them candles at? Where them candles at today? Who got them
Yeah.
candles today?
That remind me of Sister Kelly. Her Robin Hood trade that day. 38 grand, boy.
Yeah. 38 racks and one and well, you say one trade. It was a collection of a couple contracts, whatever. But that was 24 hours. 24 hours, happy trade. That turned into 38 racks. This guy right here definitely, bro.
Just imagine
Woo!
if you hit a lick like that in one day, and you on the job. I quit.
Ass
I
slap.
quit.
Ass slap. What is that? Ass slap. Pat Daddy. Yeah, Pat Daddy just looking at the boss. He looked at the boss real strange right now. Like, bro, say something. Say something. I dare you. Say something.
Yeah.
Say something. Say another word. Say something.
Yep. Y'all remember the Fresh Prince of Bel Air when what's McCall thought he won the lotto, and he said, I quit. I quit. That's what you can do when you get that bag. That's it. It's a wrap. I'm done. I done made my yearly salary in one day. I'm done. I'm out of here.
I was hearing that because again, Kelly did that in about 24 hours on that one trade, 38,000. How many? Again, 38 racks in one day. That's somebody's entire annual salary. When we start throwing them like that around, they look at us and start laughing, don't they? Y'all know people like that. They look at us and start laughing, man. Y'all just playing. Stop. Stop telling that to your people that had no clue about what you do. And what's their response? Man, you playing.
Right.
Playing, bro. Stop playing. Don't they talk like that when you tell them, hey, 200-300 a day or 300-400-500 a day or whatever? Don't they start saying that?
Yep.
You playing, man. You playing. Right? Then you show a receipt. Then it's like, oh, wait. Man, it's something. It's something. You did something or something. Then you start hearing all that and something kind of stuff. Right? Because again, it's far fetched that they can see, people being able to do something like that. They don't understand how easy it really is until they, put in the work and see exactly what we're talking about. Meaning, the time you put in is not easy in that percent. You're gonna sacrifice, but once you learn it, you're not capped by nothing. Sometimes you're not capped by nothing. So that's why we go hard again. Like I said, I'm not, I know I'm beating a dead drum here, but let me get out of here. But again, y'all get it. So we're gonna keep at it. We're gonna keep learning. We're gonna keep earning. Trying to build warriors. And we're gonna take this thing to the next level. Take care of ourselves in the future. So again, with that being said, peace, power, and profit to everyone. Thank the family for coming through.
Man. Peace,
Marquise,
power, profit.
Chris, the whole nine. Raul came through over Sunline, the batch, everybody, Brother T, Brother Big Boom. We'll see you guys. Sister Q-Tech came through. I saw her earlier over David in the house. Everybody, came through. Brother Mathis, everybody. Sister Monica came through there. Eva Monica. Sister Kaba came through today. Peace, power, and profit to you as well. Again, everybody that could not type because you might have been busy with kids, this, that, the third. I mean, all you guys, again, peace, power, and profit to you all. You appreciate it here. You always appreciate it here. Right? Make sure I didn't leave anybody out, but y'all know if I did, I didn't mean it. Brother Gideon came through today. Peace, power, and profit to you. Again, the whole nine. Sister Beautiful One came through today. Peace, power, and profit to her as well. Yeah, just everybody. Like I always say, everybody. Thank you for coming through. So yeah, I'll see you guys. I hope I get a chance to go live tomorrow. Yeah, Friday, end of the work week. Yeah, right. End of the trading week. And nothing else for us. But yeah, guess what? We got Forex, we got crypto. Crypto still gonna be banging. So we 24/7, right? We 24/7 for it. One shutdown, we go just jump in another. And crypto pumping right now a little bit. So y'all know Bitcoin got up off them lows a little bit. So definitely watching that, right? XRP, everything with the banging up a little, up to the upside a little bit. So keep your eyes on that. Right now, we up near 6,800 on Bitcoin. TSC up $5.13, up about 2%. Bitcoin up over near about 2.5% right now. So we'll see what that translates over the weekend. It might get the running. And everybody eyeing that $7,000 breakout. If we hit that 7,000 over the weekend, we can definitely push on the button. We'll see. Keep eyes on it. All right, guys. So with that being said, again, profit. See you guys on the other end. Again, until then, y'all know the rest. Stay healthy.
Yes, sir. All right, peace.
Power, profit.
Peace,
all right,
y'all.
guys. Power and profit, everyone. Peace, power, and profit.
Power and profit. All right, peace.
Peace, family. Peace.